I am the villain's father. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. Lin Fei and Ji Liu followed the host all the way, until they came down a small slope, and they saw a river lying in front of the mountains. It was winter, and the river was covered with thick ice, which looked pure and white. The children ran up in an instant, standing on the river and playing. The staff of the program team have already prepared wooden ice carts and distributed them to each group of families on the shore. In sequence, the host beckoned the child back, and talked to the family about the rules of the game. 2 parents sit in the car alone, and the other pulls the ice cart with a rope. The first place gets 4 points, the second 3 points, the third 2 points, the fourth 1 point, and after 3 rounds, count the scores, and the family with the most points wins. Parents, come on, by the way, the host specifically reminded, you can have your father with your mother, or you can have your mother with your father. There are no rules. It's all housekeeping choices. The parents heard this and discussed it one after another. Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Yuxiao, eager to try. I'll pull you, Ji Yuxiao? You pull me. Ji Yuxiao looked at his thin arms and legs. Let me pull you, baby. Lin Luoqing glanced at him dissatisfied. Why do you still look down on people? You forgot that I carried you up the stairs. Passionate CP fans popped up instantly. When? Exclamation mark. Let me be healthy. Wow, is kinking so powerful? He still hugged Mr. G, and went up the stairs. Can't tell, my good guy, is kinking the gong. Unbelievable, impossible? Exclamation mark. Do not scare me. Do not. Exclamation mark. Inverse CP Daba. Exclamation mark. Mr. G must be attacking. I also support Ji Zongguang, but it's really curious why kinking hugged Ji Zongguang. In order to prove your own strength, kinking, you can hug Mr. G on the spot. Daba, if passion is not broken, it will be fine if you take a good ride in the car and be dragged by President G. Hey, what about the 3 rounds? They can definitely pull each other. When Ji Yuxiao saw Lin Luoqing talking about carrying him up the stairs, he realized that his mother-in-law seemed to be really pretty. At least she could really hold him. Then, you pull once, and then I pull you. Ji Yuxiao discussed with them. Lin Luoqing nodded. Okay. After a while, the host began to remind that the first round of competition was about to begin. The mothers got on the ice cart one after another, and Ji Yuxiao followed suit. In an instant, the eyes of some mothers became subtle, as if they were saying, why are you in the car? You should be under the car, not in the car. Ji Yuxiao smiled. He wasn't in the car. It wasn't because his wife didn't want to. Alice. Ji Yuxiao looked at his mother-in-law, who was full of energy and looking forward to the upcoming game. He was really different. The host stood on the shore, watched several groups of families get ready, and blew the whistle with a beep. Lin Luoqing immediately ran forward with the rope. There are no wheels under the ice cart, but 2 planks, because the speed will not be very fast, and it will not hit the person pulling the rope in front. Lin Luoqing ran fast. Ji Liu watched and shouted excitedly on the bank, come on, Dad, come on, Dad. Lin Fei took a look at his younger brother, who was keen on the atmosphere group. He really liked this job. Soon, led by Ji Liu, the other children also started to cheer. Seeing this, the fathers on the ice worked even harder to win the first place. Lin Luoqing was running, and after a while, he saw Tang Ziki chasing him, and he was so frightened that he sped up quickly. Tang Ziki also accelerated again. The 2 rushed forward, fighting each other, and finally Lin Luoqing reached the finish line with a slight gap. He let go, turned his head and smiled at Ji Yuxiao, who was still sitting in the car. I won. The winter sun was gentle, and the ice surface shone slightly, reflecting his delicate eyebrows and eyes, like a brightly colored watercolor painting. Love and tenderness instantly appeared in Ji Yuxiao's eyes, and his tone was gentle. Well, you won. You are indeed very good. Netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked, since Lin Luoqing started running, and they were even more dumbfounded when they saw him get the first place. Good guy. Kinking has 2 brushes. It's so clear. Cover face. It shocked my whole family. Okay, kinking won. Kinking doesn't match your appearance. I said kinking has the potential to attack. Let kinking counterattack. Daba refuse to counterattack. Kinking is fine as you are now. Laughs. Mr. Ji, do you have a sense of crisis? Of course Ji Yuxiao didn't. He got off the ice cart, walked up to Lin Luoqing, and said with a smile, "Go up, I'll pull you instead, okay?" Lin Luoqing said happily. He walked to the ice cart and sat down, grasped the handrails on both sides, and looked around with some novelty. The host waited until all the families had reached the finish line and took a 5-minute break before announcing the start of the second round. Ji Yuxiao took the lead and rushed out with the ice cart. Sitting on the ice cart, Lin Luoqing could feel the wind blowing past his ears. He was delighted to experience the thrill of moving forward, and even couldn't help shouting. As a result, he was happy when Ji Yuxiao stopped. It's the finish line, so fast. Lin Luoqing was surprised. Ji Yuxiao shrugged. Otherwise, Jiao Xiaofan immediately said triumphantly, "Did you see it? Still, Boss Ji is even better. Ji Zhonggong's position is preserved. Fortunately, I thought King could counterattack, but it seems that she still can't. Ho ha ho ha ha ho ha, you are still your boss Ji. The season finals are high, and I have never lost a game. It feels so fun. I played it after watching it. Go scatting in a few days, oi." Seeing that Ji Yuxiao had passed the finish line, Ji Liu jumped up excitedly again. "That's great." After he finished shouting, he turned to look at the host. "One more time, we will win, right?" The host smiled and nodded. "It's almost the same, yet." Ji Liu jumped up and down happily. Lin Luoqing didn't play enough, so he didn't get off the ice cart, looked at Ji Yuxiao and said, "Can you play another game?" "No problem." Ji Yuxiao gave him a wink. The netizen screamed in an instant, "Oh, why did he start flirting again? Fuck, Mr. Ji is really good at it. Mr. Ji Wingsu is so handsome, I like it. I like it too, Boss Ji is really good at flirting, woo woo woo." Soon, the third game officially started. Lin Luoqing sat on the ice cart and felt the joy of being pulled again. He wished Ji Yuxiao could pull him for a few more laps. At the end of the 3 rounds, the host added up the ranking scores of each group of families, and ranked first, second, third and fourth. The first place is still Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao raised their hands and clapped their hands, took the rich ingredients that belonged to them, and watched happily with Lin Fei and Ji Liu. Now, families can bring their own babies and play ice carts with them. The children immediately cheered and ran onto the ice cart. Lin Fei and Ji Liu didn't. Lin Luoqing pushed them both. "Go, your father and I will pull you." Ji Liu was a little curious. "Can my brother and I sit down?" "It should be fine." Lin Luoqing guessed. "You go up and try first, and if you can't sit down, you two can play separately, okay?" Ji Liu agreed. He pulled Lin Fei and walked over, just enough to sit down. "Yes," Ji Liu said happily. "Then sit down, both of you, and let's go, okay?" Ji Liu quickly clenched the handrail, and Lin Fei also grabbed the other side. Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing pulled up the rope and looked at them both with a smile. "Fiu. Small ice cart, let's go." After finishing speaking, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao ran forward together, and the ice cart that was still just got up with a swish and slid forward quickly. Lin Fei and Ji Liu opened their eyes instantly, feeling a novel feeling playing a game that he had never played before. A smile could not help but appear on his face. Ji Liu happily wowed several times, looked at the scenery around him in surprise, and felt that it was more fun than riding in a car. Lin Fei didn't speak, but there was a slight smile on his face. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao played with them for a while, and they didn't stop until they were tired. You tired?" Lin Fei sat in the car, looking at Lin Luoqing, who was holding his knees with his hands. Lin Luoqing nodded. He said, "Is it fun?" Lin Fei gave a calm hum. He got up, stood up, and got off the ice cart. "You sit on it," Lin Fei said. "I'll pull you." "Lin Luoqing?" Lin Luoqing couldn't help laughing. Netizens also laughed and said, "No, really not. It must be that you are too young to pull your father." Laughs. "Fifei is so cute." King was amused by him. "Kiss our little Fifei, she's so sweet and cute. She's really daddy's little padded jacket." The key point is that Fifei said it very calmly, with a feeling that it is very simple and easy for me. Cover face. Feizong, go up, I'll pull you. Ho ha ho ha ho ha, indeed has the taste of a boss. Lin Luoqing touched Lin Fei's head, and said with a smile, "Let's wait later, when you grow up, I will sit on the ice cart and let you pull me." "I can do it now." Lin Luoqing shook her head. "You're still too young." "I can do it too." Ji Liu immediately came over. "Dad, sit on it, and I will pull you with my brother, Lin. Luoqing couldn't laugh or cry. You are younger, you are still a baby, try it, try it. Ji Liu coquettishly said to him. Listening to his coquettish voice, Lin Luoqing turned to look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was still as calm as ever, and he even nodded slightly. Yes, Lin Luoqing, you you are the only one. Do you know that you are less heavy and I am less? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing had no choice but to say, okay, but if you can't pull it off for a while, you two don't cry. Ji Liu looked arrogant. I won't cry, Lin Fei showed 3 points of disgust in his eyes. Of course he won't cry. Lin Luoqing looked at the little expressions of the two of them with a smile, rubbed their little heads one by one, and got on the ice cart. Lin Fei and Ji Liu immediately picked up the rope. Have you sat down yet? Ji Liu said imitatively. Lin Luoqing looked at him with a smile. Sit down, then. We are about to set off, Dad, you have to help. It is good. Ji Liu turned around, imitating Lin Luoqing just now. Father's ice cart, let's go. After speaking, he and Lin Fei pulled the rope and prepared to run on the ice. Lin Luoqing was ready for them to comfort the two of them, but he suddenly felt a push behind him. When he turned around, he found that it was Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao blinked at him, and Lin Luoqing instantly understood. He laughed silently, with tenderness in his eyes. Maybe the two of them are really small, and they really can't pull a heavy ice cart, but with the love and support from others, they can do everything they do and what they like. Almost as soon as Lin Fei and Ji Liu started running, they realized that their father seemed to be really heavy, and they couldn't run at all, so they gave up running and pulled Lin Luoqing forward step by step. Instead they walked forward in silence. Lin Fei turned his head, and saw Ji Yuxiao appearing behind Lin Luoqing at some point, holding his shoulder. Lin Fei blinked, silently wondering, you two are young? I'm afraid you won't be able to pull it steadily, and your father will fall in a while, so I help you to support him. Ji Yuxiao explained. Lin Fei didn't either. He nodded, and said something to him. After a while, Dad will finish playing, and you can go up and play. Ji Yuxiao was amused by his villain's words. Okay, then you and your brother will have to work hard. It's okay, Lin Fei said very squarely. He turned his head and continued to pull Lin Luoqing forward. Ji Yuxiao helped them quietly push the ice cart. While they were not paying attention, the ice cart was moving slowly, and the ice surface was very cold, but Lin Luoqing felt unusually warm. His children are well behaved and cute, and his lover is gentle and reliable. They pulled an ice cart together and walked forward slowly and steadily. Therefore, the turmoil of the outside world has nothing to do with them. There is a small ice frame in their eyes. The car has the people on it and the place to go. The future may be far away, but happiness has come quietly. Chapter 327. At the end of the ice car play, the children saw Lin Fei and Ji Liu pulling the ice car for their father to play with, and they all told their parents that they would also pull their parents. The parents grinned from ear to ear, pushing behind quietly in the manner of Ji Yuxiao, feeling relieved in their hearts at this time. We feel that the saying that those who are close to the vermilion are red and those who are close to the ink is black. Look, once there is a role model who takes the lead, other children will have everything, so what kind of friends you contact is really important. The parents looked at Lin Fei and Ji Liu unconsciously with tender affection. The whole morning was spent happily playing games on the ice. When everyone went back to cook at noon, Lin Luoqing quietly asked the host about the relationship between Wen Qinaiao and Wu Fei. Obviously they were not the same. Talk to them, they opted out themselves, so that's it. Lin Luoqing was a little puzzled. Is it related to Xiao or Yu Fei? There is a little relationship, but it's not a big deal. The main reason is that the netizens put a lot of pressure on them. You know, our program will be broadcast live and recorded, but now a lot of content is broadcast in the live broadcast, so post-recording the broadcast on the Star website mainly relies on word of mouth. If netizens spontaneously boycott and spread word of mouth, then the broadcast volume will not be good, so the program team hopes that Wu Fei and Wen Qinaiao can slightly change their education concept. For you, Teacher Ji and two other children apologized, but Wu Fei and Wen Qinaiao were unwilling, so they chose to quit. Why do you have to apologize to me and Ji Yuxiao? Lin Luoqing didn't understand. The host was a little embarrassed. Wen Qinaiao said something unpleasant, aimed at you and Teacher Ji. Lin Luoqing. Now Lin Luoqing was speechless. I figured it out, so I didn't ask any more questions. Thank you. You're welcome. The host smiled. Mr. Lin, you don't have to think too much. To put it bluntly, this has little to do with you. It's mainly because we want broadcast volume and ratings. If we don't care later, if the ratings and website views of the stars are recorded and broadcast, the director will not talk to us, and we will naturally not leave. Lin Luoqing nodded and smiled. Okay, I see, thank you. He didn't say much. After all, Lin Luoqing is not the Holy Father. He had conflicts with Lin Fei and Ji Liu, and he also said that he was not with Ji Yuxiao, so naturally he would not help to talk more. The two said something again, and Lin Luoqing said goodbye and left. When Lin Luoqing and the children woke up at noon, the sky outside had changed. The sky was overcast, as if it was going to rain. The director checked the weather forecast, which showed that there would be snowfall today. I had imagined whether I would encounter snow during this recording, but I did not expect it to happen. The director quickly found out the plan C that he had put away before, and discussed with the host for a while. What should I do if it snows? How to do. Around 1 o'clock, heavy snow arrived as scheduled. Ji Yuxiao is a little girl who grew up in Nan. She has never seen snow since she was so old. She was pleasantly surprised by the snowflakes in front of her, and said to her parents, "It's snowing, Tang." Jiao and Yang Wenjing also shouted happily. The host smiled and asked us, "Is it snowing, okay?" The children smiled, obviously enjoying the sudden heavy snowfall. Then, "Let's wait for the snow to get bigger and then have a snowball fight, shall we, Tang?" Jiao nodded excitedly. Okay. Seeing that the voice was the loudest and the age was the oldest, the host deliberately teased, "You like snow so much? Do you know any poems about snow, Tang?" Jiao lost his voice in an instant. The host looked at the group of cubs and said with a smile, "Is there anyone who can recite poems related to snow? Uncle the village chief will reward you." Ji Liu had just recited it 2 days ago, and he opened his mouth and recited it directly. 1,000 mountains and birds are gone, and thousands of paths are gone. People in a lonely boat, fishing alone in the cold river and snow. In an instant, all eyes were on him. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao couldn't help showing their pride. Look at Mr. Ji's expression. It's almost like saying that my son is awesome. Ha. King is too, looking proud. Xiao, you didn't memorize this poem in vain. No, I'll use it now. Xiao hasn't thanked your brother yet. Let us say thank you brother together. Ha. Xiao, you can do it. The reaction is quite fast. The host smiled and nodded, and asked, "Is there any more? Do you know any poems about snow?" This really stopped Ji Liu. I didn't think about the second song for a while, so I had to ask Lin Fei for help. Lin Fei then said, "There are several plum blossoms in the corner, and Linghan blooms alone. I know it's not snow, because there is a dark fragrance." The host was surprised. "Is there any more? Yuhei. Geese fly high, and Shangyui flees. He wants to chase Kinky away, but the bow and sword are covered with heavy snow." Now, the host was even more surprised. "You have memorized this. Is there any more, Lin Fei?" Lin Fei felt that there were a lot of problems. The sun is setting and the mountains are far away, and the sky is cold and the White House is poor. The shaman hears the dog barking, and returns home on a snowy night. The host applauded on the spot. "Awesome, Fei already knows so many poems at such a young age. She is a role model for everyone to follow. Let us applaud together, Lin Fei." It doesn't have to be like this. However, other parents feel that it is too necessary. Is it? You're older than Fei. You don't know as much as Fei. You should study hard in the future. Tang Jiao's father knocked his head and said. The mothers of Ji Yuxiao and Yang Wenjing also bowed their heads and said to their daughters, "You guys have to go back and read a lot. You must be very good brother. You know so much." Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao became even more proud in an instant. Especially Ji Yuxiao even rubbed Lin Fei's little face. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed loudly, laughing to death. Mr. Ji began to think that his son is awesome again. Mr. Ji, did you? My son is amazing. If I were Mr. Ji, I would probably be more proud than him. This is too long face. That is, at Fei's age, I would never be able to recite so many ancient poems. Even when the host said just now, I only thought about the possibility of spreading salt in the air. Where are you? Oh, catkins blow up by the wind. Wit, ha. Fei probably doesn't have this yet. She'll know when she grows up. I really want Fei to grow up. Woo. I've never really liked a child so much. Me too. Every day I ask Quing to remember to post the baby after the show. I'm doing it. After an hour of heavy snowfall, the world was densely covered with a thin blanket. Seeing that the time was ripe, the host officially announced, "Snowball fights, start now." Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao immediately formed a snowball and threw it at Lin Fei and Ji Liu. Lin Fei and Ji Liu slammed it at the two of them while hiding Lin Luoqing, and Ji Yuxiao couldn't bear to hit them hard. Releasing the water almost released the Pacific Ocean, and continued to maintain a comparable level with Lin Fei Ji Liu. The host kept reminding that there were still 10 minutes, and Lin Luoqing finally rebelled against the water and besieged with the two babies. Ji Yuxiao happily ended the snowball fight after playing snowballs. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao followed the host's request to build a snowman with Lin Fei and Ji Liu. They asked the village chief for a carrot, and put a long nose on the snowman. Lin Fei wrote, "Thinking of the snowman family that disappeared from our house before. It doesn't matter." Lin Fei thought, even if the sun comes out and the snowman disappears, we can still build another snowman next winter. There will be winter every year, and every winter will come. So we can always make many snowmen. Lin Fei gently used red dates to make eyes for it, and bent dead branches for its mouth. This is a red-eyed snowman, a unique snowman built with Lin Luoqing, Ji Yuxiao, and Ji Liu looking at the snowman in front of him. Lin Fei slowly raised the corners of his lips. After 6 o'clock. The host finally finished all the procedures and let us go back to prepare dinner. Because of the snow, we don't need to get together to eat this meal. We can just eat it at our own home. Tomorrow morning, the car from the program team will send us out of the village to end the recording of this episode. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao dragged Lin Fei and Ji Liu up and back. Not long after we got home, we heard a knock on the door. Lin Luoqing thought it was a staff member of the program team, went to open the door, and found that it was the aunt who gave the persimmons before. "When the light in your house is on, I guess you're back." The aunt smiled. There was a basket on her arm, and now Lin Luoqing handed the basket out. "This is the persimmon cake I baked. It's worthless for you and the two dolls to try. Just treat it as your thank you for giving me the New Year's money." Hearing this, Lin Luoqing guessed that she was embarrassed to charge him so much money, so she didn't refuse anymore, and took it over. "Thank you. It just so happens that you two are hungry, and I haven't cooked yet, so I can just give you a cushion." The aunt nodded happily. "Well, then you cook. I'm going back. Don't worry yet." Lin Luoqing led her into the house. "I'll return the basket to you," said. Carrying a basket to the cupboard, Ji Yuxiao helped take a plate. Lin Luoqing opened the cloth covering the basket. Inside was an upside-down basin, picked it up, and revealed a bowl filled with dried persimmons that was slightly smaller than the covered basin. Lin Luoqing couldn't help but sighed. This aunt is quite careful. She knew that it was snowing outside, so she specially dunked the basin and put it in a basket and covered it with a cloth. Probably because she was afraid that the persimmons would get cold. She was really a kind and careful person. I put the dried persimmons on a plate, took some milk and quick frozen steamed buns sponsored by sponsors, put them in a basket, and gave them back to the aunt. The aunt said embarrassedly, "How can this be done?" "No." Lin Luoqing said with a smile, "We still have more of these. Niu is growing up, so drink more milk. You can put this bun on the steamer and steam it. The yellow bag is the milky yellow stuffing, and the red bean paste stuffing in the red bag are both delicious. Thank you so much." The aunt smiled. "You're welcome." Lin Luoqing smiled and sent her out the door, followed her to walk back, went back to the room, and walked to the cupboard, picking up the still warm dried persimmons and taking a bite. Ji Yuxiao leaned closer and took a bite from the place where he had bitten. "It's not bad. This auntie is pretty nice, and she even brought it here for us. Yeah, I hope her daughter can do well in the exam. This is definitely the best blessing." "Yes. Especially for children in rural areas, the college entrance examination is really the best way out for them. Niu, come on, study hard." But King is so sincere. She knows whether she wants to accept money from Ken, and what she gives is what the child likes and needs. It's still sponsored by a sponsor. Smart. My name. King is really a gentle person. She treats even the ants she meets so gently. No wonder she helps so many people. She is your sunshine. So I will always like King and always support King. Silently +1. Lin Luoqing gave the dried persimmons to Lin Fei and Ji Liu, and asked them to eat something first, before he and Ji Yuxiao went outside to cook in the semi-enclosed kitchen after dinner. It was late at night. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao sat on the bed and played poker games with Lin Fei and Ji Liu. Halfway through the game, Ji Yuxiao suddenly remembered something and took out a roasted sweet potato from the stove vent. Ji Liu immediately went, "Wow, roasted sweet potatoes. Father, when did you put them in?" "It's when we eat." Ji Yuxiao got on the Kang. handed the roasted sweet potatoes to Lin Fei. And looking one by one, Lin Fei and Ji Liu held the freshly baked sweet potatoes. Their little hands were hot and kept turning their left and right hands, and they couldn't help tearing the skin of the sweet potatoes, puffing their cheeks and blowing gently, tentatively eating the sweet potatoes in front of them. Sweet potatoes seeing their appearance, Lin Luo laughed, tearing off the skin. He offered to feed Ji Liu's mouth. Here, let's eat. Ji Liu shook his head, held up his roasted sweet potato, and said obediently, I have it, Dad. Lin Luoqing went to feed Lin Fei again, and Lin Fei also shook his head, reluctant to eat, and only concentrated on tearing the skin of his roasted sweet potato. Lin Luoqing saw that they didn't bother them so much, so she ignored them and started eating by herself. The sweet potatoes have been baked soft, sweet and refreshing, adding a touch of sweet warmth to this cold winter night. It's delicious. Ji Liu couldn't help but sigh. It's still warm? Then Dad will bake it for you when we get back. Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. Okay. Ji Liu said sweetly. He raised the sweet potato in his hand, took a bite happily, and smiled at Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing read, and suddenly felt that the picture in front of him was gentle and beautiful. Turning his head to Lin Fei, Lin Fei had already torn off more than half of the skin, and was eating the sweet potato bit by bit. He looked up at Lin Luoqing, probably because he felt it. Yet Lin Fei handed the sweet potato in front of him. Lin Luoqing smiled and took a bite. It's really sweet. Fei's sweet potatoes are really sweet. Lin Fei blinked, and said with a pure mind, then I will trade with you. No need. Lin Luoqing smiled. Father's is sweet too. The family just ate and talked, and spent the last night in the village together on the king. It was snowing heavily outside the window, and the orange lights inside the window were bright. We leaned together and lit up the white world together. Chapter 328. The next morning, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao packed up their luggage, took the mobile phone, snacks, and electronic products returned by the program team, and took the two babies to the car that the program team left, saying goodbye to this. They stayed for 3 days village. Are we going home? Ji Liu raised his head and asked Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing nodded. Well, I'm home, then. Shall we come out to play later? Come out? Lin Luoqing smiled. Go home and rest for a few days, and then we will go to a new place with Uncle Camera and Sister Leyu. Okay. Ji Liu said happily. He looked at the scenery outside the window. The dusty mountain was covered with snow, which had a kind of desolate beauty. Ji Liu couldn't feel this kind of beauty. He felt that the snow was very good, and the flowers bloomed very well. If you want to be able to hang out with Lin Luoqing, Ji Yuxiao, any time and any place are good. Ji Liu let out a small breath towards the car window, and then slowly drew a smiling face with his hands. The program team's car sent them to the airport, but they didn't follow, and the guests went to do what they wanted. After spending 3 days together, the 4 groups of guests got to know each other more or less, and the children also got to know each other. After saying goodbye politely, they walked towards different boarding gates. Lin Luoqing was afraid that there would be too many people picking up and dropping off the airport, so he squeezed Lin Fei and Ji Liu, and took the initiative to walk through the VIP channel of the airport with Ji Yuxiao. Wu Zhenhun was very supportive of this. I don't know how many people are squatting at the airport now, just waiting to take pictures of them. Really? Lin Luoqing was very suspicious. Are the two of them so popular? Those are 2 top-tier sons who are too underestimated. Are they popular? They are simply top-notch kids. In the past few days when we recorded variety shows, I have received 4 TV invitations, 2 movie invitations, 5 magazine shoots and 8 endorsements for children's clothing brands. Good. Guy, this group of people has been thinking about these 2 good-looking and popular babies since Fuzai and Xiaoxi were born. Unfortunately, they didn't know who they were at that time, and there was no way to contact them. Now they find out that whose son also participated in a variety show. The key is that the number of live broadcast rooms of the 2 of them is second only to Mr. G, so it's not like they just came here just because they smelled it. I'm afraid I'm late, so let others act first. Lin Luoqing, this is really amazing. His son, have you considered it? Wu Zhenhun asked him. Lin Luoqing did not hesitate. The 2 of them are still children, and they still want to go, so don't think about it. I guess it's the same. Okay, then I'll help them reject them later. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and looked at his new top-notch cub, or he was an aboriginal in Mary Sue's novel. This popularity was faster than him, and it is indeed the heroine who does not want to forget and dare not forget people after getting off the plane. Xiao Li was already waiting outside the airport. Both Lin Fei and Ji Li were a little sleepy. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao hugged each other and carried them into the car. Lin Fei struggled and said a few words to Lin Luoqing, then closed his eyes again, leaned against Ji Liu, and fell asleep. Why is Fei so sleepy? Xiao Li asked doubtfully. I was woken up by the rooster at 5 o'clock in the morning. I haven't slept enough, so I have to take some time to catch up on sleep. Lin Luoqing replied with a smile. Xiao Li nodded, and couldn't help boasting to Lin Luoqing. Nowadays, many people on the internet like them both, and they even say that they are Yun's parents. How? Do you know? Ji Yuxiao asked him. Xiao Li said proudly, I also watched the live broadcast, and I even posted barrage with them. Ji Yuxiao, so I took 3 days off to watch the live broadcast. Yes, Ji Yuxiao, have you ever thought about why you are still single now? Xiao Li, isn't this heartbreaking? Next time, save time to go out and have fun, and get to know more people. Ji Yuxiao said earnestly. Xiao Li immediately turned his head. I love being single. Being single makes me happy. After speaking, he started the car and drove away. Lin Luoqing laughed, picked up the blanket on the car, and covered Lin Fei and Ji Li. Ji Yuxiao also laughed, feeling that he was very unsteady at this moment, like a childish big boy. During the 3 days of recording, all members were unable to look at their mobile phones, and they did not know what netizens thought of them. Therefore, many guests began to search their own recordings and keywords as soon as they got home, wanting to see how they performed in this episode. Netizens, like it or not, Lin Luoqing almost didn't need to search, just opened his Weibo and found that his fans had skyrocketed again at his level of popularity. The number of fans is actually not easy to grow. After all, his popularity is already too high, and those who should follow him have already paid attention to him this time. The skyrocketing price can show that many people watched the live broadcast and liked Lin Fei and Ji Liu, but the two babies didn't have Weibo, so they could pay attention to his father. He clicked on a Weibo that he just posted a few days ago, and saw that in addition to his OnlyFans, the comment area was full of mother fans of Lin Fei and Ji Liu, as well as the new CP fans of him and Ji Yuxiao. Want to see cubs? Want to see cubs? Want to see cubs? Post more cubs after cleaning up, okay? I really liked Fei. Fei is so cute. After the live broadcast of the show, can you start a live broadcast for Fei? There is no need to broadcast any other content, just live broadcast and write homework, mainly because I want my family to write along with me, and I am willing to use Rocket. I want to ask how you raised these two children? Why are children so self-disciplined, self-conscious and childlike? Can you provide a parenting education? Thanks. Is it still too late to get into the passion? Too sweet. How on earth did I miss this pair? How catch the sister who has the same reflex arc length as me. I also fell into this pair after watching the live broadcast this time. Obviously this pair has been famous for a long time. How did I go wrong? Cover face. Lin Luoqing looked at the comments in the comment area, thought for a while, took a photo of Lin Fei and Ji Liu who were sleeping soundly next to each other, and then posted on Weibo. Lin Luoqing v. The recording of the first episode is over. Let's go home. Picture. Netizens who were browsing Weibo immediately screamed, it's a baby, a fresh baby. King is too fond of fans, she is always available. So cute, so cute. Both Fei and Xiao are so cute. The two babies actually slept next to each other, and they have a very good relationship. King has worked hard, Zay has worked hard too. Go back and have a good rest. Good job, please keep it up. Lin Luoqing looked at the rapid increase in likes and comments, and fully felt that this was probably the legendary wave of the Yangtze River pushing the waves. His two cubs were about to pat his old father on the beach. He quit Weibo with a smile, and when he looked up, he saw Ji Yuxiao was lowering his head, frowning slightly while looking at the phone. Lin Luoqing moved curiously, and saw that he knew a bunch of them separately, but when they were grouped together, he knew them all. Chinese characters that I don't understand, do you think I should understand? Ji Yuxiao asked him. Lin Luoqing shook his head. It's not a question of whether or not it should work, it's something I just can't understand. Ji Yuxiao rubbed his head with a smile, bowed his head and explained to him he has been away for 3 days, and although he has already arranged work in advance, he still has some information to deal with because the two companies' major events are under his watch. Lin Luoqing watched him speak, feeling as if his mind would not make a sharp turn. Let's think for yourself. I can't do this. I really can't. Okay. Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. He read it again. Thinking seriously, Lin Luoqing also lowered his head and played the game he hadn't played twice before the car stopped. Home. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao carried Lin Fei and Ji Leyu into the house, turned on the light, looked at their familiar home, and unconsciously looked at each other. Eyes met. Both of them laughed. Ji Yuxiao bowed his head and kissed Lin Luoqing, and said softly, "Welcome home." That's right. Lin Luoqing smiled. The first recording was over, and the second recording program group was scheduled for mid-February. After the new year, this was also Lin Luoqing's request. He didn't want the new year to be in the middle of the recording. The family of four had a happy new year, and then followed the program group to the second recording location. That is to say, in this recording, the program group filled a family with the idea that there are already 3 boys but 2 girls. The program team chose a family with a little girl. This time the new girl is called Chenghuaya. She is also over 4 years old. She is very cute and has a lively personality, and she has become friends with the 2 young ladies since she first arrived. The program team was happy to hear this, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Continuing the recording of the program. Soon, winter passed and spring came. And the bright yellow winter jasmine stretched its branches and leaves to welcome the new opportunities. Family time finally ushered in its last recording at the end of April. At this time, everyone is more familiar, and the program group can also carry out some relatively interesting tasks, such as a pair of parents taking care of 6 children. Tomorrow, the parents need to go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables and wild vegetables. It will take a long time, so we need to leave a pair of parents to take care of all the children. To be fair, we will still adopt the method of drawing lots, the host said, and brought a lottery. Go and smoke. Ji Yuxiao looked at Lin Luoqing. See how lucky you are. That's needless to say. Lin Luoqing was full of confidence. I must be very lucky. In the next second, he drew a wooden stick with color painted on the bottom. Lin Luoqing. Ji Yuxiao nodded slightly. Well, it's really good, Lin Luoqing, but what I want to smoke is colorless. I want to go wild. His parents laughed when they saw that he had won the lottery. Do Teacher Lin and Teacher Ji take care of the children? That's good. I feel relieved. Ha 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 ha. I'm also relieved. Mr. Lin cooks delicious food, and he can teach children. With him watching, there must be nothing wrong. I still wanted to learn from Mr. Lin on how to educate children. Now it's alright, and the experts will play in person. The parents laughed. Netizens can't laugh or cry, so they are not worried, but happy. Good guy. All the experts have come out. King has a very high status. Laughing. I thought mothers would be very reluctant, but I didn't expect them to be willing. That's not right. Isn't the child happy that he has the opportunity to learn directly from the little idol? Little idol? Question mark? Right or wrong? Exclamation mark. Yeah, there are still people who don't know that Fifi has become a small idol in the whole country. It was sealed by the little mother. Parents designate idols, the only stars allowed to follow stars. Just ask if you are afraid. Ha 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 ha. Has it developed to this point? Die laughing. Tisk tisk, look at these few recordings. Tang Jiao, Zhang Shanxi, and Yang Wenjing have all started to take it. It can be seen that their parents also want them to learn from Fifi Xiaoyu. Now there is a ready-made opportunity. Parents probably like it. Fuck. Exclamation mark. Makes sense. Watching the scene is no more atmospheric than watching the live broadcast. King, you gave me a child, and I will give you back a hope. Ha 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 ha. So can I see the big baby chicken tomorrow? 6 babies rolled together? This is a mil-layer roll, cover face. Ha 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 ha. I like the mil-fun roll. Exclamation mark. Hurry until tomorrow, can't wait. Yes, come on, King, you are the best. Lin Luoqing. 6 cubs, 6 cubs. 1 cub, 1 cub. Lin Luoqing felt that she had a big head. Chapter 329. Feeling apprehensive and nervous, Lin Luoqing seriously consulted the host about the details of how he and Ji Yuxiao will bring 6 cubs tomorrow. When did it start? Morning. The host explained, I may have to go to the mountain tomorrow morning, and others will be earlier, so I may not be able to make breakfast for the children, so I may have to trouble you to make breakfast for the children. When are they coming back? Maybe in the afternoon. Let Teacher Lin go. You don't need to make dinner. Let them do it. The host laughed. Only then did Lin Luoqing relax. Fortunately, it wasn't a whole day. Otherwise some children would definitely cry if they didn't see their parents for a whole day. He is not afraid of cooking. He is afraid of children crying because their parents are not around. Personally, I can't even be coaxed. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao discussed it after returning home, and decided to steam egg custard for all 6 babies tomorrow, with a bottle of milk, and if they are not full, they will also steam the buns. Okay. Ji Yuxiao had no objection. It's fine if I come to steam tomorrow morning, you sleep a little longer, and I'll call you when the group of little ghosts come, okay? Lin Luoqing agreed. Ji Liu sat on a chair far away and listened, then turned to look at Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing, but didn't speak. After Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao finished making arrangements, they bathed the 2 babies, and then they went to bed and got ready to sleep. Lin Luoqing didn't sleep well that night. In his dream, a bunch of ducklings quacked in his ears, flapped their wings, and flew around, scattering duck feathers all over the place. Lin Luoqing chased the group of ducklings, wanting them to return to their nests obediently, but the ducklings ran very fast. He just chased the ducklings all night. In his dream at around 8:10 in the morning, Lin Luoqing was awakened by a burst of crying. He opened his eyes and saw that the camera had come to him. Mr. Lin, Yang Wenjing is here. Are you crying? Lin Luoqing just woke up. Her voice was still a little vague. Yes, when I woke up and found that my parents were gone, I cried a lot, so I brought the filming director here. I see. Lin Luoqing, you go out first. I'll do it right now. It is good seeing this. Earlier, netizens quickly shouted in the live broadcast room, why are you really going out? That's when you should stay, okay? Exclamation mark. Who doesn't want to see clearly changing clothes? This is the last episode. I haven't seen Kicking changing clothes yet. Is it that we honorable VIPs are not worthy? I'm so familiar with each other. It doesn't matter if you take a look. You must not be so young in the program group. The program group may not be small, but Mr. G is definitely small. Funny. The director nodded in agreement. Yes, they don't mind taking off their shirts, but Ji Yuxiao definitely doesn't, so don't even think about it. Lin Luoqing sat down, changed her clothes, and washed up. It's already 8:30, and the children should come one after another in a while, so it's time for breakfast. He thought so, and went back to the bedroom, screaming and still sleeping. Lin Fei Ji Liu hugged him sticky, and he acted like a baby. Sleep a little longer, sleep a little longer. Lin Luoqing didn't even want to open his eyes when he saw him, and he didn't have any tasks today, so why not just let him sleep late? Okay. He agreed. You can sleep a little longer. Ji Liu turned around in satisfaction, hugged the quilt and continued to sleep. After Lin Fei got out of bed, changed his clothes, and finished washing, he saw that Yang Wenjing and Tang Jail had already arrived. Ji Yuxiao was sitting on a chair trying to braid Yang Wenjing, but it was a pity that it was his first time doing such a thing, and he was clumsy, pulling Yang Wenjing's head to one side from time to time. Yang Wenjing turned her head and said softly, "Uncle, it's a little tight." Ji Yuxiao smiled awkwardly, at a loss. Really? Uncle will tie it up again for you. Yang Wenjing nodded, but she was very obedient and let him tie it. Lin Luoqing couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over. He said, "Let me come. Lele is hungry. Go and see if the egg custard is good, okay?" Ji Yuxiao stood up immediately, and abdicated to Xian, still quite curious. "Would you do it?" Lin Luoqing was proud. "You should underestimate people. What's so difficult about it?" As he spoke, he untied Ji Yuxiao's rubber band, smiled and took the 3 strands of Yang Wenjing's left hair, adding 1 strand each time he braided it, and braided it patiently. When the left side was finished, Lin Luoqing compared the height and made the right side as well. Then he gently pulled the hair from the braid to make the braid look more fluffy and cute. "Okay. Lin Luoqing, go and have a look in the mirror." Yang Wenjing stood and ran to the mirror, and saw that she had changed into a beautiful new hairstyle. She couldn't put it down and touched it carefully, for fear of messing up her hair. "Do you have a little card?" Lin Luoqing asked. "I can give you a cute little card." Yang Wenjing shook her head, feeling aggrieved. "At home, I didn't take it. Go to the art and see if there are any flowers you like. If they are smaller, I will pin them up for you." Yang Wenjing ran out immediately, looked left and right, picked out several small wild flowers, and showed them to Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing picked 2 colors that matched the skirt today, and put them in her braids. Yang Wenjing stood still without daring to move, for fear that if she moved by herself, Hua would be in trouble. "Okay. Lin Luoqing, go and have a look." Yang Wenjing drove to the mirror again, and saw that her braids looked even better. Surprisingly, she turned her head to look at Lin Luoqing, boasting, "Uncle, you are really amazing." Lin Luoqing smiled and asked, "Are you hungry? Uncle will take you to eat." Yang Wenjing was completely overwhelmed by the charm of his braiding at the moment, nodded obediently, and took the initiative to hold his hand. Netizens watched and couldn't help exclaiming, "Amazing, kinking, and the skill. Qing can." Fortunately, seeing his appearance yesterday, I thought he must be in a hurry today. Isn't it good to take care of him? Kinking can go out and become a stylist with a skill. Hados Xiao Fifen is not a child. Kinking Kwang has a skill, but he can't show it. Ho. I feel that little sister Wenjing has been completely conquered by us. I really want Kinking to braid my hair. Why I can't braid it all my life, but Kinking can braid it so beautifully. I'm so envious. Although some people have hands, they really don't have hands at all. Woo woo. Lin Fei's Yang saw Lin Luoqing walking in while Tang Jiao was eating egg custard, leading Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing shook her head happily, and showed off to Ji Yuxiao, "Look, Uncle Lin braided my hair, and hua. Wow." Ji Yuxiao was very cooperative. "It's so pretty, your Uncle Lin is really amazing." Yang Wenjing also nodded in agreement, smiling brightly. "Do you want to eat now?" Ji Yuxiao asked. "My brothers are eating egg custard. Do you want to have a bowl too? It is good." After Yang Wenjing finished speaking, Lin Luoqing took him to the dining table and sat down. Ji Yuxiao brought egg custard and hot milk, and asked, "Do you want to eat buns?" Yang Wenjing nodded, and Ji Yuxiao took another bun. He turned his head to look at Lin Luoqing, and smiled. "Sit down too, the children will have dinner." "Fine." Lin Luoqing sat down as well. "I don't know how Shanshan Xiao is. It's okay. When you wake up in a while, it will come naturally." When he said this, he thought of Ji Liu again. "Xiao hasn't woken up yet." "No. I thought I'm fine today. I can let him sleep for a while, so I didn't call him again." Ji Yuxiao nodded, and brought him a bowl of egg custard as well. Yang Wenjing looked at it and smiled. "Uncle, you also eat egg custard?" "Yes." Lin Luoqing smiled. "Eat quickly, and taste if your Uncle Ji is good. It's delicious." Yang Wenjing didn't hesitate, and after finishing speaking, she puffed her cheeks and continued to eat. After dinner, Lin Fei went to see it. Seeing this, Tang Jiao was puzzled. "Aren't you tired from watching it every day?" Lin Fei. This question was so unnecessary that Lin Fei didn't want to answer it at all. No, he thought of Lin Luoqing, and it was rare for him to answer, "I'm not tired." Tang Jiao thought he was boring, walked to Lin Luoqing, and asked him, "Is Xiao still awake?" "Not yet. Do you want him to play?" Tang Jiao nodded. "When will he wake up?" "I don't know about that. I guess I'll have to wait a little longer." Tang Jiao sighed, and went to play in the yard. Lin Luoqing didn't wait too long. Zhang Shanxi Cheng Huai also came. Cheng Huai was young, like Yang Wenjing. She couldn't help crying when she opened her eyes and didn't see her parents. Lin Luoqing bent down, coaxed for a long time, and asked, "Shall I braid your hair?" "Let's braid your hair first, so that when your parents come back, you can go to see them beautifully." Little girls are all pretty, and Cheng Huai is no exception. She nodded with tears in her eyes, and asked him, "When will they come back?" "I'll be back in the afternoon, and then you can show them the most beautiful little princess in the world." Cheng Huai was attracted by the breath of his little princess, and couldn't help laughing. "You make it look better for me." "No problem, Uncle will make you a beautiful little princess." As he spoke, he pulled Cheng Huai to sit down on the chair, braided 2 braids on the left and right for him, and then fastened on his childhood clips. "Okay, go look in the mirror." Lin Luoqing. Cheng Huai walked to the mirror curiously, and felt that she really looked good, like a little princess, so she stopped crying and started laughing. Lin Luoqing asked Ji Yuxiao to take him to dinner, and then began to comb Zhang Shanxi's hair. Zhang Shanxi is a little older than Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huai, and also has a little more ideas. "Uncle, I don't want to braid it all, I want to wear it," said, a little embarrassed. "Can you?" "Sure." Lin Luoqing, a professional stylist for children with a limited edition for one day, thought up a new hairstyle. While speaking, he changed Zhang Shanxi's hair into side braids suitable for wholesale, and then adorned the place where the rubber band was tied with 2 wildflowers. "Can you go and have a look?" Zhang Shanxi walked to the mirror full of expectations, looked left and right, and smiled happily. "Thank you, Uncle, it looks so good." "No. Guessed, it's because you are good looking. Let's go, let's eat." Lin Luo said in a warm voice. You didn't have breakfast either, Zheng Shanxi nodded, and he went to find Ji Yuxiao in an instant. The three children were all subdued by him. Craft netizens couldn't help but marvel. This is much better than I imagined. I thought there would be a pot of porridge on the spot, but I didn't expect Kinking to have 2 brushes. The main reason is that Kinking is good at craftsmanship. Really, if I meet someone who can make me such a beautiful braid, I will definitely not cry. Open it. And Kinking is very gentle, and will praise the babies that you are good looking. Woo woo woo, Kinking, are you still missing a child? 2 years younger than you. I'm directly confident. I opened my mouth and said, Dad. Ho ha ho 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 ha ho ha. You are afraid to scare Kinking. After dinner, Zheng Shanxi did not go out to play with Yang Wenjing and the others, but walked to the side where he was watching Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt that the surrounding light had dimmed, and when he looked up, he saw Zheng Shanxi smiling at him. Do you still have him? Can you lend me a copy? Zheng Shanxi said softly. I want to read it too. Lin Fei was silent for a second. He has never liked to talk to people, and he doesn't like to give zidin to others. It's just that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao will take care of his children's parents today, so if he refuses, Lin Luoqing will have to coax him if the other party cries. Lin Fei thought of this, stood up, and took a copy. Thank you. Zheng Shanxi answered, thanked politely, and sat down on the sofa. Lin Fei also sat back to his original position and didn't say much. Netizens in the live broadcast room looked at this quiet painting, and smiled like an ant. Shangshan didn't go to play but just looked at it. Shangshan seems to like Fei Fei quite a lot. When asked who he likes the most among the children, he will say Fei Fei, who is very smart and knows a lot. Fei Fei is different, he likes little fish the most. Xiaoyu also likes his brother the most. Ha ha ha, that's right, Xiaoyu Fei Fei both like each other the most, but it's a pity to be kind and happy. It can't be helped, who made Fei Fei Xiaoyu brothers, they must like each other the most. Shangshan's hairstyle today looks so good, Kinking's workmanship is really good. Lin Luoqing, a stylist who was delayed by acting. Why don't you talk about what's not good, what's wrong, why don't you really just watch it? Yeah, what a childhood sweetheart material, why can't I just watch it and not talk? It's normal, Fei Fei has always talked less, so he talks a little more to his family. Why is Shangshan so quiet today? Maybe I'm just looking at it. No, this painting is so eye-catching, I like it. Ji Liu woke up, changed his clothes and left the bedroom, was about to wash his face and brush his teeth. When he looked up, he saw this painting. He woke up in an instant, walked quickly, and walked to Lin Fei's side. Chapter 330. Lin Fei looked up at him, and saw Ji Liu pouted, feeling aggrieved. Lin Fei, why is he wronged? Go. Wash up. He reminded, you. Go with me. Ji Liu reached out to pull Lin Fei. Lin Fei was helpless, looked at the pages, closed the book, stood up, and walked out with him. Ji Liu puffed up her cheeks, puffed up, finished washing, and was about to eat, when she turned around and saw Tang Jail. You're awake. Tang Jail smiled. You've been asleep for a long time. Ji Liu blinked, but didn't speak. Haven't you had breakfast yet? There's egg custard today. Ha ha ha. Now I have eaten egg custard made by your father. It is really golden, soft, tender and delicious. Ji Liu's heart felt like it exploded in an instant. He tried his best to endure, not letting himself show his anger, but his face was calm and low, and he walked back. He went back to the sleeping room, pulled Lin Fei in, looked up at the camera, and said with a cute face, Uncle, let me change my clothes, don't peek, okay? The camera agreed. Ji Liu closed the door, turned around, and instantly, his expression changed. There is no camera here, no one else, no Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing. Ji Liu made no secret of his anger and dissatisfaction. How can he eat my father's egg custard? What qualifications does he have? Seeing his angry and sad face, Lin Fei raised his hand and touched his head. Ji Liu was even more aggrieved in an instant. Then my father, not his father, why does he eat my father's cooking? He had been feeling uncomfortable since hearing Ji Yuxiao say that he was going to make breakfast last night, until Tang Jail told him just now that he also ate Ji Yuxiao's own handmade egg custard, which immediately exploded. Ji Liu couldn't accept it, and he wasn't willing to accept it. Then his uncle and his father, and not Tang Jail's father, what right did Tang Jail have to eat? He tends to be selfish and possessive, especially for Ji Yuxiao. This is his only blood relative, the only person related to his biological parents. He relies on Ji Yuxiao, wraps around Ji Yuxiao like a vine, firmly ensures that he is together, and does not allow him to be separated from himself. He doesn't want Ji Yuxiao to be nice to other children. He doesn't want him to care and take care of other children, he just wants to occupy Ji Yuxiao's father's love and care, so that he is the only child in him, and he is the only child who is good to him. Among them, Lin Fei is a special case because he is Lin Luoqing's child. Ji Yuxiao likes Lin Luoqing, he is married, and he wants Lin Luoqing to like him too, so he allows Lin Fei to invade Ji Yuxiao's favor. After all, he will also encroach on Lin Luoqing's favor that belongs to Lin Fei. However, this is only Lin Fei. Ji Liu doesn't care about Lin Fei, Ji Yuxiao's tenderness and love for him, but it's only about Lin Fei. For the other children, Ji Liu wished that he would stay far away from Ji Yuxiao, so that his father only belonged to him. How can he eat egg custard made by my father? He doesn't deserve it at all. Ji Liu sat on the bed, gnashing his teeth. Ji Yuxiao didn't steam egg custard for him every day. At that time, Mrs. Zhang steamed it for him most of the time, so Ji Yuxiao would help him prepare breakfast only when he went out to play and had to do everything by himself. Ji Liu has always liked Ji Yuxiao making breakfast by himself, not because of how delicious he made it, but because Ji Yuxiao made it himself. He likes that Ji Yuxiao makes everything for him. But now, Ji Yuxiao also makes egg custard for other children. Ji Li burst into tears, feeling wronged and regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have participated in this show. Then Ji Yuxiao would be his father alone, and would only make egg custard for him and Lin Fei. Unlike now, he has to take care of other children and feed them what he makes. Lin Fei didn't expect him to cry because he was wronged, and he was a little surprised for a while. Although he has always been aware of Ji Liu's dominance and selfishness, this is the first time that he cried aggrieved because of his domineering and selfishness. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. He doesn't think it's any good for Ji Yuxiao to make egg custard for other children, just like he doesn't think it's any good for Lin Luoqing to comb Zhang Shenxi's hair. He is a guest here. Lin Luoqing is his lord, so naturally he has to take care of him. Not every child can take care of herself, just like Zhang Shenxi and Yang Wenjing. Without her parents, without Lin Luoqing, she wouldn't even know how to comb. Lin Fei walked over, sat next to him, and tried to make his younger brother understand. I'll only feed him once, not once, but you can't make him hungry. He's a guest, and he's a child, not even children. Ji Liu only cares about these children who are about his age today. As a guest of the adults, Ji Liu will not be angry and wronged after eating Ji Yuxiao's cooking, because he knows that the adults are different from him except for Lin Luoqing. Ji Yuxiao would not like any adult to surpass him, but children are different. Ji Yuxiao may like other children, think that other children are also good, praise him for being cute, and coax him gently. He didn't want Ji Yuxiao to praise other children and think other children were good. He just wanted Ji Yuxiao to only like him, only praise him, and only coax him. Of course, Lin Fei can too, but others can't. It doesn't matter if you're hungry. Doesn't he eat himself? Lin Fei listened to his righteous and domineering words. Well, he was indeed a selfish and indifferent brother. Ji Liu was still aggrieved and angry. Why me? Why should my father take care of him? My father only takes care of me. Lin Fei had no choice but to touch his head again. Feeling his movements, Ji Liu felt even more aggrieved in an instant. You too, you are still reading with Zhang Shenxi? I saw it all. She took your book, and you actually showed her your book? You are not allowed to show your book to others. Lin Fei felt that he was full of anger like a small balloon. Ji Liu was aggrieved. It's still half a day, and it's time to go to bed after lunch later. Won't you also sleep together then? Probably not. Lin Fei guessed. I can't sleep, then. My uncle and your uncle will let him sleep with me instead of sleeping by ourselves. This is quite possible, Lin Fei said. Ji Liu felt that he was about to explode. He turned to look at Lin Fei with tears streaming down his face. He looked soft and pitiful, but his words were not so deceitful. Can I drive him away, Lin Fei? Lin Fei insisted. No, but I don't want my dad to take care of him. Lin Fei looked at him looking like he was about to cry again, thought for a while, and said to him, then I will take care of him, so your father won't have to take care of him. Ji Liu? What's the meaning? As long as he has a passion and doesn't bother your father and my father can both sleep and don't have to take care of him. Ji Liu's little brain turned quickly, and he quickly came up with an idea. I see. He looked at Lin Fei. I have a solution. Lin Fei nodded. You can't drive people away. I know. Ji Liu pouted. You can't bully him either. I didn't want to do anything bad. Ji Liu said helplessly. He's about to cry. My dad and your dad have to coax him, and we have to take care of him. Ji Liu said. She puffed up her cheeks, looking reluctant. I don't want it yet. Lin Fei touched his head. Good boy, Ji. Liu turned around, showing a bit of cunning, then suddenly turned to look at Lin Fei, remembered something and emphasized, don't sit so close to Zheng Shanxi, Lin Fei. Lin Fei silently took it back and put it on Ji Liu's head. Sooner or later, he will ask Ji Liu to write down these prohibitions one by one, and see how thick he can write. Ji Liu had an idea, so he didn't delay any longer. He found a new t-shirt to change into, and put on his coat again, so as to prove that he had indeed changed clothes. He took Lin Fei out of the house, and greeted the camera brother. I've changed it, okay? The camera brother smiled, pointed the mirror at him, and gave him a close-up. Ji Liu bent his eyes and smiled, and the moment was so sweet that the heart of Yun's father and mother trembled again in the live broadcast. So cute, the little fish is so cute. Xiaoyu is so sweet, every time I see him, I feel healed. Me too, I've never seen a baby whose smile is sweeter than Xiaoyu's. Xiaoyu is so sweet, and Mr. Ji's genes are too good. King is not bad, Fei is handsome and smart. This t-shirt is pretty good looking, but my baby fish looks good on anything. How Xiaoyu, why is he still holding Fei's hand? Xiaoyu, you are too clingy to brother. Well, now that I think of Xiaoyu's expression when he saw Fei and Shanshan sitting together reading a book just after he got up, I still want to laugh. It's so funny. Xiaoyu, pupil earthquake! Exclamation mark. Faith collapsed! Exclamation mark. Brother, why do you have someone else by your side? Ha. So I immediately pursed my lips to look for my brother. Also dragged my brother away, cover face. Shanshan looks confused. Laughing. Xiaoyu is too obvious. Give me a brother who is not like this, I will also control, dog. Then, it's not Xiaoyu's fault for controlling brother, it's just that brother is too good. I often want to steal Xiaoyu and Fei. After Ji Liu greeted the camera, he took Lin Fei and ran to Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao were washing the vegetables. Seeing them passing by now, they smiled and said, I'm awake, Ji. Li Fish point. Are you hungry? Lin Luoqing asked him. Have some breakfast now, and lunch later, now. Ji Liu said obediently. Lin Luo counted and signaled Ji Yuxiao to serve him egg custard. Ji Yuxiao washed his hands, dried them with a towel, and then went to serve him egg custard and buns that had been warming in the pot. Here. He put the food on the dining table. Eat slowly, and let me know when you're done, Ji. Li nodded and hugged him. Dad, I'm having a nightmare, Ji. Yuxiao was surprised. What nightmare? There are wolves who want to eat me. Ji Liu felt aggrieved. I ran, and even fell. It hurts, Ji. Yuxiao laughed, thinking he was so cute, and would be frightened by this dream. He rubbed Ji Liu's hair. No, it's all fake in the dream. I'll go back in a few days, and I'll take you to the zoo to see the little wolf, Ji. Liu nodded, and coquettishly said to him again, then kissed me. I was crying in my dream, he said aggrievedly. I can't even find you. Seeing this, Ji Yuxiao simply sat down and hugged him, kissed him on the forehead. Be good, don't be afraid, Dad will protect you. He took a spoonful of steamed eggs and fed them into Ji Liu's mouth. Here, Ji. Liu ate happily, and did not forget to express his heartfelt heart to him. Dad, I like you the most, Ji. Yuxiao smiled. Father also likes you the most. After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and looked up, only to see Lin Fei's hang standing aside Ji Yuxiao. Exclamation mark. Ji Yuxiao quickly added, with your brother, Lin Fei. Why don't Fei sit down? You sit too, Fei. Ji Yuxiao said, put Ji Liu down quickly, walked up to Lin Fei, kissed him on the forehead, and hugged Lin Fei to the chair. Here. He took a bun and fed it to Lin Fei's mouth. Fei, do you want another bun, Lin Fei? Lin Fei somehow felt like laughing. He didn't eat, but reached out and took the bun from Ji Yuxiao's hand. Only then did Ji Yuxiao heave a sigh of relief, but fortunately, the water delivery was successful. Then, you and Xiaoyu have to eat first, and I'll help you, Dad. Ji Yuxiao said softly. Lin Fei point. Ji Yuxiao quickly turned around, quickly returned to the kitchen, and stood beside Lin Luoqing. He was finally relieved and couldn't help but patted his chest. Fortunately, he was smart, otherwise he might not be able to go back here today. What's wrong? Lin Luoqing looked at him. Ji Yuxiao sighed, and said with deep emotion, Duan Shui is really a very deep skill. Inadvertently, the water almost spilled. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. Netizens in the live broadcast room laughed. Mr. G, you can't do it. Mr. G almost overturned his car. When Mr. G looked up and saw Fifi, it was almost as if the falsehood was written on his face. We still have to feed Fifi buns. Ha. Have we eaten breakfast for Fifi? You still have to kiss and hug each other. Mr. G is really working hard to serve the water. Not bad. If you have 2 children, take a look here. This is the correct way to raise children. I feel like I'm going to be amused by Mr. G. Fifi also picks up Mr. G's steamed stuffed bun, which is really cool. Lin Fei looked at the steamed stuffed bun in his hand, slowly broke it off a little, and raised his hand to feed it to Ji Liu's mouth. Ji Liu opened his mouth to eat, and said to him, You eat, I'm not hungry yet. Lin Fei said calmly while talking. He broke off another piece and fed it to Ji Liu's mouth for the first time. Seeing that he didn't want to eat, Ji Liu happily accepted his feeding. Thank you, brother. Yet, Lin Fei continued to feed him, just feeding and feeding. The netizens in the live broadcast room found a problem. Why does this scene look so familiar to me? Hold. The same goes for feeding fish in my park. That's how I broke the steamed buns. Can steamed buns be fed to fish? I broke the bag like this. Laughing to death, really feed the fish. Little fish and little fish are not just fish. Fifi feeds the fish, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. The key little fish is still eating very well. Cover face. Fifi also looks very natural. Cover face. It's really cute. Fifi really likes Xiaoyu the most, and he will obviously spoil a lot with him. After all, the tyrant is in charge of the younger brother. Lin Fei fed Ji Liu for a while, finished feeding the buns in his hand, and waited for Ji Liu, who was slowly eating egg custard, until he finished eating, and then went to read with him at 12 o'clock. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao serve the children on time. They also cook rice, just because there are more babies today, and the dishes made by Lin Luoqing are relatively less spicy. Except for the spicy chicken dice that Ji Yuxiao hand-picked, the others are mainly light and sweet and sour. Tang Jail and the others had eaten his cooking before, and always thought his cooking was delicious, and now they kept nodding, saying while eating, Uncle Lin, your cooking is much better than my mother's. Lin Luoqing smiled. Then you eat more, he said. Tang Jail sandwiched his favorite sweet and sour ridge. Tang Jail smiled instantly, his brows blinded, his eyes wide open. For one meal, the babies ate a lot. Tang Jail even added half a bowl of rice, and didn't put down the bowl until the end of the meal. Lin Luoqing laughed, thinking that he was quite cute. When you have the chance next time, come to us for dinner. Yeah, thank you, Uncle Lin, you're welcome. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she cleaned up the dishes, went to the kitchen with Ji Yuxiao to wash the dishes, and let the little ones play by themselves. Ji Liu's house, picked up a branch from the yard, shook the branch and said to them, Let's play hopscotch, okay. Tang Jail did not hesitate. Ji Liu lowered his head and began to draw on the ground. Yang Wenjing leaned over curiously, looked at the pattern he drew, and asked him how to do it. Ji Liu was very enthusiastic. She explained how to play, and she was still drawing, so she took the initiative to demonstrate it again. Yang Wenjing was really interested. I want to play too, then. Let's start with Xiaoya. Ji Liu smiled. She is the youngest, let her come first. Cheng Huaya looked at him in a daze as he walked over. A small stone was stuffed into his hand. Ji Liu talked to her about the rules of the game, held her hand, and threw the stone, which happened to land on the first square. Great. Ji Liu applauded. Now you can jump, hop on one leg. Cheng Huaya nodded, jumped over, and stepped on the line. Tang Jail laughed. Xiaoya, you step on the line, you have to wait for the next round. Cheng Huaya pouted, stepped back from the grid, and stood aside to wait. Yang Wenjing walked over, picked up the stone, eager to try. It's not me? Yes. Ji Liu said. Yang Wenjing looked at the grid in front of her and threw down the stone lightly. Sure enough, she was in the middle of the first grid. She happily jumped towards the second grid with one leg, but stood still when she jumped to the seventh grid. Hit the ground and was forced to play. Seeing that they were all playing, Zhang Shanxi followed suit in an instant. Everyone was mobilized. Ji Liu took control of playing once, and handed the stone to Lin Fei. It's up to you, Lin Fei. Lin Feijing hasn't played hopscotch for a long time. The reason is very simple, he can basically pass the level easily now. Not only him, but also Ji Liu. No matter how difficult it is, only this game was played by Ji Liu. So Lin Fei stood in front of the grid in a calm manner. After Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao finished washing the dishes, they saw Lin Fei hopscotch in the sun. Lin Luoqing was surprised. Fei would play this kind of game with them. Kids, who can resist the temptation of playing games? Ji Yuxiao said. He walked over with him in his arms. Lin Fei was about to skip the fourth frame and made a mistake on purpose, but when he turned his head, he saw Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao walking towards them. Go ahead. Lin Luoqing smiled. I'll see how you're doing, Lin Fei. Lin Fei silently threw the stone to the fifth square. He hopped very steadily on one foot, and even bending over to pick up the lattice stones when he came back did not affect his stability in the slightest. After Lin Fei jumped to the fifth square, seeing that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao were still there, he could only continue to jump silently. He just finished dancing all the grids while Tang Jiao was stunned, and turned his head to look at Lin Luoqing calmly. Netizens looked at it in surprise and said in disbelief, Yi Fei just cleared the level like this? Fuck. This is so easy to crush? Ho ha. Look at Lei's expression. She laughed to death. She was stunned by a vivid performance. Lei, I was shocked at the time. As expected of Mr. Ji's son, he is very demeanor of Mr. Ji. Then how does Xiaoyu explain? Covering face, Xiaoyu is still young? He is still a younger brother, so naturally he is not as good as his elder brother. Xiaoyu is also very good at jumping to 3. Fei is really good at studying and playing games, is not inferior at all. Morality, intelligence, physique, beauty and labor are all outstanding. Very well, we are the only 3 good students today. Who is against it? If people object, it is not an award. Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei's calm and disapproving expression, and said in surprise, Fei, you are so amazing. Ji Yuxiao also nodded, and asked him, have you played before? I played with Xiaoyu before. How far did the little fish jump? 3. Tang Jiao helped Ji Liu answer, he should jump 4. Ji Liu. Ji Yuxiao laughed, you can't do it, Xiaoyu. You have to learn from Fei. You can see that Fei can finish the dance. Why do you only get to 3? Ji Liu. He can obviously finish the dance too, okay? Exclamation mark. He just wants to make these children feel more involved, otherwise he will finish some dances in minutes. What if these children feel too far away and don't want to play? Exclamation mark. Ji Liu puffed up her cheeks, I'm also very good, that's true. It's not bad to be able to jump to the 3rd frame. Come on, Ji Yuxiao said softly. Lin Luoqing saw that they were playing lively, and she felt a little itchy, so she asked Lin Fei for a stone so that she could play for a while. After all, he still remembered this game as a kid, so he had a good time with Ji Yuxiao, so he returned the stone to Lin Fei. You guys keep playing, your father and I will go and have a rest. Yes. Lin Fei nodded, then remember to come back to bed after you have played enough. Yes. Lin Fei agreed. However, after agreeing to do so, until Lin Luoqing was sleepy and ready to sleep, these children were still hopscotch outside. As he walked, he saw Tang Jiao jumping around on the grid, and Ji Liu standing beside Lin Fei, talking to him. Go to sleep. Lin Luoqing walked to them. Aren't you sleepy? Tang Jiao shook his head. Not sleepy. The other children are also addicted to playing. They all want to take the 2nd place, and they don't want to sleep at all. Dad, go to bed first. Ji Liu walked to him, with a sweet voice. You and father go to bed first. My brother and I will watch them, and when they are sleepy, we will sleep together. Is it okay? Lin Luoqing was reluctant. You and Fei are still children. Yes. Ji Liu nodded. When you and your father are away, my brother always looks at me, and I look at my brother. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Fei. Lin Fei could only nod his head slightly. Yes, Lin Luoqing still trusts Lin Fei a lot. He is obviously mature too much, and he is very subtle and sensitive in many things. He can watch Ji Liu, so these ordinary children should be no problem said. There are so many cameras and directors following the filming, and they are in their own yard, so nothing should happen, okay. Lin Luoqing smiled, then leave it to you two, and your father and I will go to sleep for a while, okay. Ji Liu said happily. Lin Luoqing rubbed the heads of the two of them, and walked back seeing that the plan was successful. Ji Liu glanced at Lin Fei proudly. Lin Fei. Okay, just let him drive. However, within 20 minutes of Ji Liu's driving, Yang Wenjing fell in the process of hopscotch, and immediately drooped her brows and eyes, looking like she was about to cry. Ji Liu was afraid that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao would be woken up by her crying. Not only would she not be able to sleep, but she would have to come to coax her, so she rushed forward, pulled Yang Wenjing up and began to coax her. Everything, brother, take a look. He helped Yang Wenjing wipe off the dust on her pants, and then looked at her hands. Fortunately, there were broken skin. Don't cry. He looked at Yang Wenjing with a warm and soft tone. Crying doesn't look good. Be a brave little princess, that's the only way to be beautiful. Yang Wenjing loves beauty so much, she didn't cry for a moment when she heard the words, but nodded seriously. Yeah, come on, let's wash our hands. Ji Liu pulled her towards the faucet. Yun's parents in the live broadcast room were filled with relief. Xiaoi was too sensible, too good at taking care of others. Xiaoi was pampered by Fei every day, and I almost forget that Xiaoi was his elder brother before everyone else. But why is Xiaoi suddenly so nice to Jingjing? Before Jingjing came to play with him, he said he had something to do and ran away. Because I just promised King to watch Jingjing and them. I also think that I don't want to wake up King and President Ji, since Li saw that Jingjing was about to cry, so he immediately went over to coax her. Ho ha ho ho, let Xiaoyu let the fathers go to sleep. Are you here to take care of the cubs? Cover your face, and his capable brother, good guy, take the cubs. Let's put the nesting dolls here. Returning Matryoshka, slant eyes, ho ha ho 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 ha ho, so cute. Fei is really too cute. And it's really provincial and sensible, and its names are envious of King and President Ji. Father is sleeping, cubs are taking care of the cubs. I expected this direction. It's fun, ho ha ho ha. Ji Liu helped Yang Wenjing wash her hands, went back to the hopscotch place with her, and continued to watch them play. After playing for a while, Cheng Huai rubbed her eyes and said softly, I'm sleepy, I want to sleep. Ji Liu! Exclamation mark. How did she get sleepy so quickly? Ji Liu entered the alert state for the first time hearing what Cheng Huai said. Zhang Shanxi also looked at Lin Fei and Ji Liu. I'm sleepy too. Then I'll sleep too. Yang Wenjing said obediently. Ji Liu. Ji Liu's mind was spinning quickly. But our bed is too small to sleep the six of us. Which one of you has a better bed? Tang Jiao immediately raised her hand. We have a bed. Then let's go to sleep. Tang Jiao nodded. Okay, then I'll go to Dad and write a note. Lin Fei looked down at Ji Liu. Ji Liu nodded. Lin Fei entered the room, tore a page from his notebook, and wrote that they went to Tang Jiao. Grab the tape and apply it to your bedroom door. After finishing all this, he returned to the courtyard and went to Tang Jiao with Ji Liu and the others. Tang Jiao's bed was indeed very big, like a kang, and at first glance, it could hold more than 6 of their children. Not very much, Tang Jiao said proudly. After speaking, he took off his shoes and climbed up, enthusiastically said, come up, Lin. Fei watched the other people climb up in a swarm, and said helplessly, Cheng Huai sleeps the most. Yang Wenjing sleeps next to Cheng Huai, and Zhang Shanxi next to Yang Wenjing. Oh. Cheng Huai and Yang Wenjing, the 2 young girls, immediately walked obediently to their seats. Zhang Shanxi also sat down beside Yang Wenjing. Lin Fei put a quilt beside her, turned to look at Tang Jiao. You sleep on the side of the quilt. Tang Jiao nodded, and lay down comfortably. Ji Liu took the initiative to touch Tang Jiao. He would never let Lin Fei touch anyone else. Of course, Lin Fei knew about his bad habit and took the initiative to sleep on the edge. Seeing this, netizens couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected, just fine. Although Tang Jiao is the most talented, I always feel that this group of children is very talented and old. Ho ha ho ho. Fifina doesn't usually play with him, but it's obvious that this group of cubs are willing to listen to him. The main reason is that the arrangement is really good. Xiaoyu is the youngest, so she can sleep in bed so that she won't fall out of bed. Be kind, and it's good to have a small quilt between Lele and Lele, so that even if the 2 of you turn over nor will they meet together. Furthermore, Fei Fei arranged herself on the far side, so that no one but him would fall off the bed. Fei Fei is really smart, delicate, and good at taking care of others. She is really someone else's child. Fei Fei is a baby, so she is so considerate of others. She is really gentle and kind. We Fei really fulfilled our father's promise very well. We are really obedient and sensible children. I'm so envious. I'm satisfied with just one child like this, but King and President Ji still have 2 more. Strongly urge King and Mr. Ji to wake up and reward our non-fish babies. After this, we will bring the cubs, little assistant. With the 2 of them, King and Mr. Ji don't need to bring cubs. Ha ha ha. Remembering how King won the lottery yesterday, I was still worried that I couldn't take it well, but in the end I didn't need him to take it at all. Cover face. Ha 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 Fiu. Professional babysitting, you deserve it. Chapter 332. It was almost 4 o'clock when Lin Luoqing woke up. He sat up in a daze, and after a while, he remembered the 6 children he needed to take care of today. They're not hopscotching now, are they? Lin Luoqing thought of this, lifted the bed, and was about to go out, but just as he opened the door, he saw the small note pasted on the bedroom door. Let's go to Tang Jail's house to sleep for a while. Their bed is relatively big. Lin Luoqing peeled off the note, and asked the director who followed him, are they at Lilijia? The director nodded. I'm asleep. Lin Luoqing lowered his head and checked the note in his hand again, and couldn't help laughing. I'm a kid. I know that the bed at home is not big enough to sleep them, so I went to sleep in a big bed. I think they don't want to disturb you and teacher Ji's sleep. The director whispered. Jinjing fell down, scared Xiaoyu, and ran to comfort her, lest she wake up crying and wake you up. Lin Luoqing was surprised. Ji Liu coaxed people. Could he be coaxing people? Is this his demon baby Ji Liu? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing couldn't help laughing again. Sure enough, the little devil also has the side of a little angel. So cute. Understood. Thank you. You're welcome. As soon as Lin Luoqing finished speaking, Ji Yuxiao also woke up at noon and afternoon nap. Everyone slept with their clothes on. They only took off their coats and did not change into pajamas, so Ji Yuxiao lifted the bed directly. Wake up. Lin Luoqing turned to him. Ji Yuxiao lowered his head and kissed him on the cheek without hesitation. Yes, the passionate fans of the live broadcast screamed instantly. Fuck, Mr. Ji, why did you kiss me as soon as you woke up? As soon as I wake up, I find that my wife is not around, so don't kiss. So sweet, so sweet. I really like passionate kisses. Who doesn't like it? Mr. Ji continues to kiss. Press on the wall to kiss. Ho ha ho ho. Press the text on the wall. It's late but it's here. Lin Luoqing was caught off guard by his kiss, and glanced back at him, only to see that Ji Yuxiao's hair was a little messy just after waking up. On the contrary, he didn't seem so mature like this, and he felt more and less emotional, so that Lin Luoqing couldn't help but reach out and rubbed his hair. Ji Yuxiao, the barrage laughed loudly. Does it look like a dog? A big dog? Touch along the hair. Woo woo woo. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's so cute. Mr. Ji, standing like this and stroking the hair and touching a really large dog. Cover your face. I really want to touch, but Mr. Ji will definitely not let touch. Mr. Ji, is your wife? Don't get rough. Ho ha ho ho. This is Mr. Ji. Lin Luoqing touched for a while, picked up Lin Fei's note, and showed it in front of Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao glanced down and said with a smile, good guy, I think your bed is too small. It doesn't seem like our bed can sleep so many children. He glanced back at the bed in the bedroom and asked curiously, so are they awake now? Lin Luoqing shook her head. No, aren't you free now? Lin Luoqing thought about it, and asked him with great interest, do you want to go out for a walk? Their house is built against the mountain, and there is a long mountain road behind. A villager in the front enthusiastically told him that there is an apple tree planted by someone who doesn't know when, and everyone on the road can pick it. Sometimes they are hungry on the road. I will pick an apple to satisfy my hunger. This place is rich in apples, pears and other fruits, so apples are not a rare thing here. This unowned apple tree has always been lonely. Sometimes there is no way for people to walk, and its apples fall all over the ground, and no one finds it. Lin Luoqing thought that everyone else had gone into the mountains to pick wild fruits and vegetables, and she wanted to feel it too, so she decided to look for this unowned apple tree. Ji Yuxiao agreed without hesitation. Anyway, the children are sleeping now, and we have nothing to do, so let's go for a walk. He took his and Lin Luoqing's coats, handed Lin Luoqing's coats to him, put on the coats himself, and went out with Lin Luoqing. The sun was shining brightly, and it shone warmly on Lin Luoqing's body. Lin Luoqing stretched her waist, squinting her eyes like a cat, with a hint of intoxication. Ji Yu laughed and couldn't help laughing. He put his arms around Lin Luoqing's shoulders, pulled him into his arms, and kissed him on the forehead. Involuntarily Lin Luoqing cast a disgusted look at him, and walked forward with him. As he walked, Ji Yuxiao let go of his arms around his shoulders again, and took the initiative to hold his hand. Lin Luoqing looked back at him, and saw Ji Yuxiao smiling lightly, with a tenderness in his eyes flowing silently. It's rare for them to have half a day's free time to steal their lives. They don't take care of their children, and they don't complete the tasks of the program group. It's just the two of them, and they only need to do what they want to do. Lin Luoqing suddenly felt happy. He obviously had nothing to be happy about, but he was happy. You carry it on your back, he said to Ji Yuxiao. Okay. Ji Yuxiao didn't hesitate. He walked up to Lin Luoqing and bent down. Lin Luoqing lay on her stomach, hugging his neck, feeling the warmth of the sun, only felt that the sky was clear and everything was fine. Let me sing you a song. He leaned into Ji Yuxiao's ear and said. Ji Yuxiao heard his words and turned to him. You're in such a good mood. Lin Luoqing smiled. Yes, well, then you can sing. Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. Lin Luoqing lay beside his ear and sang softly into his ear. He sang in a low voice, as if he was afraid that other people would hear it. The wind passed by his side, and he didn't have the nerve to take away his singing, leaving only the scorching sun, which evaporated his singing and dissipated between heaven and earth. The audience in the live broadcast room put a smile on their faces. It's true that the period of passionate love never ends. Once Fifa Izaianweu is away, they will start to be sweet again. What is singing clear and clear? Louder, let us too. It's so sweet. It has inexplicably changed from a parent-child show to a romance show. I really hope that when I fall in love in the future, I can maintain the sweetness of love with my boyfriend all the time. Passion is really like a fairy couple. No matter before the official announcement or after the official announcement, before or after marriage, they are always full of love, which is so enviable. Woo! I believe in love again. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao were about to go up the mountain to pick apples, and Cheng Huai slowly opened her eyes and woke up on Tang Jiao's bed not far away. She wanted to go to the bathroom a little bit, so she sat up slowly, only to see that everyone else was sleeping. Cheng Huai blinked, feeling embarrassed to wake up her older brothers and sisters. Yu stood up, and carefully stepped on her short legs, preparing for the bed. When she walked to the bed, she didn't pay attention and stepped on Lin Fei's leg. Cheng Huai immediately put away her short legs in fright, and her eyes widened a lot. Lin Fei frowned slightly, opened his eyes, and saw Cheng Huai staring at him nervously and guiltily. I'm sorry. Cheng Huai whispered, seeing her looking like she was about to go to bed. Lin Fei sat up and asked her, where are you going? Go to the toilet. Cheng Huai whispered. Lin Fei nodded, opened the bed, put on her shoes, and went to the bathroom with her. He stood at the door of the toilet and waited for a while, and Cheng Huai came out after using the toilet. Wash your hands, Lin Fei reminded her. Cheng Huai obediently said oh, walked to the faucet, washed her hands, and spread her little hands to him. Go back, Lin Fei told her. Cheng Huai nodded and followed him into the house. When walking in the mirror, she habitually glanced at the mirror, and then froze for a second, standing in front of the mirror and pursing her mouth aggrievedly. In the mirror, her braids were no longer as they were before going to bed. Neat, but hairy and frizzy. Suddenly, Cheng Huai found that the little flower on her head before going to bed was gone. Now she stroked her hair in surprise, turned to Lin Fei, and said in a panic, Hua is gone. It should be on your pillow. Lin Fei said calmly. Cheng Huai immediately ran back to the room, took off her shoes again, and went to bed to search. Yang Wenjing felt her movement, opened her eyes, and muttered, what are you doing? The flower is gone. Cheng Huai whispered, the one on the head just now. Yang Wenjing rubbed her eyes and sat up, but found that her other hand seemed to be pressing down on something. She raised her hand, but it was the little wild flower that Cheng Huai pinned in her hair. Yang Wenjing handed the little wild flower out with a guilty conscience, and asked her in a good voice, I'll pick a better one for you later, okay? Cheng Huai answered sadly, nodded, but didn't cry. After a while, everyone woke up one after another, and Ji Liu was the last to wake up. If Lin Fei had called him, he would have fallen asleep right now, completely forgetting that he had to take care of the cubs today. The braids of the three little girls were a little frizzy after sleeping, and they all wanted to go back to Lin Luoqing to rebraid their braids. Lin Fei heard this, turned around and asked and took pictures of himself. Dad, are they awake? Woke up? The camera brother replied, no, they went out after waking up, and now I don't know if they're back. It's okay, we can wait for Uncle Lin to come back. Zheng Shanxi said, seeing that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao had gone out, and Zheng Shanxi and the others couldn't let Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao take care of them when they went back. Ji Liu nodded reluctantly. Then let's go back. He already had a new plan in mind. A child quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and went out. Yang Wenjing was thinking that she had crushed Cheng Huai's flowers, so she picked a lot of small wildflowers by the roadside all the way, and kept some for herself. They pushed open the door of Lin Luoqing's house and entered the yard. Cheng Huai called Uncle Lin, but no one responded. Didn't come back. Ji Liu said, wait for them. Let's play a game. Tang Jia laughed at them. Play eagle catch chicks. Eagle, catch you. Lin Fei refused. He didn't want to play such a childish game. Seeing that Lin Fei was unwilling, Ji Liu took the initiative and said, let's read. He said, your parents are coming back soon, and if they see you at the school, they will definitely be pleasantly surprised, and maybe they will reward you. Did it bring any books? Cheng Huai said in a milky voice. I have it. I can lend it to you. I don't want to read. Yang Wenjing frowned. Tang Jiao hurriedly nodded in agreement. I don't want to either. Then let's teach you to recite poems. Ji Liu said, when your parents come back later, if you recite them to them, they will definitely think you are so obedient. You are really his good babies, and they will like you even more at that time. Fuck, I didn't expect Xiaoyu to roll up first this time. The netizen was surprised. No little fish can say, it's really his good baby. I will like you more when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu is good at speaking. What he said is well founded. If you want a child, he is the one. Okay. Yang Wenjing agreed. Seeing that she agreed, Cheng Huai immediately shouted, okay, Tang Jiao? No. Why are you getting better so quickly? Is reciting poems more troublesome than books? Why are you so stupid? Tang Jiao looked at Yang Wenjing, Cheng Huai and Zheng Shanxi, who had already followed Ji Liu towards the house. They couldn't move their legs no matter what. Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huai were fine. Zheng Shanxi, why do you want to recite poems? Is reciting poetry so much fun? Scumbag. Tang Jiao felt confused. Ji Liu saw that everyone had entered the house, but he was standing in the yard, and hurried over to catch him. Brother Jiao, you are the biggest among them, so you have to study hard. Brothers and sisters are all in the book. You can't be lazy. Tang Jiao, well, he just wants to be lazy. Kak. Ji Liu took out 2 books and wrote to him, which one do you like? You can choose, but he only wanted to pick the eagle to catch the chick, otherwise I would too. Tang Jiao was crying silently in his heart. Why did you come out to play and ask for books? Didn't he learn it when he stepped forward? Why study? When is this size? Tang Jiao felt that he was so miserable, so miserable. The audience in the live broadcast room saw his frowning expression, and saw Ji Liu, who was standing in front of him, laughing at Yan Yan, and stopped laughing. Ho ha ho ho. Lele, mask of pain. JPG. Going to Lele is like going to work every day. Didn't you just go to work yesterday? Why today? I didn't expect that Xiaoyu would take the initiative to let others learn. I laughed so hard. I'm usually a small fish, but now I'm a small fish. Lele, ha ha ha. Xiaoyu, can you feel your brother's mood now? Then Lele can feel Xiaoyu's mood better. Cover face. It's okay, Lele. Xiaoyu is also for your own good, so let's study hard. Lele, roll it up and roll it up. I just liked the scene of this large meal fun you roll. Lele, how about a cabbage? It's both rolled in vegetable. Kak. Ha 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 ha. Don't cry. Let's grab a younger sister to study with you. Then get a younger brother for Lele. Then sponsor a sister in friendship. Sister, brother and sister are all here. How can brother be missing? Go grab it now. Then, a new round of cub catching competition started again, and the young students who were playing games on TV had no idea that the danger was approaching them quietly. Chapter 333. When Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao returned home after picking the apples, they found that Lin Fei and Ji Liu had brought the other 4 babies back. Not only did they come back, but everyone was also doing their own learning. Those who read quietly and Lin Fei wrote books in the house, and those who didn't want to read, and Ji Liu recited poems on the small bench outside the house. Ji Liu is afraid that those who are too difficult are unwilling to memorize, so he chooses relatively simple poems that he has memorized. He gave Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huai must recite ancient poems in primary and secondary schools, and he recited a sentence himself, and asked them to read a sentence according to the book, by Yishan is the end. Ji Liu turned his back. Cheng Huai and Yang Wenjing wrote a book, The End of Bai Mountain. The Yellow River flows into the sea. The Yellow River flows into the sea. Suddenly, Yang Wenjing arrived at Lin Luoqing, and immediately shouted with bright eyes, Uncle Lin. Lin Luoqing smiled and walked towards them. I woke up, yes. Yang Wenjing nodded. When I wake up, I start reciting poems. How cute. After all, Yang Wenjing was still a child, and after being praised like this, she immediately became happy. Brother Xiaoyu said that when we finish memorizing it, we can recite it for Mom and Dad. That's right. When the time comes, Mom and Dad will definitely think how awesome it is, and think that it's really a cute and sensible baby. Yang Wenjing smiled with her eyes bent. She smiled, and suddenly remembered something. She held her braid and said to Lin Luo, Uncle Lin, I fell asleep, and my braid fell apart when I fell asleep. It's okay, Uncle has a new braid. Lin Luoqing said with a good temper. Yes. Yang Wenjing nodded happily. Looking forward to him, Lin Luoqing asked Ji Yuxiao to wash the apples, while he went into the room to get a stool. As soon as he walked in, Lin Fei, Zheng Shanxi, and Tang Jiao were sitting on the sofa and reading. It's just that Lin Fei sat on the side sofa, while Zheng Shanxi and Tang Jiao sat on the front sofa. Seeing him coming in, both Zheng Shanxi and Tang Jiao raised their heads towards him. Lin Luoqing smiled at them. Book, you're so cute. Tang Jiao, whoa, he doesn't want to be so obedient at all. Xiangchen, do you want to braid your hair again? Lin Luoqing asked Zheng Shanxi on his own initiative. Zheng Shanxi nodded. Then, wait for a while. Lin Luoqing took a stool and said, when I finish weaving for Jing Jing, I will do it, okay. Zheng Shanxi said softly. Lin Luoqing just took the stool out, sat behind Yang Wenjing herself, and started braiding his hair. When Yang Wenjing finished making it up, he made a new one for Cheng Huai, including the newly picked flowers. The two little girls touched their braids happily, and they were very happy. They rejoiced for a long time before continuing to recite poems with Ji Liu. After Lin Luoqing finished braiding for them, she went in to braid Zheng Shanxi's new hair. Tang Jiao kept looking at the pigtail curiously, being caught by him. Zheng Shanxi was embarrassed, and took the initiative to enter his bedroom with Lin Luoqing, and asked him to braid his hair in the bedroom. Tang Jiao didn't expect to leave all of a sudden. He wished he could leave with him, and asked Lin Luoqing to braid his hair. He touched his own hair. Woo, it would be great if he had long hair. You can go out and braid your hair instead of a book. Book? Keep reading. After Zheng Shanxi finished braiding his hair, he went back to the living room and continued to read. Seeing that they were all obedient, Lin Luoqing didn't bother them, and went to another room to talk to Ji Yuxiao. After all, Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huai were young, and after reciting two ancient poems, they didn't really want to continue reciting them. They coquettishly pointed at Ji Liu, saying that they could no longer recite them. Ji Liu's mind was spinning quickly. Then let's draw together, he said. I brought paper and pencils. Let's draw together, okay. The two little girls agreed happily. Compared to endorsing books, drawing is just like playing. Ji Liu went back to her room, took her notebook and stationery, went back to the living room with the two of you, sat on the sofa, and divided out the paper and pen one by one. Tang Jiao asked curiously, what are you guys doing? Painting. Cheng Huai said crisply. Tang Jiao immediately said, then let me draw too. He didn't want to read for a long time. In essence, Ji Liu just wanted them not to bother Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, and didn't really want them to study hard, so he generously sent him a piece of paper. He gave everyone a pencil, picked up the pen, and started drawing with them. Netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Don't say it, Xiaoyu is quite well prepared. Can it be insufficient? It's poetry and storytelling, and now it's even possible to draw stories? Xiangchen is holding the book in his hand. Xiangchen originally wanted to read the book that he had given in the morning, but Xiaoyu said it was not good, so he changed it to a story in his own words. There are many illustrations in it, and the paintings are very beautiful. Xiangchen was attracted immediately. Ha ha ha, little girls, they all love beauty. Oh my god, I never dreamed that I would go to a parent-child variety show to learn from a group of cubs. Cover my face, and it was initiated by Zeze himself. Zeze urged the remaining four to learn. Ha 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 ha, Xiao and Fei Fei are really different. Zijizay, babajiba. The main force of chick boy these days is already Zay Zay's turn. Cover face. If our children can have this awareness, that would be great. Or there's a Fei in our family who can take the lead in learning and lead the chicken baby, that would be great. The real name is envious of Shan Shan Li Li Jing Jing and Xiaoya, who can study face to face with Fei Yu and feel the atmosphere of learning, unlike my cub, who can only study with them through live broadcast. The most frightening thing is that after this episode is over, there will be no more live broadcasts. Leyu, don't remind me of this cruel fact. I beg King, let's start a live broadcast for the child, even if it's not for yourself, think about it for other children. King, the pressure is huge. It's a field I never thought of. Lin Luoqing cut up the apples, opened the curtain, and saw that they were either writing books or drawing pictures. The room was quiet, and every baby was very serious. He walked in with a sliced apple. Here, eat some fruit when you are tired, okay? Ji Liu agreed, thank you uncle. Yang Wenjing's grandma said angrily, no. Thanks. Lin Luoqing smiled and walked out without disturbing them. How about returning the book? Ji Yuxiao asked curiously. Lin Luoqing nodded. Ji Yuxiao walked over and took a look, and found that it was true. These kids are pretty studious. Yeah, Ping didn't come out and they are so eager to learn. It may be that one person doesn't have that kind of atmosphere, but when everyone is together, there is an atmosphere. It's also possible. Lin Luoqing thought about her little boy's study status. I like everyone to do homework together when I was young, but it's easy for us this way. Ji Yuxiao stretched out his arms to wrap his arms around him. That's right. I thought today would be very busy, but I didn't expect it to be much easier than expected. Thanks to our master Fei Fei and Xiao Yeshi. Ho ha ho ha. Yes. Ji Yuxiao said with a smile, when we grow up, it would be nice to be a teacher or a principal. Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Then I don't understand my son very well. The two of them don't want to be teachers or anything, they just want to be big bosses. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao were free, so they wanted to play hopscotch, which they hadn't finished playing at noon. Come. First, Ji Yuxiao picked up a stone and handed it to Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing threw it into his grid, raised one foot and started hopping. After all, he is an adult. Playing this kind of game is far easier to pass than a child. Lin Luoqing immediately increased the difficulty. Let's try 3 stones. It will be more difficult, okay? Ji Yuxiao agreed. He picked up 2 more pieces and handed them to Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing took them and started the game again. Netizens in the live broadcast room saw the two of them bouncing outside, and Ji Liu in the room was still conscientiously telling Cheng Huai how to draw this and that, and finally even helped Cheng Huai draw it. It's just that his paintings are really amazing. Cheng Huai was so upset that she turned to find the reliable brother Lin Fei, who accompanied her to the bathroom. Ji Liu was dissatisfied. Isn't my painting pretty good, Lin Fei? Yes, that's still painting, Lin Fei. Show the diversity of things, Ji Liu. The barrage laughed loudly. What a show of the diversity of things. It must have the art of speaking too. On fooling, we still have to blame. The main reason is that he has a calm face, and the fact is like this, which is really deceptive. Fei Fei is really cute. Not only does she not dislike the ugliness of her brother's paintings, but she is also willing to protect her brother's self-esteem. However, Fei Fei's painting is quite cute. Fei Fei is so cold, yet Huaho is actually quite cute. Cover face. This is called contrast cuteness. We must be such cute babies. So the current situation is that the 2 fathers who should bring the baby play outside, and the 2 cubs who shouldn't bring the baby in the house? Comma, what? Are you not satisfied? No dissatisfaction, just think it's a bit funny. Cover face. Who made us Feiyu so reliable? With Feiyu's baby carrying assistant, Dad doesn't bring his own baby anymore. Good guy, I bought it so well, it will be delivered to me tomorrow. Sorry, passion is exclusive, only this one, never for sale. Netizens laughed happily. Teng Zhiqi and the others, led by the host, went out of the mountain and walked back. I don't know if these children are naughty today. As for the 6 children, Master Lin and Master Ji, are enough, especially our Ji Lele, that skinny. I'm really worried that he will cause trouble for Master Lin. Jingjing doesn't know if she's crying or not. She loves to cry so much. And Xiaoya, Dad and I can still behave a little better. I don't know if I will be naughty today. Shanshan should be very good. Shanshan has always been very good. Parents came and went to discuss, not only worried about their children, but also worried that they would cause trouble for Lin Luoqing. I hope I didn't cause Master Lin any trouble. I'm afraid that when we enter, Master Lin will have 3 or 4 hanging on his body, saying that we are back. Ha ha ha. The 6 children are still so young, it's really worrying. That's true. If one child cries, a row of children should cry together. That scene, it's mind-boggling just thinking about it. It's a good thing I'm not the one bringing the baby today, otherwise I'm sure I won't be able to comfort you. But Master Lin is different. Master Lin has a good education, but what if Master Lin is used to taking care of his own obedient baby, and suddenly encounters us who are not so obedient? Will he be even more at a loss? This. Everyone became worried for a moment. Yes, Lin Fei and Ji Liu are so obedient, they don't take them at all. Unlike their group of little monkeys, they are all extremely mischievous, either. Let's make some more dishes that Master Lin and Master Ji love to eat tonight. They both worked hard, so it can be regarded as a little compensation for them. It is good. Everyone was talking, walking towards Lin Luoqing's house inexplicably nervous, for fear that they would cry before they reached Lin Luoqing's house. As a result, as soon as he pushed it away, Lin Luoqing jumped up and down on one leg with a smile on his face. Everyone? Question mark. Lin Luoqing saw them and said happily, "You are back, everyone?" Question mark. No, Master Lin, shouldn't you bring the cubs at this time? Where's the cub? The expression of other people makes me laugh so hard. The face is written all over. Where is the cub? Where's the cub? Why is there no cub around Master Lin? Laughing, on the way back, they also said that Kinking and Mr. Ji must have worked hard, and they said that they should do something better, and reward Kinking and Mr. Ji. I also imagined that as soon as I pushed away, Kinking had several cubs hanging on her body, frowning. I was afraid that before I got there, I would cry first. As a result, Kinking happily hopscotched with a smile on his face, even more relaxed than Ping. That's, after all, it's not the two of them who really take care of the cubs. Funny. So, what about cubs? All the parents were puzzled. Master Lin, you've worked hard. Tang Ziqi was the first to speak and walked towards Lin Luoqing. It's not hard. Lin Luoqing said with a smile, our children have houses and books. Let's go in. They are serious, parents? Exclamation mark. What are their children doing? Book? Exclamation mark. Tang Ziqi was shocked. You mean my son, Cheng? Huai's mother was also surprised, and my daughter, and quiet, Lin Luoqing nodded, but the 3 of them have changed to painting now, and they are still painting, parents. Is this really the cub in their family who can't be quiet? Exclamation mark. Master Lin didn't take advantage of us not to secretly change cubs, did he? Let's go. Lin Luoqing took the initiative. I'll take them in and find them. Don't worry. Tang Ziqi stopped him quickly. If it is about painting, then he is not in a hurry. It's rare for our little monkey to calm down, so how can I disturb the child's creation? Let him continue painting. Just pretend that I haven't come back. That's right. You can't disturb the children's study. Leave the satisfaction of knowledge to the children, and leave the emptiness of fun to myself. What is Master Lin doing? I'm with you. Yang Wenjing's mother immediately pulled her father-in-law over. Chapter 334. It wasn't until Ji Liu, out of selfishness, that he didn't want Lin Fei to accompany Cheng Huai to the bathroom and went out with her by himself, did he find in surprise that Cheng Huai's parents had come back. Not only back, but also hopscotch with Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao. Ji Liu. Cheng Huai shouted mom in surprise, and ran over happily. Cheng Huai's mother hugged her and smiled. Is Huai good? Good boy. Cheng Huai said obediently. I'm reciting poems, 2 of them. She began to recite it as she spoke, and Cheng Huai's parents were surprised and happy in an instant, hugging their daughter and kissing her several times. Baby is so amazing, so good. Cheng Huai smiled and hugged her mother tightly. Tang Jail's ears were sharp, and Cheng Huai's mother asked immediately, are our parents back? As he said that, he put down his pen and went out, and sure enough, he saw his parents, Mom and Dad, come back. Other children also called Mom and ran to their parents. Yang Wenjing loves beauty. As soon as she saw her parents, she couldn't wait to show off her new hairstyle. Uncle Lin helped me weave it. There are flowers and tweeds. It looks so good, Yang. Wenjing's mother couldn't help but sighed. Really? I'll let my mother learn it some other day. Jing, you look pretty with this braid, Yang. Wenjing kept nodding her head happily. Jiang Shan's and Cheng Huai's parents also found that their daughters had new hairstyles, and they all had small wildflowers in different places, but they all looked good. Mr. Lin, you know how to braid your child's hair. It's amazing. This braid looks really good too. Mr. Lin, you are so secretive that you are not only good at cooking, but also have this skill. My God, I let Mr. Lin make it up. Mr. Lin, you are too complete. I kind of understand why these little girls don't cry. They're prettier than usual without their parents, so they're probably busy with their pretties. Lin Luoqing wrote, a little embarrassed. I used to learn from the modeling teacher in the crew, but I also know these types, and I don't know many of them. That's enough. The parents boasted. Lin Luoqing smiled modestly and did not speak. Yang Wenjing and the others didn't see the parents for a day, so naturally it was a shame. They hugged their parents and kept talking, not forgetting to show off what they were doing today and how well behaved they were. I paint, and I paint seriously. I also draw. Tang Jiao said hastily. I read books. My God, I'm not even in school, yet I actually read books. Tang Jiao's parents laughed loudly. You should be allowed to stay with your uncle Lin every day, so that you don't have to study hard. Tang Jiao. What a horror story. Too scary. Okay. Exclamation mark. Dad, when did you come back? Tang Jiao asked curiously. Just now? Why didn't you call us? Tang's hickey. Isn't that embarrassing? Exclamation mark. Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you, my poor cub, your father has been back for more than 10 minutes, and he is quietly touching and playing games in the yard. Isn't it? This group of scheming adults are all afraid of being discovered by the cubs. They are all quiet, and they speak softly, for fear that you cubs will come to cover your face. I still remember the disbelief on Luoqing's face when Yang Wenjing's mother said, leave the satisfaction of knowledge to the children and the emptiness of fun to myself. Ho ha ho ha, it's really just a plastic mother and daughter. The children are studying inside the house, and the parents are playing games outside the house, laughing to death. The key is that the grid of this hopscotch was drawn by Zay Zay, cover face, while playing the game drawn by Zay Zay, while letting Zay Zay read a book and play by himself. It is worthy of you. You really kiss your parents. It's not that Xiaoya found out when she came out to go to the toilet. Maybe when they will go in to see the child. Funny, but let's not see each other. Let's have dinner and see you soon. Maybe we will meet again at night. It is not impossible. Funny. Ha 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 ha. What a miserable bunch of cubs. Tang's hickey was silent for a moment, then changed the subject wittily. What are you going to eat later, Dad? Do it, sweet and sour pork. Tang Jiao said without hesitation. Uncle Lin made it for lunch today. It's delicious. I ate a lot. Go and ask your Uncle Lin what to eat. Dad, your Uncle Lin will also cook in a while. He will take you all day, and it will be hard work. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiao immediately went to ask Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing looked at him, and looked at Lin Fei and Ji Liu with a smile. He and Ji Yuxiao really didn't do much work today, except for breakfast and lunch. Lin Fei and Ji Liu were busy with the rest, especially Ji Liu, who was simply the caring principal of the kindergarten. Do what the children like. He looked up at Tang's hickey. The babies are very good today, and Yu Xiao and I basically didn't take care of them. It was Fei and Xiao who took care of them, but they were also very talkative. So watch what they eat, okay? Tang's hickey smiled. What do Fei and Xiao eat? 2 dishes of Ji Li fish unabashedly. What about Fei? Tang's hickey asked. Lin Fei was not very good at asking for anything from people he didn't know well, so Ji Liu took the initiative to speak for him. Okay, try your best, uncle. It's not delicious, so don't hold it against you. I don't dislike it. Ji Liu smiled. The parents laughed again when they heard the word soon. The children took the pictures they drew and left Lin Luoqing's house with their parents. They waved with Lin Luoqing and went back happily looking at it. Ji Liu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It's okay. If not, he should be annoyed. Not bad. He was complaining silently in his heart when he heard Ji Yuxiao's voice. Ji Liu looked up, and saw Ji Yuxiao looking at him. You two are very conscious of little masters, and you take good care of our little guests. Very good. Applaud. As Lin Luoqing spoke, the two of them applauded. Lin Fei has always been reluctant to accept this kind of scene, So he turned around and prepared to go into the house. Liu laughed happily. In the future, if there are other little guests at home, you can hand them over to my brother and me, Lin Fei. He is really planning ahead. Ji Yuxiao didn't hesitate much. Okay, you don't think it's hard work. Your father and I can't wait for it. I don't mind it, Ji Liu said sweetly. I grow up and can help my fathers. Ji Yuxiao was instantly warmed by him, and felt that his little nephew was indeed the most cute and heartwarming baby in the world. Why are you so sensible? He touched Ji Liu's head. It's really daddy's warm baby. Ji Liu bent his eyes and smiled. How cute he looked. Lin Fei. Lin Luoqing. I always feel that it's not that simple, but I can't find the problem. Well, anyway, Ji Liu performed well today, so let him go. Lin Luoqing also laughed after saying this, and went over to poke Ji Liu's little face. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone had dinner together in the courtyard of the village chief's house. This was the last episode of the recording. After the recording, they would go home tomorrow, and they might not meet again later. For this reason, everyone in the program team prepared wine today, allowing everyone to have 2 drinks so that they can enjoy the recording time better. Lin Luoqing is not very good at drinking, and he dare not drink after only 1 glass, but Ji Yuxiao drank some and chatted happily with everyone. After dinner, everyone took their children home one after another. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao thought this was the end, but before going to bed, they received a task card from the program team. Ms. Lin, you and Mr. Ji can watch for themselves, don't let the children know. The staff reminded in a low voice. Lin Luoqing? Question mark? Why not let the children know? It's mysterious. He opened it to take a look. Good guy, don't let the children know about this content. It really deserves to be a program group that entertains and educates. And in the last episode, I don't forget my original intention, of course. Lin Luoqing felt that it was more about the program group adding new ones to watch in this last episode, so it came to this link. Okay. He agreed. I know, we'll pick you up at 6 o'clock in a while. So early? Lin Luoqing was surprised. The children should wake up later. The staff worried. Lin Luoqing had no choice but to have his head. He quietly told Ji Yuxiao about this, and Ji Yuxiao was very interested. As expected, it's the last episode, and there are really many tricks to play. Okay, I know. I will call you early when the time comes. Do you think Fifa and Xiao will be scared to cry? Ji Yuxiao asked him. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing felt that he was really too simple. Have you ever seen your nephew and my son cry? Of course, Ji Liu's fake crying doesn't count. I don't think so. Lin Luoqing affirmed, and the 2 of them will definitely complete the task very well. That's true. I also think the 2 of them are smart and mature among their peers. Yes. Lin Luoqing was very proud for the task. Tomorrow morning, the 2 went to bed early and fell asleep with their 2 babies in their arms. Almost 6, Ji Yuxiao was woken up by the sound of a rooster crowing. He woke up Lin Luoqing, and the 2 quietly brushed their teeth and washed their faces. After the program staff arrived, they left their room with the program staff house, to the destination. When she was in her 70s, Cheng Huaya, who had an early nap and woke up early, opened her eyes in a daze, only to find that her parents were not by her side. Just like yesterday, she sat in a daze for a while, thinking that it was the same as yesterday. Mom and Dad went out to pick wild fruits and vegetables, so they couldn't take care of her. With the help of the female director following the filming, she got dressed and got out of bed, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and took her little card to Lin Luoqing's house. Uncle Lin. Cheng Huaya pushed open the door of Lin Luoqing's house and called softly, Uncle Lin, are you getting up? She went to the house and saw no one came out. She turned to her follow-up director. Did Uncle Lin wake up? I don't know either. The director whispered. Cheng Huaya clenched her small fist and knocked on the door, tilting her head curiously to look at the crack in the door in front of her. Lin Fei heard the knock on the door and slowly opened it. Lin Luoqing, who was sleeping next to him, was no longer there. He sat up and habitually looked towards Ji Yuxiao, and sure enough, Ji Yuxiao wasn't there either. Lin Fei didn't take it too seriously. He just thought that the 2 of them should get up early to make breakfast as usual. There were 2 more knocks on the door. Timidly, as if hesitating, Lin Fei got out of bed, put on his shoes and went out, and then saw Cheng Huaya, who was poking her head. Seeing that he was the one who opened the door, Cheng Huaya blinked and said softly, My parents are going to pick wild vegetables. I'm here to find Uncle Lin. Lin Fei was a little puzzled. He remembered that the host did not say that he would also pick wild vegetables today, and he had never done a task for 2 days before. But the doubts are the doubts. He opened the door and let Cheng Huaya in. You Sit first. Lin Fei said calmly after speaking. He turned and went back to the bedroom, ready to change clothes. Cheng Huai sat on the sofa, tilted her head for a while, and saw Lin Luoqing asked him to make her own hairstyle. She was in the shape of a bow, and Lin Luoqing, whom she was thinking of, was sitting in a room with her parents and other parents, watching the children under surveillance. Xiaoya didn't cry. I was so surprised. She actually thought that his mother and I were also going to pick wild fruits today, and she took the initiative to find teacher Lin. She was much smarter than I expected. She just uses her own little hairpin. I guess it's Mrs. Lin who continues to braid her hair. Cheng Huai's mother looked at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing laughed, thinking that she might not be able to wait today. After a while, Lin Fei changed his clothes and came out. Cheng Huai's father couldn't help but sighed. Fei is really handsome, so handsome at such a young age. He will definitely be the male in the class in the future, and Fei is very careful. Yesterday Xiaoya came home and said that when they went to sleep at noon, Fei let her sleep in the innermost place, next to the wall. Later, when she went to the bathroom, Fei also went with her, but she didn't go in. Just stood at the door of the toilet and waited for her. It's really considerate. How did you teach, Mr. Lin? Lin Luoqing didn't know about this at all, and when she heard the words, her eyes were unconsciously gentle, and she thought in her heart that she deserved to be his little Fei, and it really was very reliable. In fact, I didn't teach much. He has a strong learning ability, but when our family of 4 sleeps, Yu Xiao and I will let him and Xiaoyu sleep in the middle, saying that they are afraid that they will not sleep well and fall, so he just remember. Is this okay? Tang Ziki asked in surprise. I've said this 800 times, and our family, Lele, can't remember it. This is probably due to the unevenness of the world. Yang Wenjing's father interjected. Just get used to it. Everyone couldn't help laughing, and continued to look at the monitor in front of them. Lin Fei turned around to make sure that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao were not at home. He was a little confused. Where did Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao go so early in the morning? Where are my dad and them? He asked his follow-up director before the director had time to speak. A staff member ran in. No, Fei, he said anxiously. Your father and his monsters were caught, and these monsters said that they are only afraid of children, so hurry up and save your father and them. This acting is too exaggerated. Tang Ziki commented without hesitation. It's not natural at all. It doesn't look nervous either. It's okay, just to fool the children. It should be fooled. Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned to look at his follow-up director, and said calmly, so today's task is to find Dad? The director looked at his calm face. Didn't you panic a little? Did everyone say it was to save Dad? Why are you looking for your father? It's about rescuing Dad. The director said softly. Come on, Fei, be a brave kid. Only a brave kid can save Dad from the little monster, Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't understand very well. My father is not Tang Seng, and he won't live forever if he eats him. What are the little monsters doing to catch him? He felt that this statement was too untrue. It was changed to a bad guy. My father was arrested by a bad guy. This is more realistic. Program. Director? Question mark. Plan. So you're teaching me how to do things now? No, how do you, a child, live so realistically? I see other children quite believe it. Why don't you believe it? The director of the program group felt that he was slightly injured. Chapter 335. After confirming today's task, Lin Fei went back to the bedroom to wake Ji Liu up. Ji Liu suffers from difficulty getting up, so she coquettishly says that she sleeps for 10 minutes. Your father is missing. Lin Fei said close to his ear. Ji Liu sat up in a dying dream. In a dream, why did his father disappear? Seeing that he woke up, Lin Fei's eyes widened, and then he explained, today's task is to find Dad. Where should they go? We need to find them. Ji Liu breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, Ji Yuxiao is fine. He nodded, said obediently, and asked Lin Fei to bring the clothes over for him, and began to change. When Ji Liu changed clothes and left the bedroom, Ji Yuxiao was still a little surprised. It's rare, Xiaoyu can wake up so early. Lin Luoqing echoed sincerely. It's really not easy. Ji Liu washed up and became a monk with Lin Fei. Netizens were also online at this time, and while looking at Lin Fei and Ji Liu, they said curiously, why did Fei and Xiaoyu wake up so early today? Yes, do you have any tasks today? Rescue Dad, the babies wake up, Mom and Dad are gone. Need to rescue Dad. Oh, it's white. However, they were confused, and Cheng Huai, who was beside Lin Fei and Ji Liu, was not. She asked in a daze, "Where are you going? Isn't Uncle Lin at home? He also went to dig wild vegetables?" Ji Liu ignored her. He didn't have a warm and friendly personality, and he was gentle and patient with them only because he didn't let Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao take care of Cheng Huai and the others. Now that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao are different, he naturally lost that tenderness and patience. He is not afraid that the camera will follow him all the time. After all, he is just a child. Who would ask a child to take care of another child, let alone him who knows how to pretend to be cute? Ji Liu didn't speak, and Lin Fei didn't talk much again. Cheng Huai waited for a long time, but still didn't get a response. She was lively by nature, and she was not shy. She grabbed Lin Fei's clothes without getting an answer, turned her head to look at him, and asked again in doubt. Seeing her pulling his clothes, Lin Fei said to her, "They are playing hide and seek with you." "Hide and seek?" Cheng Huai tilted her head and looked at him. "Well, the task of parents today is to hide themselves, and our task is to find them, and now we have to find them." Cheng Huai let out a wow when she heard the words. "That's good, I like hide and seek." Lin Fei responded in a low voice, which was considered a response. Hearing his words, the adults in front of the monitor couldn't help feeling a little soft-hearted for a moment. Fei is really careful. She actually told Xiaoya that it was a game of hide and seek. I guess she was afraid that Xiaoya would be afraid. Xiaoya is still young. If she really heard that her parents caught her, she might really cry. Now that it's not just hide and seek, these babies have all played it before, so naturally they won't be afraid, and in this way, you can also say it's hide and seek with other babies later, and other babies won't be afraid. Hey, Fei is really sweet and gentle. Teacher Lin, you see that Fei and Xiaoya get along well. Xiaoya is also very cute and likes you too. How about we make a baby kiss? Cheng Huai's father couldn't hold back. Period. As the so-called 3-year-old looks old, Lin Feixin can already see that Kong is gentle, handsome, responsible and good at taking care of others. He has a long future, and he is a proper male god, not to mention that he is self-disciplined and good at learning. Cheng Li is simply, the more I look at it, the more I like it, so I can't help but have this idea. Lin Luoqing? August, let's wait for a Fei to grow up and see what kind of girl he likes. Lin Luoqing said softly. After all, Lin Fei's situation is special. Those who like him can go around the city 3 times, but there is no one who likes Lin Fei. Doesn't even like the heroine who has the halo of Mary, so he'd never been special or different to anyone, let alone like that strong emotion. Lin Luoqing even felt that at the end of the few pages of the book he hadn't finished reading, Lin Fei should be alone, spending his days indifferently without joy or sorrow. So for Lin Fei, there is really no need for baby kisses. Hearing this, Cheng Li nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, when the children grow up, they will naturally be together if they are destined." And Lin Luoqing responded, "What about Xiaoyu? Can't Xiaoyu make a baby kiss?" Yang Wenjing's mother eagerly asked. Compared with Lin Fei, he likes Ji Liu, who loves to laugh more. After all, Yang Wenjing loves to cry, and having someone who loves to laugh with her can keep her warm all the time. Lin Luoqing looked at the anticipation on her face, and couldn't help answering in her heart, "I believe, after 20, you will be grateful and not make a baby with you." That's a crazy critic who can lock the person he likes in a small dark room. Your daughter can't stand it. Well, let's talk about it when he grows up. At that time, I must remind Yang Wenjing to run away. The parents laughed and said that when the post-20s get together, Lin Luoqing can only nod, hoping that their daughters will have their own boyfriends, love life and stay away from Ji Liu. Ji Liu rubbed her nose and sneezed, wondering who it was. It must have been his 2 dads, who were probably worried about him getting up when he got here. He turned his head to look at Lin Fei, and saw Cheng Huai's tender little hand on the corner of Lin Fei's clothes. Ji Liu passed away in an instant, leaving Lin Fei and Cheng Huai. He looked at Cheng Huai with a smile, and said softly, "Xiaoya, please hold me, don't fall." Cheng Huai nodded and held his hand obediently. Ji Liu took Lin Fei's other hand, put it in the middle, and deliberately hummed and wrinkled his little nose at him. Lin Fei felt that he could already hear Ji Liu's meaning from this hum. "Don't let her pull the hem of your clothes. He really has new inaccuracies every day. It's the same as his shortcomings, without any repetitions. He really deserves to be his younger brother with a lot of shortcomings." They went to Yang Wenjing and Zhang Shumxi's house along the road, woke them up, asked them to change their clothes, and went to look for Lin Luoqing and the others together. Mom and Dad, they are playing hide and seek with you, Cheng Huaya said crisply, so we have to find them. But Mom doesn't, neither does Uncle Lin, who braided her hair. Yang Wenjing felt aggrieved. Little sister Leyu will. Cheng Huaya pointed at Lin Fei and their follow-up director, shaking her twin ponytails. Yang Wenjing immediately looked up at her, as if begging Xiao Liu had no choice but to tie a simple double ponytail for her. After all, this hairstyle is too simple. Yang Wenjing, who has already experienced the beauty of braided hair, still prefers Lin Luoqing's braided hair. Alice, if your father is like Uncle Lin, then she can braid her hair every day. When they arrived at Zheng Shanxi's house, Xiao Liu also helped her tie a ponytail. Zheng Shanxi put on his coat after washing, and went to Tang Jiao's house with them. As soon as Tang Jiao heard peekaboo, he immediately became interested. Cool, I'll definitely find them the fastest, he said. He got out of bed and began to search for his parents Lin Fei, Ji Liu, Tang Zhiqi, Henge. Tang Zhiqi and Henge looked at each other silently, very suspicious that they had made a mistake in some step of education, so that Tang Jiao was still a few months older than Lin Fei, but not as calm and intelligent as Lin Fei. The two sighed, and continued to look at the monitor. Dumbfounded netizens in the live broadcast room laughed. Lele, what are you doing? Why are your parents in the closet? Go out with Fifei and the others to find your parents. Hey, who told Fifei to say hide and seek? Lele must think that people can hide at home. So today's task is to hide and seek? Asked the audience who entered the live broadcast room. No, it's to rescue Dad, but Fifei is afraid of Cheng Huaya and Yang Wenjing's little babies, so it's called hide and seek. Hold. Very smart. And very gentle. As expected of right and wrong, having him means being reliable and reassuring. That is. Tang Jiao rummaged around, but couldn't find her parents. Strange, isn't it here? Of course not here. Ji Liu said helplessly. Let's go to the village head uncle first. The village head uncle must know something, and Zheng Shanxi agreed. Tang Jiao also put on his coat, but they went out together. The host had already been waiting for them in the yard. Seeing them coming, he came to them with concern. I heard that your parents caught the monsters, right? Fortunately, there's a book here that records how to find and defeat them. Those monsters, I'll get them for you now, Tang Jiao? Tang Jiao said bluntly, it's not the monster who caught it, it was Mom and Dad playing hide and seek with you, host? Hide and seek? The host looked at the follow-up directors in surprise, and the follow-up directors looked helpless. Who told you it was playing hide and seek? The host was puzzled. Brother Fei said that. Cheng Huaya said briskly. The host looked at Lin Fei, and Lin Fei had a calm face. The host looked at his calm and emotionless little face, and for a moment didn't know what to say. Let's get you books first. He turned and went back to the house. Ha ha ha, netizens couldn't help laughing. He retreated, he turned around. Moderator, don't you also have the heart to expose it? Who would have the heart to expose your non-white lies? Fei is really good. If there's no Fei, this show really lacks a lot of highlights. That's right, I came here just for nonsense. Yes, but I also like Xiao. I like small fish +1. The host took the book, handed it to Lin Fei, and told him, those monsters live far away, and the village chief's uncle has something to do at home, so I can't accompany you, but there are routes in this book, and you can those who help you. You must read carefully, bravely rescue Dad, no matter what you encounter on the road, you must not stop, you must reach the end, understand? Tang Jiao was puzzled. Uncle Village Chief, why do you keep talking about monsters? There are no monsters, host. But your parents are caught in the script. You need to rescue your parents as soon as possible, you know? The sooner you rescue your parents, the sooner they can reunite with you. The host silently deleted the word monster. This is money for you. You will walk along the road on the right in a while, and you will see a small red shop where you can buy milk and bread for breakfast. He said, putting his wallet. Put it in Lin Fei's hands. Go, brave little warriors. Lin Fei flipped through the book in his hand, and saw a map-like pattern drawn on it, which read, leave from the house of the village chief's uncle, turn right, and go straight ahead until you reach the intersection with a little yellow duck balloon. Probably because they were afraid that they would not know how to read, they also specially marked the pinyin, thank you. Lin Fei said calmly, you're Welcome, I wish you all the best in rescuing your parents, come on, Lin Fei responded, turned around and went forward with Ji Liu. The other children followed immediately, like chicks following a mother chicken. Tang Jiao frowned and asked him, Lin Fei, is it true that mom and dad are playing hide and seek with you? Why did the village elder always say that there are monsters? When he said this, both Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huaya couldn't help looking at Lin Fei. Yang Wenjing was a little scared. No monsters, monsters are bad people. Seeing this, Lin Fei had no choice but to reply, it's hide and seek. What does that monster mean? Help them hide it so you can't find it. What? You're stupid. Ji Liu looked at him helplessly, but his face was innocent and cute. It's those people dressed up as dolls on the street, bear dolls, rabbit dolls, haven't you seen them? Now Tang Jiao understood, it's fake, of course. Ji Liu said very sweetly, your father is also an actor, he will also appear on TV, and monsters will also appear on TV, so the ones on TV are fake. They are acted, reasonable and convincing. The parents in front of the monitor couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Xiao's thinking is quite meticulous. Because of this, the cause and effect are very true. Kong, really smart. Fei and Xiao are both so smart. In comparison, our family Lei seems a bit silly. Lin Luoqing quickly comforted him and said, Lei is also very cute. Yes, every baby is very cute. Ji Yuxiao said, that's because Xiao and Fei are smarter. From the beginning to the end, the program crew failed to fool them, as expected of a baby with a wall of awards. Mr. Lin, how do you usually teach? Lin Luoqing smiled, I didn't teach it much, it's because the two of them are smarter and have their own methods. That's really his own method. Tang Zihi sighed while nodding. Lin Fei and Ji Liu waited for a while, and they saw a small red shop. The two entered with a group of cubs behind them. The boss had already prepared bread, milk and eggs according to the requirements of the program group. When he saw them coming in, he smiled and said, what do you want, kid? Is there any bread and milk? Ji Liu asked him. Yes, this bag contains bread and milk. It only costs 3 yuan, and I will give you an egg. It's cheaper. Ji Liu still remembered the bargaining he learned when he first bought things. No other store bought anything as expensive as yours before. It's already very cheap, and I'll give you an egg for each of you, everyone's. From the folks in the village, it's cheaper, and I will come to you to buy it in the future. Lin Luoqing laughed loudly. Why does he still remember this? It's so cute. Ji Yuxiao couldn't help but sigh. The memory is also good, and it can be used flexibly, as expected of his smart and witty little nephew. Awesome. The boss looked at him like a big kid, and he was so cute. Okay, well, I should charge you 18, but now I charge you 15, is that okay? Thank you, boss. Ji Liu said happily. The boss gave each of them a small bag containing bread, milk and eggs. Tang Jiao took it, quickly untied the plastic bag, looked at the food inside, picked up the boxed milk and drank it. Everyone went out of the store together and continued on. Tang Jiao ate bread and drank milk, and warmly invited, you guys eat too, it's delicious. Cheng Huaya and Yang Wenjing couldn't help eating their own breakfast after hearing what he said. Seeing that they were all eating breakfast, Zhang Shanxi also ate with them. Ji Liu was also a little hungry, took out the milk in the bag and drank a few mouthfuls, only to find that Lin Fei's bag hadn't been opened yet. Aren't you hungry? He asked. Why don't you have breakfast? Lin Fei looked down at the bag in his hand. He wasn't sure if Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao had breakfast. If they didn't, they had it earlier, so they should be hungrier. Wait until I see Dad and they will eat. Why? Ji Liu didn't understand. I still don't know when I can see my father. Lin Fei's tone was very light. I don't know if they ate or not. Ji Liu turned pale in an instant, and the milk in his mouth was no longer sweet-eyed, and handed his milk to Lin Fei's mouth. The two of you drink a bottle, and don't eat the rest. Keep it for Dad. Drink it. Lin Fei said calmly. Ji Liu stretched out his hand and poked the straw directly onto his mouth. Lin Fei had no choice but to open his mouth and take a sip. Lin Luoqing looked at it, and couldn't help being moved. He didn't realize that Lin Fei left the food for him and Ji Yuxiao at first. After all, this was his breakfast, the only breakfast, and they had already left long ago. The children could remember to come to find it's not easy for Dad, let alone worrying about whether Dad will eat or not. He couldn't help laughing. His heart was as soft as the grass that had just grown in March. With his head sticking out softly, feeling the spring breeze blowing just as he was feeling it, He noticed the eyes of other people in the room. Lin Luoqing? Question mark? Why did you suddenly see it? Didn't say anything? Other parents with burning eyes. Woohoo, I'm so envious. Why is Lin Fei so sensible? He is not very old himself, so why is he acting like this for his father? They are really jealous, and Ji Yuxiao, who was sitting next to Lin Luoqing, was already completely moved by his two cubs. Woohoo, his two cubs are really cute and caring. They are like little angels. Dad Kisses Chapter 336. Netizens in the live broadcast room didn't realize that Lin Fei didn't eat breakfast. He didn't like it, and wanted to leave it to Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, and said with emotion, Fei is too sensible. Fifi's misses her father all the time. I want to have a child like this, no matter how much he pays in this life, I am willing. Then, having this kind of child is worth a lifetime. The little fish doesn't eat it either, so I guess I want to leave breakfast for my dad. And Xiaoyu also gave his own milk to Fifi, the two children of Lin Luoqing's family. They really care about their family. Yes, the kind that really treats you as a relative. It's even closer than ordinary family relationships. Too envious. I really don't envy King and Mr. G for their successful careers, but I really envy them for having such well-behaved two children. I also. Lin Fei and Ji Liu walked all the way. As they walked, Tang Jiao suddenly called out, "Little yellow duck, Ji." Liu took a closer look, and sure enough, there was a little yellow duck balloon floating on the road not far away. Everyone walked quickly and saw a small. Along this road Tang Jiao took the lead and ran. Cheng Huai watched and followed him and ran together, but she sprained her ankle and almost fell. At the critical moment, it was Lin Fei who had quick eyesight and quick hands to pull her to prevent her from falling completely. Cheng Huai was taken aback, and while thanking Lin Fei, she decided not to run around anymore, but to walk obediently. Seeing this, Zhang Shanxi persuaded Tang Jiao, "Brother Jiao, don't run away. As soon as you run, Xiaoyu will follow suit. If you fall, Xiaoyu should cry." Tang Jiao nodded quickly, and said very cooperatively, "Well, I will definitely not run around in the future." They sloped, walked for a while, and saw a river as the so-called prophet of plumbing ducks in the spring river. There was a group of ducklings swimming together on the river at this time. Yang Jing counted them unconsciously, and Zhang Shanxi remembered the nursery rhyme counting ducks. Lin Fei and Ji Liu looked at the river in front of them, and then looked down at the book. The book read, "Along the slope, there is a clear small river. Ducks are playing in the small river. There is a man wearing a yellow hat by the river. Uncle, find him and let him take you across the river, then you can continue walking, uncle." In the yellow hat. Ji Liu murmured. Lin Fei joined the boat and began to search on the shore, and the other children followed him. Tang Jiao even called out directly, "Uncle, uncle in the yellow hat, where are you?" No one answered, only the little duck was quack in the water. Lin Fei and the others searched for a while, and finally found a man wearing a yellow hat sleeping against a haystack on a haystack. Tang Jiao rushed over and called him in a low voice, "Uncle, uncle." The man opened his eyes and stretched. "What's the matter, uncle? Can you help us cross the river?" Tang Jiao asked. "What are you doing across the river? Our parents are playing hide and seek with us. We have to cross the river to find them." Tang Jiao said. The man nodded. "Okay, but you have to answer a question for me." "No problem, tell me." Tang Jiao was very confident. The man stood up and asked him, "I took 30 ducks out this morning and lost 12 on the way. But when I got to the river, I found 35 ducks by the river. The 35 ducks, 13 of the ducks have been playing with my ducks. When I went back at night, these 13 ducks followed me home. After I finished eating, I opened the door and saw that the 12 ducks that got lost in the morning, 8 of them came back by themselves. So how many ducks do I have now?" Tang Jiao backed away silently. Netizens laughed. "Is it true that you took a step back? Funny, Lele, why are you still backing away? Isn't it okay? You answer it." "Lele, I really can't do this. I really can't do this." "Lele, conditions permit, I can't wait to turn around and run away." "Lele, please ask professionals to answer professional questions. Call Lin Fei, and call Lin Fei urgently." Ho, that is indeed more suitable for this kind of question. Tang Jiao's parents on the monitor also couldn't laugh or cry. "I will strengthen his math tutoring when I get back." I knew he couldn't answer it. He got a headache when he heard math problems. Let's wait for a Fifi to answer. Fifi is sure. Tang Jiao felt the same way. He glanced at Lin Fei quietly and motioned for him to answer. Lin Fei said calmly, 39. The Ma'am said in surprise. It's amazing, little baby, you figured it out so quickly. What? How did you figure it out so quickly? Tang Jiao looked at Lin Fei with disbelief. Lin Fei, is it rare to know the answer to such a simple question without hearing it? Lin Fei turned to look at Tang Jiao. Could it be that someone didn't know the answer after hearing it? Tang Jiao bowed his head silently. The parents of the monitor and the netizens watching the live broadcast burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Fei seems to be saying, no way, no way, no one really can't figure it out. Lele, I'm the one who can't figure it out. Woo woo. However, Fei answered very quickly, and the speed of mental calculation is very fast. After all, he can get full marks in the exam. Proud face. Ha ha ha. Upstairs is as proud as his own cub. Mother Yun is also a mother. It must be my cub. Yeah, I'll give him mathematical Olympiad classes when I get back. Tang Ziqi was heartbroken. Hunj glanced at him and said mercilessly, just Lele's basics, and the Olympiad math class? Let's start with the basic class first, the elementary school mathematics basic class. Everyone laughed again, and Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao didn't have any smiles in their eyes. Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei with a paralyzed little face, and asked the staff with no expression if he could take them across the river now, thinking that his son was really smart as expected of his little Fei. Although he is young, he already has the posture of the backbone of the team. The uncle in the yellow hat led Lin Fei and the others all the way. He turned a corner, and there was a small bridge in front of him. You can go to the opposite side by crossing the bridge, he said. Lin Fei said thank you politely, and walked towards Ji Liu. Together crossed the bridge, a relatively wide mountain road. Yang Jing hummed a nursery rhyme and picked flowers while walking, while Tang Jiao looked at Lin Fei with a little reluctance. He is obviously older than Lin Fei. How can he let Lin Fei overwhelm him in everything? Although he can compare with Lin Fei in studies, he is not weaker than Lin Fei in other aspects. Thinking so, Tang Jiao emboldened himself and walked over. Lin Fei, I'll take that book. He tried to make himself more confident. I am the biggest. I should be the captain. Lin Fei glanced at him, 3 points speechless, 3 points disgusted, and 4 points calm that he didn't want to talk to him. It's a pity that everyone only saw the tranquility in his eyes, and only Lin Luoqing read his eyes completely. Ji Liu didn't expect Tang Jiao to want to be their team leader, and said in surprise, but Uncle Village Chief gave the book to my brother. But I'm the biggest, Tang Jiao said, trying to puff out her small chest, pretending to be imposing. Lin Fei, Ji Liu, Tang Ziqi, Henge. Tang Ziqi bowed his head silently, unable to bear to look directly at him. Henge turned to look at Lin Luoqing. Don't worry, Teacher Lin, I'll let him know how high the sky is and how thick the ground is when I get back. Lin Luoqing laughed. That's not necessary. He thought Tang Jiao was quite cute, but Ji Liu didn't think that. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Fei had already handed out the book in his hand. Ji Liu? Question mark. Ji Liu didn't know, so he glanced at Lin Fei, and saw that Lin Fei was still calm as always, so he didn't say anything. But he was not satisfied. He was about to shed a few false tears to show his grievance, but he found that his hand was held by Lin Fei. Lin Fei pinched him lightly. The meaning was very clear, and he was not allowed to fake cry or do other petty tricks. Ji Liu watched him hold his hand. Well, for Lin Fei's sake, let Tang Jiao off this time. Tang Jiao didn't know that he had escaped a catastrophe, so he took the book in Lin Fei's hand on the spot and read the words on the book. Go along the mountain road until you reach a place with lambs. Find an uncle with a blue hat, and ask him to tell you how to get there. After he finished speaking, he raised his arms and called out, let's go. As he said that, he launched himself out like a small firecracker. Lin Fei, Ji Liu, Cheng Huai and Yang Jing who dare not run too fast. Several people continued to walk slowly. Tang Jiao ran halfway, but when he turned around, he found that the others were still behind him, so he had to turn back again. Why are you so slow, Zheng? Shanxi sighed, and pointed to the two little sisters next to him. You forgot to run when you were on the just now. Xiaoya followed you, but almost fell. It was because my brother caught her in time. Tang Jiao thought about it, and he also remembered his saying that he would never run again. He felt guilty in an instant, touched his head awkwardly, and smiled innocently. Soon, Tang Jiao, as the team leader, discovered a group of lambs on the grass not far away. Xiaoyang, he said excitedly, where's the blue hat uncle? Why didn't you see him, Zheng? Shanxi looked left and right, and faintly saw a touch of blue in the grass on the other side. Isn't it there? Tang Jiao stood on tiptoe to have a look, It seems to be a blue hat. No matter, let's go and have a look first. Lin Fei felt that he should be the only one, so he took the initiative to pull Ji Liu towards him. The uncle in the blue hat was feeding the lambs. Seeing them approaching, he smiled. Little friends, why are you here? We are looking for our parents. Tang Jiao took the initiative. Uncle, do you know how we should go? Well, if you help with my little problem, I'll help you with yours. What's the problem? Tang Jiao asked curiously. I haven't read much. Although I heard sheep every day, I don't know the idioms and poems related to sheep. Can you tell me a few? Tang Jiao. Here again, this time no math test. Tang Jiao looked at the person in front of him, thinking that he is the current team leader. He must not admit defeat. He thought about it, and thought hard for a long time, and finally came up with an idiom. Satisfied, the uncle shook his head. I'm so proud of my sheep. Tang Jiao? Exclamation mark. Why not? What kind of sheep is there? He couldn't figure it out, so he turned to look at Lin Fei with guilt and embarrassment, and netizens couldn't help laughing at his meaningful little eyes. Ha 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 ha, it can't be solved. Lele, in the end I have to come here. Lele, don't ask, you'll be overwhelmed if you ask, and you'll feel guilty if you ask. I figured out that the program team should take the opportunity to test the children and help them establish a good study attitude, so there will be a math question and a language question. Lele is the oldest one. Under normal conditions, he should perform the best. It's a pity, don't say it. We are happy to transform the desert. Cover your face. Tang Zhiqi and Henge, who were monitoring, also covered their faces silently, and decided to give Tang Jiao more language tutoring when they went back. These poems and idioms are too poor to store food. Tang Jiao didn't know that he already had 2 extracurricular tutoring courses, and he moved to Lin Fei's side step by step with guilt and embarrassment. Well, Lin Fei, I think it would be good for you to be the team leader. He whispered softly. Otherwise, what if he takes an English test later? Oh my god, it's terrible. Tang Jiao, a scumbag, feels horrible just thinking about it. This book is for you, and the captain will also give it to you. I will be your vice captain. Give it. Tang Jiao took his hand and put the book on it. Looking at his actions, Ji Liu smiled innocently and brightly, with a hint of innocence and confusion. Brother Jiao, are you not the team leader? But you are the oldest. Tang Jiao, but he is a scumbag cack. Sure enough, it made sense for the teacher not to choose a scumbag as the monitor, and he no longer wanted to be the monitor. Lin Fei reluctantly took the book in his hand. He knew that in the end the book had to be handed over to him. After all, Tang Jiao was not that smart. Chapter 337. Correction after a dead sheep. Lin Fei said calmly. The blue hat uncle asked with a smile, is there any sheep intestine path? Lin Fei vaguely remembered this idiom. Any poems? The sky is dark, the wild is vast, and the wind blows the grass to see the cattle and sheep. After finishing speaking, he added calmly, I only know this sentence, so there is no need to ask. Do you have it? The netizen looked at the paralyzed little face and said indifferently, I only know this sentence, and couldn't help laughing. It's not sincere. Fei, I've already shown my cards, so don't ask me anymore. Why do you even say this? Kind of inexplicably feel like a bully. Cover your face, because I'm very calm. I'm just like this. You can figure it out. Ho ha ho ho. Cool brother Lin Fei. However, I just thought about it, and my heart will only say a few more words than Fei. Cover face. Me too. And there are few idioms with sheep characters, but there are a lot more cows in comparison. The verses are also more cattle. The program group is a bit difficult to come up with a question this time. If it weren't for a Fei, like Lele, I probably wouldn't be able to think of a sentence. Yes, can Bu Lele become the vice captain from the captain? Funny, ha 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 ha. So it's right and wrong. Right and wrong is amazing. The uncle listened to Chang, looked at the innocent little face, and thought it was a little cute. That's pretty good too. He boasted, knows a lot more than I do. Can you tell us how to get there? Ji Liu immediately seized the opportunity to ask. The uncle pointed to the road in front of him and said, go straight along this road, and when you get to the fork, just turn left. Thank you. Ji Liu said politely, you're welcome. The uncle smiled, and he waved his hands. I wish you luck. Ji Liu also smiled and waved his hands, pulling Lin Fei and continuing to move forward. The parents in front of the monitor finally breathed a sigh of relief. There's something wrong with it. We probably got stuck here. No. Lin Luoqing guessed, The program team will definitely not let the children be trapped in this initial checkpoint. If Fei is not there, everyone can't answer this question. The program team probably has a plan B. Maybe the uncle in the blue hat will say, "I'll change my request." The program team set up this link to watch the children's performance, and to entertain and teach, so we don't want to stop people here right now, even. If we want to stop the children, we will check in later, and we will give the children a similar chance of being resurrected. In the end, the children will definitely find us and rescue us. After all, this is a parent-child variety show, and it will definitely be a family carnival ending. Everyone listened, and couldn't help but nodded. Yes, if the child is trapped right now, unable to move forward, wouldn't we have no way to end this session? You can't really let us be eaten by monsters. Mr. Lin, you are right, Mr. Lin, you understand it very well. Lin Luoqing smiled, and said modestly, I'm just guessing wildly, isn't it that we are just a variety show for relaxing entertainment, and the variety show must have an ending, watching. The group of parents expressing the director of the program. Lin Fei alone is not enough to crack their routines, and now his father has also cracked it with the beginning. You really deserve to be brothers fighting tigers, father and son soldiers in battle. Did you two have such a thorough understanding of variety shows because you peeked at the script? This is simply a complete prediction. The director sighed, feeling that the father and son were too smart. Lin Fei and Ji Liu didn't walk for too long. They walked to a fork in the road, and we followed the uncle's instructions and turned left into a small road. Lin Fei lowered his head and read the book again. The book said, follow the instructions of the uncle in the blue hat to move forward. Soon, you will see an old grandma wearing a red hat. Help the old grandma. We'll tell you the way back, grandma. In red hat, is that grandma in Little Red Riding Hood? Cheng Huai asked, Grandma. Little Red Riding Hood was eaten by wolves. Yang Wenjing answered her, Did it eat it, and it came back to life? Cheng Huai said firmly. Yang Wenjing shook her head, I just ate it. The two little girls fought like this while arguing. Lin Fei saw an old woman sitting on a rock not far away. She was wearing a conspicuous red hat. Red hat. Tang Jiao pointed at Lin Fei. Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huai stopped arguing after hearing the words, and looked at the grandmother together. Lin Fei didn't say anything, just walked by. Grandma, do you know where our father is hiding? Zheng Shansiwen said softly. The old lady in the red hat smiled and looked at her. I know, but you have to help me find my lost things first. What is this? Grandma is getting old, and her eyes are blurry. I just lost my glasses and lost my wallet. Can you help me find them? Yes. Zheng Shansi nodded. The children quickly began to help the grandma find her glasses and wallet. Suddenly, Yang Wenjing stepped on something. She picked it up and found it was a packaged lollipop. Yang Wenjing couldn't help but feel a little moved. She stretched out her hand and peeled off the candy wrapper. It's a pity that she was weak and didn't peel. When she turned her head, she saw Lin Fei not far away, and walked by with a lollipop. Brother Fei, can you peel it off for me? Yang Wenjing handed out the lollipop. Lin Fei looked at the candy in her hand and asked her, where are you from? Just picked it up, can't eat. Lin Fei said lightly. Yang Wenjing blinked, as if she didn't quite understand. Why? Pick it up, even strangers can't eat it. Lin Fei said calmly. Yes, listen to brother quietly, throw it away soon. The netizen worried. Jingjing's safety awareness is not good, but it is. Jingjing is small. Fei is very reliable, she can remind her that she can't eat it even if given by a stranger, and Fei has a strong sense of safety. Fei is not strong. I feel that everything is strong. Cover face. After all, it is the king of scrolls. Can you roll it up if you are not strong? Can it be king? Lin Fei, the nightmare of a generation of elementary school students. Doghead. Makes sense. Yang Wenjing listened, and looked at the lollipop in her hand with greed, but she remembered that her mother told her before that she should listen to her brothers and sisters when she was with her brothers and sisters, so she just stared at it for a while, reluctant to part with her. Put the lollipop back on the grass just now. Lin Fei wanted to walk over and pick it up and throw it into the trash can, but then he thought, what if someone accidentally dropped it? Maybe the other party will come back to pick up this lollipop. So he lowered his head again, and continued to look for the granny's glasses and wallet. There are many stones on this grass. Besides stones, there are candies, coins and fruits that drop. Tang Jiao picked up coins all the way, picking up more and more, walking farther and farther away, and deviated from the main force after a while. Standing up and looking around, I couldn't see Lin Fei and the others, but just now I kept my head down and only looked at the coins, and I couldn't remember which direction I came from. Tang Jiao shouted anxiously, "Lin Fei, Xiao, be kind." At this moment, I didn't dare to move. I was afraid that I would go further, so I could only keep calling your three names. Lin Fei heard Tang Jiao's call, and when he looked up, he realized that Tang Jiao was gone. "Lin Fei, you are an adult, why are you running around? It's even worse than Cheng Huai." Listening to the voice, Lin Fei said to Ji Liu, "You keep looking, I'll look for Tang Jiao later, I'm with you." Ji Liu said quickly. Lin Fei looked at Cheng Huai, Yang Wenjing, and Zhang Shanxi. They were indifferent by nature. Even though they had been recording the show together for so long, they didn't want to have more contact with people other than Ji Liu. It's just that they came out together now. If something happened to the three of them, their parents will definitely feel uncomfortable, and Lin Luoqing will also be worried. Lin Fidang knew that there would be no major incidents if they were followed by the film director and camera. He was worried that Yang Wenjing wanted to eat sweets just now, but the camera and director did not stop them. Very smart. After recording so many episodes, I have already understood that these brothers and sisters, most of the time, don't say anything or do anything. They just watch and record your every move, and don't intervene. Lin Fei didn't want Lin Luoqing to worry about these unnecessary people and things, so he rarely said, "You say, you look at the three of them." Ji Liu was not very willing. She never cared about others, and it was the same now. She only cared about Lin Fei, and she didn't want to be separated from Lin Fei because of these people. "I'll be with you." Looking at Lin Fei acting like a baby, "No need." Lin Fei refused. "Look at them for me, don't let them eat candy and fruit. It has been found that there are many scattered sugar and fruits." Ji Liu pursed her mouth and said nothing. Lin Fei was helpless, touched his head, and coaxed, "Good boy." As soon as he said be good, Ji Liu was in a hurry, so he could only nod his head reluctantly. "Hurry up and come back." As Lin Fei said, he turned and walked towards Tang Jiao. Ji Liu watched, pouted and continued to look for glasses and wallets. Netizens couldn't help laughing. "Look, if we are wronged, the small mouth can hang oil bottles. Ho ha ho ho, Xiaoyu is really sticky brother, cute. And it's very listening. As soon as my brother said he was good, he compromised, and only let him come back early. That's right, I can't bear it at all, so I took it with me a long time ago." However, Fifei would actually tell Xiaoyu to be good. Woo woo woo, yes, he is obviously very cold towards others, but Xiaoyu loves him here. No wonder Xiaoyu is so clingy. Lin Fei, a well-known brother-in-law, does anyone not know? I know, but just now when Fifei said he was good, I somehow felt the sense of Sue, and I felt like a child. Sue was no one, cover face, normal. What about Mr. Xiaoba? Ho ha ho ha, yes, we must be little male gods, funny, but Lele is also. How can I run so far? Ho ha ho ho, I can't find my way now, I regret it. Lele knows that Yuan is good at standing and not running around, but this grass is very problematic. Why are there so many candies, fruits and coins? Fifei has a sense of prevention, and didn't let Jingjing eat a lollipop, just in case there is something in the candy. It will be fine. I guess the design of this level of the program group should be to teach children not to pick up things casually, let alone eat casually. Both Xiaoya and Jingjing need to strengthen their education in this area. Just now, when the two of them wanted to eat, one was persuaded by Fifei and the other by Shanshan. The parents of Cheng Huai and Yang Wenjing also realized this, and decided to teach their daughters a lesson to let them understand this truth. Tang Jiao stretched his neck and watched a small figure from a distance. Surprised, he took a few steps forward, and when he was sure it was really Lin Fei, he ran over in a hurry. "You are here, but I don't know where to go, Lin Fei." Tang Jiao spread his hands, revealing that he had just picked up coins. "Look, how much money I picked up. I'll give you half of it." "No need." Lin Fei refused. Tang Jiao was very loyal. "We will get half of the meeting, and if you come to me, I will give you half." Need. Not seeing this, Tang Jiao counted half of the coins and was about to stuff them into Lin Fei's pocket. Lin Fei stepped back and said calmly, "Do you remember what you should do?" "Tang Jiao?" Tang Jiao thought about it belatedly, and said awkwardly, I'll look for it right away." Lin Fei was speechless, and went back to Xiao with him, continuing to look for glasses and wallets. "I found it." Ji Liu suddenly shouted, and took out a pair of glasses from the gap between two stones. "Grandma, Grandma, are these your glasses?" As Ji Liu said, he walked over and handed the glasses to the old lady with the red hat. "Yes, yes, yes." The old lady took it, but, "Where is your wallet?" Ji Liu was a little puzzled. The old grandmother smiled. "It doesn't matter if you can't find the wallet. I brought a plastic bag, as long as you find the things in the wallet." "What?" Ji Liu asked. 10 lollipops, 20 small candies, 20 small oranges, and 50 coins. Everyone looked up for a moment. "Guys, it turns out that these are all dropped by the grandma." Several children quickly picked up the dropped candies, fruits and coins that Tang Jiao hadn't picked up. "Here." Zheng Shanxi helped her put it in a plastic bag. Tang Jiao looked at her plastic bag, feeling a little bit reluctant, but took out the coin from the pocket and put it in. Yang Wenjing thought silently, if she didn't eat the lollipop just now, it's not enough. Everyone worked together, and quickly packed the scattered things into the big plastic bag of the old grandma. The old grandmother wore reading glasses and counted. Seeing that the numbers matched, she laughed and said softly, "Thank you, you are all children, you're welcome." "Grandma, can you tell us where our parents are?" The old grandmother turned her head to look at the hillside not far away, and stretched out her finger. "Just turn over the hillside and follow the road with a red ribbon." Zheng Shanxi nodded, looked at Lin Fei, and walked forward together. They have been walking for a long time, and Cheng Huai and Yang Wenjing are a little tired. The two little girls walked on their short legs and said in a low voice, "I'm tired. How long will I have to walk?" Lin Fei flipped through the book and replied, "It's not far away." Cheng Huai and Yang Wenjing tried their best to walk along with them, but the slower they walked, the more tired they became. They are young and do little exercise. Even if the journey is not very far, it is long enough for them. Tang Jiao looked at their heavy legs, and said in a big brother style, "I'll carry you." Saying that, he walked to Cheng Huai's side and took the initiative to carry her on his back. But he is still a child, and it is not easy for Cheng Huai to carry Cheng Huai on his back. Seeing this, Lin Fei suggested, "Let's rest for a while." "Let's rest after climbing the slope." Ji Liu said, "Let's climb up first, then rest for a while, and then go downhill." And Zheng Shanxi nodded. The group of people couldn't help slowing down. Zheng Shanxi pulled Cheng Huai and Yang Wenjing, and led them forward slowly. The hillside is not too high, but it is a bit high for children. Tang Jiao took the initiative to take Cheng Huai, the youngest sister, forward. Lin Fei was second only to Tang Jiao in age, so he wanted to help Yang Wenjing. It's a pity that Ji Liu caught her and walked beside Yang Wenjing, pulling her up one with artist Tang Jiao. The netizens in the live broadcast room and the parents in front of the monitor were all moved to cheer for us. Seeing that Ji Liu wouldn't let him pull Yang Wenjing, Lin Fei took the initiative to pull Yang Wenjing, and let him use his own strength to pull Yang Wenjing even more. Seeing that Ji Liu held her hand, she turned her head and smiled, with a sweet heart, like a snack wrapped in bee candy. Finally, with the help of their teachers, the two little girls walked up the step by step. By this time it was already very bright. The blue sky was full of white clouds, and the turquoise hillside was covered with wildflowers. Standing on the top of the slope, we can see the river and grass down the slope, as well as sheep and fruit trees not far away. Tang Jiao raised his hands to the sides of his mouth and shouted into the distance, feeling refreshed. Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huai yelled as well, smiling silly. Tang Jiao seemed to find it interesting, and yelled again, and Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huai yelled, just like echo. Zheng Shanxi was amused by them, so he couldn't help raising his hand, and shouted with them. Tang Jiao turned to look at Lin Fei and Ji Liu. "Try it too, it's fun." Ji Liu refused, feeling stupid, so she shouldn't do such a stupid thing. Lin Fei didn't say anything either, he just quietly looked at the scenery in front of him. "I have always liked the scenery I have never seen before. It was the first time I climbed this not too high hill, the first time I looked at the river and grass under my feet. I could hardly see people when I saw it, and I saw the flock of sheep gathered together like dandelions. These are things that have never been seen in the city, and have never appeared in the past, so I looked at them carefully, wanting to go further, to see more scenery, even more different scenery." Lin Fei raised his head to look at the sky, and remembered that Lin Luoqing once said to him that you are a dragon and you will soar in the sky once again. My heart trembled, and I raised my hand and my heart, touching the never-reaching blue sky. Tang Jiao and Yang Wenjing were shouting, they seemed very happy. Ji Liu couldn't hold back in the end, tried to shout, and kept urging Lin Fei to try to. Lin Fei refused very coldly, maintaining his aloofness. There was a butterfly flying in front of him. Ji Liu had quick eyes and hands, and jumped up and caught it before it flew away. Zheng Shanxi, Yang Wenjing and Cheng Huai immediately gathered around, wanting to see butterflies. Even Tang Jiao came over. Everyone formed a circle. Ji Liu loosened and clenched his hands carefully, and the blue-purple butterfly flapped its wings upwards from the palm. It is like a child's hope, and it is also like a magnificent dream in childhood. Even after many years, Lin Luoqing still remembers this scene. He remembers them laughing and playing wantonly on the hillside, and he remembers the innocence on their faces. We stand in a row on the hillside, with a blue sky above our heads and green under our feet. We embrace the world in front of us, bright and vigorous. It belongs to us and innocent children. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. Lin Fei and Ji Liu rested on the hillside for a while, and then walked down the hillside. When Cheng Huai and Yang Wenjing were less tired. Going downhill is always easier than going uphill. The child is happily walking his own pace. When the last section of the road is reached, he can't help running. The wind blows his coat, hula la, accompanied by his laughter, like flowers blooming, blooms on this green hillside. The parents in front of the monitor couldn't help laughing, their eyes full of relief and love. After going down the slope, several babies walked along the mountain road for a while, and there was another fork. The tree on the left is tied with a yellow ribbon, and the tree on the right is tied with a red ribbon. He still remembered what Grandma said, so he took the initiative to walk to the right. This should be the last level of the program group. Lin Fei flipped through the book, and he has turned to the end of the self-made book of the program group. It reads, "Follow the instructions of the Red Hat Grandma. You will meet a fairy sister wearing a pearl necklace, and the fairy sister will help you find the way to rescue your father, sister." Fairy. Yang Wenjing tilted her head. Sister Fairy must be pretty, Cheng Huai nodded, and couldn't help fantasizing. The little girls stretched their necks expectantly, hoping to see this beautiful fairy sister as soon as possible. She didn't wait too long, and after walking for about 10 minutes, she saw a dancing fairy in pink gauze on the grass not far away. Sister Fairy. Cheng Huai stretched out her finger and pointed. Lin Fei and Ji Liu also saw it and walked forward quickly. It wasn't until Lin Fei walked in front of her that he looked at her quietly. The fairy in front of her is very beautifully dressed. The golden phoenix is holding a long tassel, quietly embedded in her hair bun. There seems to be petals falling between her eyebrows, and there is a double layer of pearl necklace on her neck. Wearing a shiny jade bracelet, Lin Fei focused his eyes on her pearl necklace, making sure it was the same as the book said, and then asked, "Sister, do you know where my parents are?" The fairy looked at him and nodded gently. Then, "You come up with a question," Tang Jiao said boldly. He felt that he had seen clearly that those people he met would ask questions first and help him. As he said that, he looked at Lin Fei with a look of "Come on, Lin Fei." The fairy smiled and said to him, "Come with me." After speaking, she turned and walked forward. Ji Liu didn't ask any questions, but just led him forward, and approached Lin Fei's ear in doubt. "Where's she taking me?" Lin Fei shook his head. "I don't know." Ji Liu couldn't help but clenched Lin Fei's hand, thinking that if something happened in a while, he would drag Lin Fei and run together. A few people followed the fairy for a short distance, and saw a small cave faintly. "Go out of this cave, and you will almost arrive at a place where your parents are imprisoned," the fairy said softly. "Where? You are being held." Tang Jiao scratched his head, then turned to look at Lin Fei. "What do you mean by being held? What is a place where you are held?" Lin Fei, "It's where your parents are," he explained calmly. Tang Jiao nodded. Oh, that's it, fairy, program director." Parents and netizens in front of the monitor laughed. "There seems to be no problem. Cover face. Ha ha ha. The place where your parents are imprisoned is not the place where your parents are. There is really no problem. Fei is heartbroken because of these cubs. That is, I am really gentle, careful and quick thinking. The staff of the program team are not good, so hurry up and change your words, and you have to cover for you. That is, Fei has already said hide and seek, so can't you follow hide and seek? But the setting of the program group is to rescue parents, so you can't change the setting. Cover your face. The truth depends entirely on me. Not unbalanced. Funny. Fei is awesome. If Fei is gone, what will this group of cubs do? Thank you, brother Fei. Soon, let me say thank you, brother Fei together. Fei took great pains to play hide and seek. Tang's hickey in front of the monitor couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That's right. No, it's a good thing that Fifi is talking about hide and seek. These children are still playing games. No, I think he should have cried a long time ago. Thank you, Master Lin. Yang Wenjing's mother turned to look at Lin Luoqing. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, Jingjing would definitely not be able to stop crying, even when she climbed the hill just now. Xiaoyu and Fei Fei have been pulling Jingjing. Thank you so much. Thank you for teaching your two children so well. You're welcome. Lin Luoqing said with a smile. He's all friends, and it's also right to help each other. I still have to be grateful. I learned a lot from Fifi during this recording. When I go back, I will definitely strengthen my previous loopholes and educate Jingjing well. That's right, Alice. It would be nice if we could meet each other often after this show is recorded, so that Fifi can always be an example for him. It's okay if you don't meet. Anyway, I'm in the same group, so we can communicate with each other in the future. Ho ha ho ha. Everyone laughed happily. Lin Luoqing listened, and finally had some sense of reality that the recording was about to end before he came to this variety show. He didn't have any yearning. If Lin Fei and Ji Liu didn't want to come, he wouldn't even agree, but after recording so many episodes later, he went to one place after another, from winter to spring, from north to south and then to north. He and Ji Yuxiao learned about customs one after another. He watched Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao. Liyu's growth is getting better and better and happier, and he can't help but feel a little bit reluctant about this show. Maybe it's not because he doesn't want to part with this show, but because he doesn't want to part with the time his regular family of four go out to play, with Tang Jiao, Zhang Shanxi, etc. Even if Lin Fei keeps silent and doesn't talk to him, he still thinks he's very good child. Lin Luoqing is a father after all, so even if he knows that Lin Fei doesn't need friends, and he knows that he has no feelings for most people in this world, he still selfishly hopes that children of the same age can like his little Fifi and willing to be friends with him. He hopes that Lin Fei and Ji Liu will always be happy, like the most ordinary children in the world, with a splendid childhood and colorful memories. When he grows up, when he is going to leave this world one day, he recalls his life, from childhood. Every stage is brilliant in this way. He will be happy. Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei and Ji Liu on the monitor with gentle eyes. Lin Fei was looking at the cave in front of him. Is it enough to wear it? He looked up at the fairy in front of him. Don't you need to answer questions or do anything for you? No. Need. The fairy smiled. Lin Fei always felt that it shouldn't be so simple. He took a look at the pearl necklace on the fairy's neck for the first time, and was sure that it was the same as the fairy wearing the pearl necklace in the book. Then he was reluctantly relieved and walked forward. Ji Liu was still holding his hand. When he moved, Ji Liu couldn't help but move too. We can't go in together. The fairy hurriedly stopped. This cave can only be entered by one person at a time. When Cheng Huai and Yang Wenjing heard what she said, they immediately shook their heads. One of them was young and the other was timid. They instinctively didn't want to enter this dark cave alone. I don't want it. Yang Wenjing whispered. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. There are no bad guys in the cave. Just go straight after you go in. Yang Wenjing still shook her head, took Zhang Shanxi's hand, and hid behind her. If you don't go through this cave, you won't be able to save your parents. The fairy reminded Yang Wenjing's automatic conversion into the hide-and-seek version didn't reach her parents. Her brows and eyes drooped instantly, as if she was about to cry or not. Come on. The fairy encouraged her. Be a brave kid. Only a brave kid can succeed. Let me be brave, okay? Yang Wenjing still shook her head. Lin Fei was concerned about Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao. She was hiding behind Zhang Shanxi and was unwilling to go forward. She said, I'll go in first. If there's nothing wrong, I'll come back and tell you. Go ahead, fairy? Question mark? Can it still be like this? But the question is, what should she do if her script didn't encounter this situation? So should she agree? She was still confused, but the netizens couldn't help but boast. Fei Fei is reliable. Also very responsible. Every time I look at Fifi, I feel a sense of security. Let me just say that I like Fifi the most. Fifi Guo is very Sue, and when she grows up, she must be very attractive to girls. Sister, the layout is bigger. I think boys will also like it. Funny. Ha 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 ha. I hope Fifi's vision is as good as his father's. I will. After all, I am so good. After Lin Fei finished speaking, he was ready to go to the cave. Ji Liu pulled him, but still wanted to go in with him after this. The fairy finally made a decision. Anyway, He is just a parent-child variety show for family fun, so let's just turn a blind eye and agree. Don't be so strict with a baby thinking so. She walked up to Lin Fei and talked to him about the precautions. After entering the cave, about 10 steps away, there will be a flashlight hanging on the wall. You can take it off to illuminate you. There are many things in the cave, and some of them will be very interesting, but you can use each of them. You can only stay for 3 seconds at most. If it exceeds 3 seconds, even if you walk out of the cave, it will be considered a failure, so it is best not to stay. Understand? Lin Fei nodded. Then, I wish you good luck, the fairy said softly. Lin Fei turned to look at Ji Liu, patted his head. Good boy. Ji Liu reluctantly let go, and said worriedly, then if you encounter anything, you must call me. Yes. Lin Fei agreed. After he finished speaking, he turned and entered the cave. The sun was shining brightly at the entrance of the cave, and Lin Fei stepped in, but he didn't feel how scary the cave was. He walked forward quickly, and after a while, he saw the flashlight hanging on the wall. The flashlight had been turned on, emitting a bright light. Lin Fei took it off and continued walking forward with the flashlight. The cave is very quiet, the body of the cave is not wide, and the flashlight is around, and you can see the shiny glass gems placed in the cave. Lin Fei didn't, and walked forward indifferently. With his flashlight flashing, he saw a bunch of car models and toys. He still did not. After that, Lin Fei saw Barbie dolls, small cakes, plush toys, toy guns, and even a pile of books one after another. If there is no danger, Lin Fei thought. Just as he was thinking, when he heard the sound of meowing, Lin Fei turned his flashlight around and saw a kitten drinking water in a cage. The kitten is very cute, yellow and white, with a round head. Lin Fei doesn't quite understand why it is here. It's not like those books and dolls don't come out of nowhere. This cat should also be hidden here. He thought of the Ababa and the 40 Thieves he watched before. It might be Ababa, he thought. No, it might be the fairy sister. It could also be the person playing the little monster. Lin Fei didn't believe that his father was taken away by the little monster. The little monster must be fake. Someone dressed it up, so he might have put these things here on purpose. I want to disturb his attention and make him forget to save his father. Lin Fei shook his head with contempt, shifted the direction of the flashlight, and continued walking forward. Soon, he saw light and trees outside. Lin Fei walked out quickly and successfully cleared the level. He looked at the scene in front of him, then turned his head to look at the hole behind him, turned around and walked in. He walked very fast this time, walking all the way back to the cave where he came, and Ji Liu ran over from afar, and asked concerned, "Are you alright?" "It's nothing," Lin Fei replied, "only, hush." The fairy raised a finger to stop him from speaking. "I can't speak." Lin Fei silently closed his voice. "It's not dangerous anyway," he said finally. After speaking, he glanced at Ji Liu and said to him, "I'll wait for you at the exit, okay?" Ji Liu nodded. Lin Fei turned around and entered the cave for the first time. Ji Liu watched him disappear from sight, and anxiously asked the fairy beside her, "Can I go in now?" "Wait a minute," the fairy said softly. How could Ji Liu be willing to wait? He pursed his lips, thinking that these people are really troublesome. It was not until Lin Fei walked out of the cave and the staff hidden in the cave replayed the flashlight that the fairy finally told Ji Liu the precautions and let him enter the cave. Ji Liu walked quickly, and within a few steps, he got the flashlight to illuminate the road in front of him. He just wanted to meet Lin Fei as soon as possible, so that Ji Liu didn't even bother to match the toys, dolls, small cakes, etc., including cats, placed in the hole. He was still walking at first, and when he was sure that the cave was flat, he simply ran all the way and ran towards the entrance of the cave. Lin Fei guessed that Ji Liu would be the second to walk out of the cave, so he didn't go far, and stood at the entrance of the cave waiting for him. Ji Liu saw his figure from a distance, although he couldn't see his face clearly against the light, but he also knew that it must be Lin Fei. He immediately ran faster, and couldn't help laughing when he saw his face clearly, then rushed straight into his arms and hugged him. "I'm here," he said happily. "I'm not very fast." Lin Fei gave a faint without any emotion, but he raised his hand, touched the back of Ji Liu's head, and hugged him gently. Chapter 339. The next few children were obviously much slower than the two of them. Lin Fei and Ji Liu waited for a while before finally waiting for the other children to walk out of the cave. Just unlike other children, when Cheng Huai came out, she hugged a Barbie doll. Lin Fei saw at a glance that it was a Barbie doll with a hole, and secretly thought it was bad. After a while, the fairy also appeared. "Xiaoya, is that what you were holding?" the fairy said softly. "Barbie doll." Cheng Huai answered her. "Is the Barbie yours?" Cheng Huai shook her head. I picked it up in the cave, did I say that you can't take things with holes? The fairy's voice was soft. Cheng Huai blinked, seemed to get up, walked up to her, and handed out a Barbie doll. Be good. The fairy picked up the Barbie doll, looked at the child in front of her, and said in a calm tone, although each of you went to a cave, Tang Jiao played with a toy gun for a minute, and Zhang Shanxi played with a kitten. The kitten played with a cat for 2 minutes, Yang Jing played with a Barbie doll and a plush toy for 2 minutes each, not to mention Xiaoya, not only played with a Barbie doll for 3 minutes, but also brought Barbie out. The 4 of you didn't pass the test. Only Lin Fei and Ji Liu passed the test. Only they can continue. As soon as Tang Jiao and the others were obedient, their faces turned pale. I won't do it next time, he said anxiously. I know I was wrong. Me too. The fairy's voice was very gentle. You entered the cave, I told each of you the rules, and you all agreed, so you should abide by the rules and keep your promises. Understand? Understood. The children said obediently. Then, can we still visit our parents? Zheng Shanxi asked. The monitor's family couldn't help but worry. The fairy turned to look at Lin Fei. Did the village give you 10 yuan this morning? Lin Fei nodded. Yes. How much did you spend? 15. Lin Fei answered her. 5 yuan left. The amount was obviously higher than the program group originally expected, and Yi Xian could only slightly change the unit price to ensure that the magical pearls and scripts they got in the end were the same number. I have 5 magic pearls. If I get the pearls, I can turn failure into success. 1 pearl costs $1. Would you like to buy 5 pearls and distribute them? The children immediately looked at Lin Fei expectantly. Lin Fei lowered his head and took out the wallet from his pocket, took out the 5 yuan in the wallet, and handed it to her. You're better off. There may be other obstacles in the future. If you buy it for the first time and give it to them, you won't be able to buy it again if you need it later. Lin Fei's tone was calm. I don't need it. The fairy didn't seem to know what he would say. She looked at his expressionless face in surprise, and felt that he was quite cool. I'll give you another minute to think. No need. Lin Fei said without hesitation. Give it to them. I don't need it. He will abide by the rules, keep his promise, do everything, and find Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, so he doesn't need some pearls. Only those who can't do it will need it. Lin Fei didn't realize that he couldn't do it, so he didn't realize that he needed it. He is very confident in himself, so confident that even though he is still a child now, he already has a bit of determination and pride in his brows and eyes. Ji Yuxiao nodded appreciatively. Attitude, as expected of my son. Lin Luoqing glanced at him, thinking that it is true. In terms of self-confidence, who can be confident in Ji Yuxiao, who is almost narcissistic? Netizens watched and couldn't help boasting. Fifei is so handsome, and what he says is also handsome. It's simply too cool. Fifei, the well-known little cool brother. I thought that Fifei's agreement was out of friendship, self-sacrifice for others, but he didn't mean self-sacrifice at all, but felt that he didn't need cover face. Fifei is really confident. She is calm in everything she does, neither guilty nor afraid. It is really difficult to form a mentality. But he is so confident. If he encounters such a blow, will he not be able to accept it, and he will never recover from it? I don't think so, not to mention the fact that his family background and intelligence can be hit. Even his character determines that he won't. He is not only confident, he is also very calm, and sometimes you feel that it seems that everyone is very calm, not happy with things but not sad with himself. Even if he really meets him, his indifferent personality will make him not have so many sorrows and joys. Will be here, not to mention never recover from a setback. It makes sense. It's really rare to see a kind of indifference in a child. It's so strange. That's true. After all, it's a high-quality human cub, and it's rare and normal. I really envy Kinking. What a good Fifei I have. I don't think about it. It's also because of Kinking that Fifei can become the current Fifei. Kinking and Fifei are the best. Fifei wants to live happily with Kinking forever. That's right. You have to be successful under the protection of your father. Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei on the monitor and slowly laughed. He does have a good one by his side. A good one. The fairy stood firm, took the money, and gave him 5 pearls. Lin Fei distributed the pearls to the other children one by one, and he gave the last one to Ji Liu. Ji Liu took it, looked at it, and said very generously, "We will use it together. If you need it, I will give it to you." I don't need it. Lin Fei said lightly. Ji Liu didn't speak anymore, and put it away, planning to give it to Lin Fei when he needed it. Okay, now that you have obtained the resurrection pearl, you can continue to entertain. Ji Yuxiao and the others instantly became happy. You can eat pearls, so don't put them in your mouth. The fairy reminded. Yes. The children nodded quickly. The fairy smiled and turned to look at Lin Fei. She walked over, took out a pearl bracelet from her purse, and handed it to Lin Fei. Brave children will have medals. Children who follow the rules will be rewarded. Children who keep their promises will be rewarded. Kind children will be rewarded. Take it. It is your prize. With it, those monsters will not dare to hurt you. Don't dare to hurt your parents, so you can be reunited with your parents. Lin Fei stretched out his little hand, took it, and said calmly, "Thank you, you're welcome. From now on, you can just keep walking. I wish you good luck." After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Lin Fei looked at her back and lowered his head. In the palm of his palm, the lustrous pearls were still shining. The keys on the pearl bracelet looked simple and elegant. Lin Fei put away the bracelet and continued walking. The road behind is much simpler. The book says, "Follow the guidance of the fairy sister. Along the way, you will see a very wooden house. Your parents are there. Go bravely to rescue them. Little warriors, let's go." Lin Luoqing stood up. "We should hide ourselves. After all, it's hide and seek." "Yes." Ji Yuxiao agreed with a smile. The two of them looked around, and finally entered an empty closet. After that, the other families also hid themselves in the closet, urn, under the bed and other places. Lin Fei and the others saw the wooden house hidden behind the tree from a distance. That? Tang Jiao said excitedly. "That's the wooden house." The children suddenly became happy. They ran almost uncontrollably, but just halfway through the run, before they got close to the wooden house, two people who looked like leopards suddenly rushed out from the side. Yang Jing and Cheng Huai hid behind Zheng Shanxi in fear. "There really are monsters." Zheng Shanxi was also a little scared, and quietly moved towards Lin Fei. Tang Jiao looked at the two people facing him in surprise, approached Lin Fei, and whispered in his ear, "Didn't you say that there are no monsters, Lin Fei? Can't you look at his hands?" Just like people, Lin Fei felt that he was really too stupid. "Where are the children? Go back quickly, we don't play with children," said the leopard head on the left. "That's right, go back quickly." The leopard head on the right echoed, "We're here to find that." Looking at them, Ji Liu secretly thought that they were dressed a little ugly. "No, Dad, go quickly, or we will arrest you too," said the leopard head on the left, and made a gesture to arrest Lin Fei. Lin Fei quickly took a step back, but saw the person in front of him exaggerate. "Do you have any on your body? It hurts so much, you must have hidden it, baby." Lin Fei, "I always feel that he doesn't seem to be in so much pain. It seems fake." He silently glanced at Ji Liu. There was no disguise of Ji Liu yet. "Ji Liu?" Ji Liu blinked in confusion. Seeing what he was doing, he didn't hide any treasures. Lin Fei looked at his bewildered look and smiled a little. Sure enough, his brother was stupid. He took out the pearl bracelet that the fairy gave him. "It should be a bracelet," the fairy said. "With it, the monsters would not dare to hurt him." When the two leopards saw it, they backed away in fright. "It's abominable that you have a fairy to help you." They looked at each other, turned and ran away. Cheng Huai and Yang Jing stuck out their little heads happily. "Brother Fifei, they ran away, and you defeated them, Lin Fei." Lin Fei looked at the bracelet on his hand, and at the fleeing leopard. How should I put it? He always felt a bit like Ji Yuxiao, who he didn't play but watched others play. "Forget it," Lin Fixin said. "Let's find Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao first," he said, and walked quickly to the wooden house. Tang Jiao reached out to push the door, but didn't open it. There was a lock on the door. Tang Jiao said anxiously, "Why are they still locking the door?" Lin Fei looked at the lock on the front, took out the pearl bracelet, and inserted the key on the bracelet into it. He turned the key, and the lock opened with a snap. Ji Liu quickly helped him take off the lock, pushed open the door, and shouted, "Dad!" Ji Yuxiao almost pushed open the cabinet door to hug his precious son, but he still remembered Lin Feixian's hide and seek, so he restrained a little and continued to maintain a motionless posture. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Cheng Huai asked suspiciously. "He must be playing hide and seek with us," Tang Jiao said excitedly. As he said that, he walked to the bed, lay down and looked around, and saw Yang Jing's father, Uncle Yang Jing ran quickly, and the other children also started to search for their parents. Lin Fei lifted the lid of the urn, and saw Tang Zhiqi squatting on the urn. "Hello, Uncle Tang. He said softly, you are also good. Tang Zhiqi responded to him with a smile. Tang Jia rushed over after hearing the sound, and said pleasantly, Father, Tang. Zhiqi smiled, stood up, and walked out from when Ji Liu watched, rushed to the closet, opened the closet, and saw Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao standing against the closet. Dad, he said happily. Lin Luoqing jumped out of the closet, while Ji Yuxiao hugged him and rubbed his head. Not bad, I found it so soon. Ji Liu hugged him tightly, turned his head hastily, and called Lin Fei to come, but when he turned around, Lin Fei had already come. Some of the children present couldn't wait to jump into the arms of their parents, telling about the hard work along the way. Only Lin Fei was indifferent, and didn't even call Lin Luoqing. He just stood in front of Lin Luoqing and looked at him quietly. Lin Luoqing watched him standing not far from her, and opened her arms actively. Not yet. Lin Fei was not very thoughtful. There were too many people. He was embarrassed to save face, so he stretched out his hand and handed the breakfast he had carried all the way to Lin Luoqing. Breakfast. Lin Luoqing laughed, took his breakfast, and took him into his arms. You even remembered to bring breakfast for Dad. How cute. Dad kisses you. Lin Fei hadn't forgotten that the camera was still following him for a while, and quickly hid away, but couldn't bear to push Lin Luoqing away, so he could only try to divert his attention. Eat breakfast first. Eat breakfast. Breakfast is not as important as you, but Fei is more important, Lin Luoqing said, and kissed him the face twice. Lin Fei, he really can be less important, really. Netizens couldn't help laughing when they saw his face blushing after being kissed. Fei is so innocent, kisses actually blush. Ha ha ha, so cute, and I'm so close. Fei, enough is enough. Dad, stop kissing. Kinking, if you want to kiss. Ha 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 ha. Fei really has awkwardness written all over his face. So arrogant. Does he still have such an arrogant side? Maybe only for kinking. Kinking is cool. You can unlock the limited edition Fei. The key point is that Fei's face is red, and she still doesn't want to push Dad away. After all, it's my father. Fei must like kinking very much, so she blushes awkwardly on kinking's face and silently allows her father to kiss her. Who is crying with envy? Is it me? It's really worth it to see all kinds of nonsense in the last issue. Once we get to the back, we won't be with Leyu anymore. I'm so hard. Me too, begging Kinking to post more news about the two cubs in the future. I beg Kinking, give Yoon's father and mother a way to survive. Woo-wah, clear your mind. The happiness of the rest of my life depends on you. Kinking, dear cub, don't cue. Ha ha ha. Why is Kinking still kissing? It's really not enough. Nonsense, can you leave it alone? I can kiss bald. Chapter 340. It wasn't until Lin Luoqing kissed her enough that she finally reluctantly let go of Lin Fei and rubbed his head lovingly. Lin Fei blushed a little, looked at him with disgust, and felt a little helpless, turning his head to look at the wall unnaturally. It's rare for netizens to see him like this, and their hearts tremble because of his cuteness, and they keep shouting, so cute, very cute. Fei is really the cutest cub I have ever seen, especially Luoqing, who is twice as cute. Hey, I'm so envious of Luoqing. At this time, the parents of other families have also ended their intimacy with their children one after another, and walked out with their babies. Lin Luoqing watched, smiled and said to Lin Fei, let's go home too. Lin Fei nodded and turned around. Hearing this, Ji Liu took Ji Yuxiao's hand and prepared to go home with him. It was only when he held hands that he realized that he didn't give Ji Yuxiao breakfast. Here. Ji Liu handed out a breakfast. Do you have breakfast? Of course Ji Yuxiao ate, but Ji Liu took the whole way. He was not willing to refuse, and said, eat some, but I will be hungry again. But you have too much food, I can't eat it. Let's eat together, okay? Ji Liu agreed. Ji Yuxiao took out a bag from his small bag, tore open the bag, broke off a small piece, and gave him the rest. Ji Liu took it and started to eat slowly. Lin Luoqing also inserted the straw into the milk box and gave the milk to Lin Fei. Lin Fei refused to answer, and said lightly, you drink. Listening to his succinct words, Lin Luoqing felt that he had more and more potential to dominate the boss. I've already drank it, you can drink it. You didn't drink milk this morning. Lin Luoqing said softly. Lin Fei reached out to take it. After hearing what he said, he remembered that Ji Liu shared the milk with himself in the morning, so he drank a few sips and passed the milk to Ji Liu. Ji Liu held Ji Yuxiao in one hand and the bag in the other. Seeing this, He lowered his head and drank directly with a straw in his mouth. Lin Fei didn't mind, so he moved closer so that he could drink more conveniently. The two of them ate as they walked, and walked out in a leisurely manner. When going out, the children naturally lead their parents forward, but just walking, they become parents leading their babies forward. Lin Fei was very sensitive to notice that they were not going the way he came from, and looked up at Lin Luoqing. "Can I go back here?" "Yes." Lin Luoqing nodded. "This is the path we took when we were arrested, and we will walk faster than you." Lin Fei nodded without asking any further questions, and continued eating the buns. Lin Luoqing watched his cheeks puff up and down. He was so cute, and bent over to hug him. A little itchy. Lin Fei was caught off guard by him and picked him up. He didn't quite understand, and said in a flat tone, "I can walk by myself, but I want to hug you." Lin Luoqing said softly. Lin Fei, "Well, it's his clingy dad." He looked at Lin Luoqing helplessly, with a bit of connivance in his eyes that he couldn't accommodate him, and was hugged by him obediently. Netizens in the live broadcast watched this scene and couldn't help laughing. "Ho ho ho ho, is it my illusion? I actually saw accommodation in my eyes. It's not an illusion. He really seems to have such eyes. Cover face. This is the first time I saw Zay Zay and felt that he was accommodating to his father. So cute. Fifi really loves kinking very much. Although, upstairs, are you sure your language location is correct?" "Indeed. Kinking dotes on Fifi, and Fifi also dotes on kinking very much. The two of them love each other blatantly. It seems to be the case. After all, we have to send pocket money to kinking." Cover face. "Ho ho ho ho, yes." Seeing Lin Luoqing picking up Lin Fei, Ji Yuxiao also bent down to pick up Ji Liu. Ji Liu couldn't be happier, hugged Ji Yuxiao, kissed him on the cheek several times, and rubbed his face softly. "Father, I can protect you." He was gentle, his amber eyes staring at Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao thought he was on this mission, and slowly laughed. "Okay." He whispered. Ji Liu laughed too. He hugged Ji Yuxiao, thinking that he could protect him, and when he grew up, he would be able to protect him better. He wanted to protect Ji Yuxiao for the rest of his life. The wind blew over Ji Liu's bangs, and he looked at Ji Yuxiao with warmth and dependence in his eyes while talking with their children. The parents walked forward, walking, passing by the dandelion bushes. When they came in the morning, the breeze blows, dandelions dance with the wind, and snow flies between the sky and the earth. "Look, Fifi, dandelion," Lin Luoqing said softly to Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned his head, and saw the white dandelion fluttering, flying and falling in the direction of the wind, like a dancing butterfly. He didn't tell Lin Luoqing that he once felt like a dandelion, just like he didn't dislike or like dandelions because he used to be like a dandelion. He just simply feels what he feels, but he doesn't feel sad or miserable because of it. Every flower has its own way of growing, and the same is true for people. Flowers without roots can live without roots, and flowers with roots can live without roots. He wants a flower pot of his own, but maybe the dandelion doesn't want to belong to the flower pot. Lin Fei watched the white dandelion fly over, light and unconcerned. He stretched out his hand, and a dandelion fell on his hand. Baby, small, like opening a small umbrella, and like a little cloud. Lin Fei watched quietly, but felt the wind blowing again, and the dandelion in his hand left his palm instantly and flew towards the sky. "Goodbye, little dandelion." Lin Fei looked at the direction of flying away, and said silently, "I hope you have a pleasant journey." He gently hugged Lin Luoqing tightly, leaned into his arms, and stopped in his heart. He had finished his journey. It was almost 11 o'clock when the parents finished copying the path and took the children back to the village chief's house. The host looked at them and said with a smile, "It seems that our little warriors have completed the task very well, Tang." Jiao nodded cooperatively, and did not forget to tell him, "The village chief, let me ask you clearly, there are no monsters. Those monsters are people in disguise." "Oh." The holder also nodded. "I see, then. Have you ever met a fairy?" "I met." Cheng Huaya said positively. "Sister Fairy is so beautiful. Give us the pearl." When the host heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Children are always like this, innocent and innocent. They will deny those bad things in their hearts, and only keep yearning for good things. They don't believe that there are real monsters, and think they are people pretending to be, but they are also willing to believe that fairies are real and not pretending. It's cute, and it makes people want to care for their pure hearts. Then, did any of you get the fairy bracelet? Brother Fifi got it. Cheng Huaya said. The holder turned to look at Lin Fei, who took out the bracelet from his pocket and showed it to him. Then, "It seems that it is our little warrior this time." The host smiled. "The brave little warrior will be rewarded. Are you ready to accept your prize?" Lin Fei did not expect such a link, nodded, and saw a staff member walking over with a box. Lin Luoqing helped Lin Fei take it, and asked curiously, "What is this? Doesn't Fei have a key? You'll know when you open it, key?" Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei in doubt. Lin Fei picked up the pearl bracelet and opened the box with a key on the bracelet. In the next second, a box full of snacks and candies jumped into his eyes. The other children couldn't help exclaiming in envy. Ji Liu also let out a little wow, and said happily, "It's a lot to eat." This is the third day of recording. He has not eaten snacks for 3 days, and now he can finally eat. Ji Liu's eyes curled up again seeing that they were happy. The host laughed too, announcing that the mission in the morning was a success, and now the children can go home with their parents. The children cheered and followed their parents to leave the village head's yard. Lin Fei and Ji Liu also followed Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao back. It wasn't until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao were woken up again by the program staff and went to the recording site to record the closing interview. Lin Luoqing heard the word ending, and realized once again that this show is really over. When they recorded for the first time, it was snowing heavily and everything was at rest, but now, the willow tree has already sprouted new buds. Everything is full of vitality, and spring has arrived. Time always changes something unknowingly, but it seems like nothing has changed. He is the one who just arrived and is full of curiosity and yearning for him. Ji Yuxiao is also the kind, considerate and self-confident Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing bowed his head and smiled, and followed the staff to the temporary interview room. The host has arrived at a meeting. When he saw them, he put a gentle smile on his face and politely asked them to sit down. "Sleep? Well? Okay." Lin Luoqing smiled. "What about you?" "I didn't sleep." The host sighed. "I can't sleep when I think about never seeing Fei and Xiaoyu again." Lin Luoqing laughed. "I will see you if there is a chance." "Really?" "Of course." Lin Luoqing nodded slightly. After a few polite words, the two entered into this interview. "We never asked before, Mr. Lin, why did you and Mr. Ji choose to participate in this variety show? Is it because you want to spend more time with your children?" "It's one of the reasons, but it's not a reason," Lin Luoqing said softly. "Actually, I didn't want to participate at first, but Fei and Xiaoyu wanted to come, so we came." "The two of them want to come, why?" the holder asked curiously. Lin Luoqing smiled. "Because Fei wants to make money, Xiaoyu wants to come out to play." This is not the same as the holder's expected answer, nor is it the same as the netizens' expected answer. Fei turned out to be doing it to make money? Good guy. This not only has a personality like a boss, but also looks like a boss. As expected of Mr. Ji, he knew how to make money so early. Cover face, laughing to death. It's true that it's so different. It's the first time I've seen a baby come to record a variety show to make money. And was exposed by my father. Cute! Exclamation mark. Another day of trying to steal cubs. Fei want to make money? The host asked in surprise. Lin Luoqing nodded. He wants to give me pocket money. When he came here, he couldn't help laughing. Isn't it cute? The host nodded silently. That was really cute. Netizens are envious. This is too cute. Sure enough, the sale of potatoes was not a special case. Fei and Xiaoyu just gave pocket money to their fathers. When I think that Fei's cold face is to send pocket money to my father, I can't help but want to kiss him. Me too. Fei and Xiaoyu are so rare. King is so happy. I'm so envious. Who is crazy about lemons? It's me. However, if you ask him, he will definitely not tell you that he is giving me pocket money. Lin Luoqing smiled. He has never been good at taking credit for his children, so he seldom does anything good for himself, or he is doing it for your own good. Let me tell you. He likes to do it, but he doesn't like it. This kind of child needs the patience of parents, and you need to pay attention to his every move and give him more care. This sentence was verified in the children's intimate talk session in the afternoon. Fei, why do you want to record the show with Dad? The host peeled an apple for him. Lin Fei didn't answer, shook his head, and said politely, "Thank you." The host had no choice but to eat by himself. "Is it for going out to play with the fathers?" "No." Lin Fei said lightly, "Because I want to make money." "Why? Do you want to make money?" Lin Fei looked at him, speechless. The host followed the instructions carefully. "It's okay, it's just the two of us here, you can do whatever you want." But Lin Fei didn't think much of it. He never liked to talk to others. He had a low desire to confide, let alone casually confide in others. Seeing that he was quiet and silent, the host thought to himself that this is really the same as Lin Luoqing, He really understands himself very well. Then, if we invite you next time, would you like to come with your father? Is there a salary? Lin Fei asked him. Of course. The host laughed. Lin Fei nodded. That's fine. The barrage instantly burst into laughter. Fei, you really love money. Who doesn't love money? Is there anyone who doesn't love money? Laughing, Fei is just like me, only caring about salary. If you have a salary, that's fine, but if you don't have a salary, you don't have to talk about it. So I trouble the capitalists not to give me a cake, and I will pay directly, thank you. Ho ha ho ho, that's right. Then after recording so many episodes, Fei, is there anything you want to have a little fish with Dad? The host asked, or is there anything you think they can improve? Lin Fei shook his head. I don't think there's any need for improvement. Is there nothing to think about then? And Lin Fei nodded. The host looked at him and felt that he was really a child who rarely talked. In other words, he was also a child who is very good at protecting himself. Okay, then you can go and play, and let the little fish come in. Lin Fei stood up and walked out of the house. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ji Liu waiting outside. What does Uncle Village Chief have with you? Ji Liu asked impatiently. You'll know when you go in. Lin Fei said calmly. Hearing this, Ji Liu walked in curiously. The host brought him a bag of potato chips. Ji Liu chatted with him while eating. Compared with Lin Fei, hosts and netizens think he is much more lively. Why did Xiaoyu come to record the show with his father? Is it for fun? And Ji Liu nodded. Does the little fish feel happy these few times? Happy? Is there anything you want to talk to Dad or brother? Or do you want them to improve? No. Ji Liu finished and turned to look at him. But I hope Uncle Village Chief you can improve things. The host immediately sat up and said humbly, what? Can you not accept the tablet? Ji Liu said seriously, every time I collect the tablet, I can only read books. Reading every day is really miserable, so I won't accept the tablet next time, even if I only send it for half an hour a day. Okay. Holder. Netizens in the live broadcast room laughed. As expected of you, Ji Liu, the king of study weariness. It's only after this season is over, it's useless, my son. Poor little fish, who was forced to be scrolled 7 times by his brother. There are more than 7 issues, not every volume before, cover face, not just before, there will be volumes in the future, that is, after all, he is the only younger brother of King Wan Hao crying, weeping for our little fish in advance. The live broadcast room was full of joy, and Ji Liu ended the truth-telling session in this happy atmosphere. In the evening, everyone gathered for dinner and chatted around the bonfire. The adults exchanged work and education experiences, while the children played. The firelight reflected on their faces, and everyone saw peace and happiness in their eyes. Everyone took a group photo under the starlight. Turned the entire recording of this season. In the early morning of the next day, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao took Lin Fei and Ji Liu to the car to go home. Lin Fei looked at the scenery outside the window and listened to the program staff say goodbye to them. He realized that next month, they would never come out to record the program again. He calculated and found that they went to 7 places in total. Every time, he was very happy when he went, and he was also very happy when he came back. Lin Fei once felt that he didn't like changing places, so he wanted a flower pot and wanted to take root in a place, but now he feels that he doesn't seem to dislike changing places that much, maybe because he already has his own flower pot. He would go back, they would go back, wherever he went, he knew, he would go back. He got off the car with Lin Luoqing, boarded the plane, got in the car again, and rushed towards home. The road was long, and Lin Fei even slept, but he still felt at ease when the car stopped. Lin Fei got out of the car and saw that he was very familiar with home. Come back. He heard Lin Luo's clear and bright voice. Well, Lin Fei said silently, come back. He came home, or maybe. Lin Fei looked up at Lin Luoqing. He was actually at home all the time. Chapter 341. After the recording of the variety show was over, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao resumed their usual lives. The same is true for Lin Fei and Ji Liu. The students in their class are very sorry about this. Did you stop recording the show? Then those children don't need to study anymore, and we are the only ones who need to be compared and studied by you. God, why is it always me who gets hurt? The students were frowning. The number of victims finally increased to the whole country, and now they are the only ones left. What a tragedy. He hugged them who were being rolled around in distress. Lin Fei felt that they thought about it every day. A month later, the last episode of The Family aired. successfully setting a new high in ratings. Lin Fei and Ji Liu even joined Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao in the trending searches for a day and a night. Netizens lamented what kind of fairy family this is. The father is in charge, and the cub is cute, and at the same time, they are sad that they will not see the cub in the future. Feeling sad, she ran to Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao's Weibo again, begging them to post Lin Fei and Ji Liu's updates in the future. Lin Luoqing silently agreed in her heart. I will. Ji Yuxiao directly posted a group photo of Lin Fei and Ji Liu. For a while, Yoon's parents gathered together, and Ji Yuxiao's Weibo gained a lot of fans in a blink of an eye. Children's Day is here, and Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao are also planning to take Lin Fei and Ji Liu out to have fun and celebrate the festival. Where do you want to go? Lin Luoqing asked the two of them. Just for one day, you can't go too far. The zoo. Ji Liu immediately raised his hand and said, I want to see the little tiger. Lin Luoqing nodded and looked at Lin Fei. Where's Fei? Also, Lin Fei said calmly, don't you want to go to the museum this time? Lin Luoqing asked him, if we want, we can go to the museum in the morning and the zoo in the afternoon. Unlike other children of this age who are not interested in museums and find them boring, Lin Fei is particularly interested in museums. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao are quite curious about this, but they are also very supportive. After all, even if he can't understand anything, just admiring the museum's collections will help cultivate the aesthetics of art. Okay. Lin Fei agreed. He thought he could only go to one place before that. Little fish has to get up early tomorrow. Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Liu. Ji Liu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yeah. In order to prove what she said, at 9 o'clock that night, Ji Liu came to Lin Fei's bedroom with a pillow in her arms. Sleep. And sleep. He took off his shoes and went to bed. Go to bed early today and get up early tomorrow. It was rare for Lin Fei to see him go to bed so early, and he was still not used to it. Go to bed first. I'll finish reading this. I'll wait for you. Ji Liu said softly. Lin Fei looked at the tablet that he was going to get when he spoke, and could only tell him, don't lie down and play. Oh. Ji Liu sat up reluctantly. Lin Fei read it for another 20 minutes, closed the book, took away Ji Liu's tablet, took a shower with him, and went to bed early. The next morning, Lin Luoqing came to Lin Fei's house and called them both up. Mrs. Zhang had already prepared breakfast, and also made some simple food such as sandwiches and rice balls, so that they could eat on the road when they were hungry. Lin Luoqing packed a miji, rice balls, water, and washed fruits into his bag, and handed them to Ji Yuxiao, and they went out together. The first stop is the museum. Lin Luoqing and the others went to a private museum this time. The curator of the museum knew Ji Yuxiao and knew that he was coming today, so the museum was temporarily closed for a day to receive their family. After all, Lin Fei is still young, and what he can understand is actually very limited, especially when it comes to history. He has not learned a lot of historical knowledge, so he can only understand some of it in general. However, he did not come to the museum to listen to the explanation, but simply to see the collection. He thought some were very beautiful, so he looked at them carefully for a long time, and he didn't like some very much, so he jumped over them after just a second glance. At this time, he seemed a little childish. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao followed behind him, watching him raise his head and carefully stare at the bronze vessel in front of him. This is a row of chime bells, big and small, lined up in sequence, up and down, beautiful and majestic. Lin Fei raised his head and kept looking up, as if he wanted to see the row above. Seeing this, Ji Yuxiao grabbed his waist with both hands and lifted him up. Lin Fei was a little surprised, and turned to look at him, but there was no revealing emotion in his eyes. Ji Yuxiao said with a smile, don't you want to read the above? Take your time, hearing what he said. Lin Fei slowly looked up. Ji Yuxiao lifted him up, saw that he was tilting his head and was still appreciating carefully. After thinking about it, he simply let him ride on his shoulders, so that he could relax and make him more comfortable. Lin Fei had never ridden on someone else's neck like this before, and for a moment he didn't know how to place his hands. Ji Yuxiao reached out to grab his little hand, squeezed his soft palm, and said softly, it's okay, father is holding you, you won't fall. Lin Fei held his hand, felt the warmth of his palm, and gave a soft hum. If you want to come down later, tell your father in advance, okay? Lin Fei agreed. He raised his head to look at the chime in front of him for the first time, but just looking at it, he couldn't help but look at Ji Yuxiao again. He remembered that in school, a classmate's father came to picked him up, and let him sit on his shoulders every time he just watched, neither longing nor curious. But it wasn't until today that he sat on Ji Yuxiao's shoulders that he realized that his father's shoulders were so broad that he could even sit on him. It was novel and made him happy. Lin Fei looked around, trying to see the museum at this height and the people nearby. He sat so high that he could see the top of Lin Luoqing's hair. And he could see many paintings on the walls of the museum that he hadn't seen before. This is a different kind of experience, which makes him feel a little joy in his heart. After watching the chime, Lin Fei slowly got down on Ji Yuxiao's neck. Is it fun? Lin Luoqing asked him. Lin Fei nodded and asked Ji Yuxiao, are you tired? With your weight, how can you still be tired? Ji Yuxiao pinched his face. I underestimate your father. Lin Fei felt relieved seeing that Lin Fei came down. Ji Liu also wanted to play. He looked at Ji Yuxiao eagerly, but Ji Yuxiao picked him up and put him up without understanding his thoughts. Ji Liu hugged his neck happily, and it looked like he had played it many times before. Seeing this, Lin Luoqing asked Lin Fei, do you still want to play? Lin Fei shook his head and pulled him forward. He still remembers that he came to see the collection, not to play games. Ji Liu obviously prefers to play games, and after playing with Ji Yuxiao for a while, he reluctantly came down and started admiring the collection again. Several people walked around each hall of the museum before going to the commodity memorial hall. Lin Luoqing bought a small bronze chime bell and tripod for Lin Fei, as well as a seal and bookmarks, and bought a bunch of things he liked for Ji Liu. Then he left the museum with the two children and rushed to the zoo. This is not Lin Fei's first visit to the zoo. In fact, Lin Luoqing has taken him there several times, but he still likes the small animals in the zoo. The same is true for Ji Liu. The two followed Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao to look at the small animals that had just entered the park, and walked all the way back. Ji Liu looked at the cute little fox in front of him and wanted to feed it. Lin Luoqing shook his head, and said softly, no, you can't feed small animals casually. Why? Ji Liu didn't understand, because if everyone can feed, some bad people will feed some bad things, and then the animals will be injured or die. Ji Liu is surprised. There are still such people. That's right. Lin Luoqing touched his head. So we can't give him a chance. As long as no one feeds the small animals, they can't feed them either. Ji Liu understood. He nodded, and continued to look at the little fox in front of him. After watching the fox, he saw the little wolf, the little monkey, the giraffe, and so on in turn. After walking all the way to the middle of the park, a few people finally saw the tiger. The adult tiger is majestic. Its golden fur is shining in the sun. It looks so beautiful. It is walking around its territory at this time, occasionally roaring, emitting a strong coercion, seems to be declaring the status of self-hegemony. Lin Fei and Ji Liu were hugged by Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, watching from a distance, unable to approach. But for the newborn tiger cubs, they can take a closer look. Several white tiger cubs were lying on the grass, yawning and basking in the sun. The breeze blew by, blowing the fluff on their bodies, like dandelions, cute and beautiful. The little tiger is so cute. Ji Liu laughed. Lin Luoqing looked down at Lin Fei, who is quietly looking at the little tiger, and patted his head. Well, the little tiger is really cute. Lin Fei looked back at him attentively, and saw Lin Luoqing smiling at him gently. The sun shone on his face, and his already good-looking face became brighter. Lin Fei felt that his father seemed very good-looking, also very cute. He turned his head and continued to look at the little white tiger. After watching the little tiger, several people went to see the little leopard next door. Cheetahs have long black tear lines, which are cute and beautiful, while leopards do not have such long tear lines and flick their tails leisurely. Their faces are different. Ji Liu looked back at Lin Luoqing and said. Lin Luoqing nodded. Cheetahs have long black tear lines, but leopards don't. But leopards are stronger than cheetahs, and cheetahs run faster than leopards. What's the name of leopard? Ji Liu was curious. Lin Luoqing chuckled. What do you think they are called? Wow. Ji Liu let out a small cry. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao laughed. Then you will be disappointed, Ji Yuxiao thought. Wait and see what they call. He smiled and looked at Ji Liu, with bad intentions. Ji Liu looked curiously at the cheetah not far away, waiting for it to speak. He waited for a long time before finally hearing the cheetah cry, meow meow. Ji Liu! Exclamation mark. Ji Liu looked at the cheetah in disbelief, and couldn't believe it. Did you hear that? Ji Yuxiao teased him. Ji Liu, Lin Fei, the two silently expelled it from the relatives of the tiger. The scap did not finally recover until they saw the lion behind. Well, If it's more like a relative of the tiger. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao couldn't help but secretly laughed when they heard their conversation about relatives of tigers. The two adults walked around with the two cubs, and they walked back with the two cubs until it was getting dark. When approaching the house, Ji Yuxiao saw from a distance that the neighbor next door seemed to be moving. He stopped the car, pressed the glass, and asked, "Moving yet?" The neighbor came over, looked at him, and said to him with a smile, "My wife has taken a fancy to a new villa a while ago, so we plan to move there." Ji Yuxiao nodded. "Then I wish you a happy housewarming." "Thanks." The two exchanged a few pleasantries. The neighbor waved at Ji Liu and Lin Fei, and said politely, "See you. I will come to play with uncle sometime in the future. See you." Ji Liu said sweetly. Ji Yuxiao restarted the car, turned around and asked Lin Luoqing and Zi's two babies, "Do you want to change to the new villa?" "I mean, we can change to a bigger and more beautiful villa." Lin Luoqing didn't think it was necessary. "It's fine here." Lin Fei and Ji Liu also nodded. Lin Fei has gotten used to the environment here, to the villa, to going to and from school every day. Looking at the scenery outside the window, he can estimate how far and how long it will take him to get home at any time. Ji Liu is reluctant to leave here when his parents were still there. Ji Yuxiao lived here. Now, he hopes that he can continue to live here, always live here in this way, as if nothing had changed. He just came to his uncle's house to play, and when he got home, his parents were still waiting for him at home. Seeing that they didn't want to change, Ji Yuxiao didn't insist. On the contrary, Lin Luoqing looked back and said with emotion, "It seems that we will have a new neighbor soon. Don't worry, I don't have frequent contacts." Ji Yuxiao said nothing at that time. He didn't know that many years later, two people moved in next door to him, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, knocking on his door with his familiar gentleness and smile. That was a miracle that Ji Yuxiao dared not imagine in his dreams, but now, everything is still silent. Chapter 342. Lin Fei read the last word of the contract and signed his name in the lower right corner. It was already 10 o'clock, the night was dark, and the crescent moon was hanging high in the window. Lin Fei closed his pen, stood up unhurriedly. He turned off the computer and left his office. The people in the company had already left, even his assistant and secretary were off duty, and he was the only one who seemed to be tireless. Always the last one to leave the company. When getting in the car, the cell phone rang, and it was his friend who asked him not to come out to play. Lin Fei replied, "No," opened the car door, and got in the car. His friends had long been used to him being uninterested in anything other than work. After seeing his reply, they didn't ask any more questions, and went to the lively place by themselves. The world always likes to be lively, but Lin Fei is an outlier. He doesn't like excitement, socializing, and others approaching him. If it's not like-minded, he doesn't even need friends. The traffic at night wasn't too heavy, and Lin Fei didn't take too long to get back. He turned on the light and went straight to the kitchen. He hadn't eaten at this point in his work. There was unfinished rice in the refrigerator last night. Lin Fei took it out, took green peppers, eggs, shrimp, corn and other ingredients, and simply fried rice for himself. While eating, he watched the latest financial news. After reading the news, Lin Fei also finished eating. He washed the dishes, took a shower, and returned to his bed. There was still a science fiction novel he hadn't finished on the bedside table next to the bed, so Lin Fei picked it up and continued reading. There was no expression on his face until the hour hand reached number 1. Lin Fei closed the book, turned off the light and went to sleep. This is his day, simple and fulfilling. Of course, fulfillment is what he thinks. In the eyes of others, his life is boring and boring. A friend once took him to bars, KTV, clubs, yachts and other places that they thought were lively and interesting, but no matter where he went, Lin Fei always had that expressionless look. Excited, lost, oh he won't lose, not fully sure, he won't end it. Oh, someone asked him, "Aren't you tired of living like this?" Lin Fei felt very strange. Of course he wasn't tired. How tired is it to live? He likes to live, and he wants to live longer, so that he can see how the world will develop. But you don't look like you are enjoying life at all. If the world ends tomorrow, don't you regret that you didn't enjoy it better while you were alive? Of course not, Lin Fei thought. If tomorrow is the end of the world, at most he would only want to see what the end of the world will look like. Maybe he will regret that he can't see the end of the world, but it's just a little regret, just that's all. In essence, he has no nostalgia and feelings for this world. He has grown up and lived hard since he was young, just to see the world better. I just didn't want to come by myself, but left in a daze. Even now, he is famous and rich, and he has no attachment to this world. If one day the end of the world comes, Lin Fei will just wait and see the so-called end of the world calmly and indifferently. The death of the world has nothing to do with him. He seems to value his personal death very much, but it always makes people feel that he doesn't seem to value it that much. Lin Fei closed his eyes and, as usual, fell asleep driven by the clock. Only this time, he had a dream that was different from usual. He dreamed of himself as a child. It has been a long time since Lin Fei dreamed of his childhood self. It is rare for people to dream of their childhood when they grow up, let alone someone like him who has no attachment to children. But this time, he actually saw him who was only 8 or 9 years old when he was young. He was wearing expensive clothes at first glance, sitting in the classroom, looking down at the book. Lin Fei didn't understand why he dreamed of Ji himself, just like he didn't understand why he let him wear expensive and exquisite clothes in his dreams. He clearly remembered that he didn't have many clothes at this time. Lin Luoqing was too busy buying clothes for himself, so how could he spend the money to buy new clothes for him? So he always washed his clothes very clean, so that they look like new. His material requirements are very low, and he will not be sad because of it, and he will not feel that he needs to make up for it. Lin Fei doesn't quite understand why he would change clothes for his young self in his dream. There is no need, he simply doesn't care about these. He looked at it suspiciously. After a while, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. As a young boy, he packed his school bag and left the classroom door. The passing classmates waved to him and said goodbye, Lin Fei, and he replied goodbye faintly, walking all the way out. When he got to the school gate, he got into a car, and Lin Fei looked at him with even more doubts in his heart. Why is there still a car? He knew very well that when he was young, if he was not walking or taking a bus, a private car or a taxi, it had nothing to do with him in the slightest. He also thinks that he doesn't care about these things, so why in this dream, he specially let himself get into a private car? Lin Fei was a little puzzled. Such incomprehension. When he saw Lin Luoqing in the car, he became more and more puzzled. However, before he had time to think, he saw Lin Luoqing rubbing his head when he was young, and hugging him into his arms. Do you miss Dad? Dad? Lin Fei felt that his dream was not quite right. In the next second, he saw Lin Luoqing bowing his head and kissing his young self on the face a few times. Although his young self had disgust in his eyes, he was more indulgent and helpless. He didn't even move, and leaned obediently. Letting him kiss in Lin Luoqing's arm seemed a little happy. Lin Fei. There is definitely something wrong with this dream, Fei. Kiss Daddy. He heard Lin Luoqing say to his young self. Lin Fei sneered, dreaming. Sure enough, the young self did not kiss him. Only then did Lin Fei feel a little more at ease, but this peace of mind only lasted for more than half an hour. After more than half an hour, Lin Luoqing and his young self got out of the car together. Lin Luoqing opened the door of the courtyard of the villa, and dragged the younger himself back. After passing through the yard, opened the door and walked in, Lin Fei saw that the younger himself was taking advantage of Lin Luoqing's bending over to help him take off his shoes. Kissed him on the cheek, then quickly changed into his slippers, and walked through the hallway as if he hadn't done anything. Lin Fei looked at his reddish ears when he was young, and then at Lin Luoqing, who was gentle and completely different from what he had imagined. He didn't know what to say for a moment. This is obviously not the house where he lived with Lin Luoqing when he was a child. Why did they live here? Why is he so close to Lin Luoqing? And Lin Luoqing, shouldn't he hate him very much? Lin Fei couldn't figure it out. He didn't feel that he longed for Lin Luoqing's liking, and he didn't feel that he longed for expensive clothes, private cars and villas when he was young. He knew very well that in his youth, the only thing he longed for was growth, and reading material and wealth are not his focus, not even Lin Luoqing. So why did he appear in his dream? Why did he have such a dream? Lin Fei couldn't figure it out. He followed his young self up the stairs, watched him push away a children's room, and walked in. You're back. The person on the bed sat up. Lin Fei looked at it from a distance, slightly surprised in his heart. Although the other party is still very young and looks very immature, and is not the same as what he remembered, he still recognized it at a glance. This is Ji Liu. In order to humiliate Lin Luoqing, he and the dog held a wedding ceremony. Ji Li fish. But now, Lin Luoqing and Ji Liu live together. Lin Fei felt a little funny. His dream seemed to be getting more and more messy, and Zio. Lin Fei responded softly, are you feeling better? Much better. Then, you can go to school tomorrow? Ji Liu fell down instantly, with a weak face. I think I'm still a little uncomfortable, Lin Fei. Young Lin Fei, I'll go to school next week. Ji Liu's voice was soft, with an innocent face. She looked cute and well-behaved, completely different from the flamboyant and domineering personality in Lin Fei's memory. Then, You can talk to my dad later. Your father came back to see. Ji Liu was pleasantly surprised the next second. He heard a knock on the door, and the door was pushed open again, and Lin Luoqing walked in. Xiao, are you better? It's much better. Ji Liu immediately shouted energetically, yes? Lin Luoqing walked up to him worriedly, looked at his expression. It seems to be better than that. Yes. Ji Liu nodded desperately. Lin Luoqing rubbed his hair with a smile. Then you'll rest for 2 days, and go to school after you're fully recovered. Ji Liu was ecstatic, and hugged Lin Luoqing. Dad, you are the best. Lin Luoqing laughed. But when you recover, make up for the missing knowledge points. Yes. Ji Liu said obediently. Lin Fei felt that this dream was probably completely opposite to the reality. Ji Liu hugged Lin Luoqing and called him Dad. Dad, are you the best? Are you kidding me? He will only let Lin Luoqing marry a dog, and then laugh at him as a fool that even dogs hate. This was a boring and absurd dream. Lin Fei decided to leave, but he tried several times and found that he couldn't wake up no matter what. Lin Fei felt a little strange in his heart. Do people know that they are dreaming when they are dreaming? He now knows so clearly that this is a dream. So is this a dream? Lin Fei was not very clear when he was young. He thought about the story of Zhuangzhou Mengdi and Mengdi Zhuangzhou, but he didn't think about it at that time, and it is the same now. He silently looked at his young self, which was completely different from his memory. He looked at Lin Luoqing and Ji Liu, obviously expressionless, but Lin Fei knew that he was very happy. He likes people so much that even if he just stands and looks at them, he feels happy. It was a feeling he had never felt before. After all, he has never really liked anyone. Lin Fei looked at himself quietly for a while, and saw them going downstairs to eat. When walking to the living room, a person entered the door. That was someone Lin Fei had never seen before, but he heard Ji Liu call him father. The other party has the same phoenix eyes as the grown-up Ji Liu, and has 3 similarities in overall appearance. If he guessed correctly, he should be Ji Liu's uncle Ji Yuxiao. Are you feeling better? He saw Ji Yuxiao approaching Ji Liu, and asked concerned, are you still feeling bad today? It's not uncomfortable anymore. Ji Liu smiled. You came back so early today. That's not worrying about you. Ji Yuxiao pinched Ji Liu's face, then looked up at Lin Luoqing. And your father is back too. There was obvious liking in his eyes. Lin Luoqing looked into his eyes, and smiled unconsciously. The friendship surged, just as Lin Fei thought. They were indeed a couple. So what is the situation now? If Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao got married, what would happen to him and Ji Liu? But he doesn't care about these things. This shouldn't appear in his dreams, but should appear in the dreams of Ji Liu, who has never forgotten this thing after so many years. It wasn't him who hated Lin Luoqing for rejecting and humiliating Ji Yuxiao. He didn't even know about it. It was Ji Liu, who was so worried about this matter that he even used the dog to humiliate Lin Luoqing's Ji Liu. So why let him dream? No, see these? There is absolutely no need. He has no feelings for Lin Luoqing, and he has long been relieved of his previous feelings. He doesn't feel that he needs to make up for it, and he doesn't want to change it. He accepts everything he encounters frankly, and he doesn't care about Lin Luoqing for a long time. Everything above is meaningless to him. It should not appear in his own eyes, but should go to Ji Liu's eyes. Lin Fei tried to leave this illusory dream again, but still couldn't find a way out. He could only stand not far away, and continued to stare at his young self who hadn't grown up yet. After dinner, Lin Fei went upstairs with Ji Liu to a bedroom he had never seen before. This should be his bedroom in this villa. There is no other reason, just because he has a big desk with a small bookshelf on it, and many books on it. Ji Liu sat at the desk and read for a while, seemed to be sleepy, and lay down quietly on the desk. Lin Fei shook him awake and told him to go to bed. Ji Liu is reluctant. I want to accompany you. I haven't seen you all day. There is an unconscious coquettishness in his words, as if he is very dependent on the other party. Lin Fei listened, picked up the book, and said helplessly, I'll read it on the bed, only. Then did Ji Liu stand up joyfully, and went to bed with him. He watched Lin Fei leaning on the bed. Ji Liu was lying next to him, holding his waist slightly, leaning against his side, and coquettishly said to him, touch, 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 touch. Lin Fei was a little confused. Should I touch it? In the next second, he saw Lin Fei raised his hand and touched Ji Liu's head, and then Ji Liu closed his eyes with peace of mind, with a happy face, as if he was being touched by a soft hair ever cat. Lin Fei. It seems that the relationship between the two of them is far better than he thought. After a while, Lin Luoqing came in with a plate of dessert in his hand. Probably because he didn't expect Ji Liu to be asleep, and there was a slight surprise on his face. Little fish asleep?" He lowered his voice. Lin Fei nodded, and Lin Luoqing put the dessert on the bedside table, "Then eat it alone, and remember to brush your teeth after eating." And Lin Fei responded softly. Lin Luoqing fondled his hair, said a few words to him, then kissed him reluctantly, and walked out. Lin Fei stood not far away, watching quietly, wondering when this dream would end. For 3 days in a row, Lin Fei was forced to watch his young self in his dream. For 3 days he is doing well and having fun. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao remarried, and he and Ji Leyu became brothers in name. They were brothers and sisters, and were favored by their two fathers. Lin Luoqing's love would be more gentle, and Ji Yuxiao was beyond his expectations. His father is not such a strict father, and sometimes he even deliberately teases the two of them. Not only that, Kobayashi even has a study room with a large ceiling painted as a starry night. This was the point that surprised Lin Fei the most, and it was also here that he realized that he was doted on. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao loved him very much. Otherwise, no one would buy such a large study room for such a small child, with different books placed in different categories. He looked at Lin Fei raising his head, staring at the bookcase in front of him, as if he was looking for some books. He recalled for the first time when he was a child, when he was his age. At that time, he probably wanted a study room too. Yes, they watched Beauty and the Beast played by the teacher in the classroom. The male students envied that the Beast was a prince, and the female students were happy that the princess was with a prince. But he only remembered the study room in the castle of the Beast. Such a big and beautiful study, but at that time, it was extremely difficult for him to finish reading with peace of mind. So how could he be allowed to fantasize about the study room that had nothing to do with him? However, the little self in front of him has such a study. It is even full of books, which can be searched and read by him at any time. Lin Fei felt a little indescribable at that moment. He seemed very relieved, and also seemed a little happy what he didn't have. But Lin Fei in front of him had it. This feeling made him feel a little relieved. Lin Fei turned around and seemed to have finally found the book he was looking for. He opened the bookcase and reached for the book. The position of the book was taller than him, and he stood on tiptoe, but he could barely reach it. Lin Fei looked at it, his heart moved, and he took the initiative to go over and help him take out the book. It's strange, no matter what he does or how he does it, he can't touch the real thing. And no one else can see him, but at this moment, he successfully took out the book. The young Lin Fei turned around and saw a tall and handsome man he didn't know. Lin Fei blinked and stared at his face quietly. He felt that he should be surprised. After all, the people in front of him appeared in front of him without warning, and it was very dangerous to appear in front of them. He should be terrified and afraid, but he couldn't be afraid no matter what. He wouldn't hurt him, he vaguely felt so. Here. Lin Fei handed him the book in his hands. Lin Fei took it and silently measured him. He felt that his face was very familiar. He seemed a bit like Lin Luoqing, but he was taller and more heroic than Lin Luoqing. Lin Fei blinked, and belatedly realized that he seemed a bit like himself. Not a bit, but a lot like it. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "Lin Fei," the other party said calmly. Only then did the young Lin Fei show a little surprise. Was it himself? He measured Lin Fei up and down, and asked doubtfully, "Are you me when I grow up?" Lin Fei was stunned by his question. When he first met Lin Fei, he felt that he was his young self, but later on, he didn't think so. They have grown up in different environments, and he doesn't think the children in front of them will grow up to be like him in the future. He will have a better future, so maybe he is not the grown-up him. "I don't know," Lin Fei calmly said. "I should be, but maybe not." The little Lin Fei didn't quite understand what he meant. "What do you mean?" Lin Fei leaned on the desk behind him, and said softly, "I grew up differently from you," he said. "Just like the villa you live in now, I have never set foot here before." The young Lin Fei was a little surprised, but his face was as calm as ever. He asked, "Then you haven't seen your father?" "You mean Ji Yuxiao?" "I haven't seen him before." "Where's Dad?" "I don't have a father," Lin Fei said calmly. "If you are talking about Lin Luoqing, he is not my father. He is my uncle in a logical sense, but it is a pity that we did not get along very well, so we talked about it early on." "Gone, did Lin Fei realize it sensitively after listening to his words. "You don't get along well?" Lin Fei nodded. "Have you been unhappy?" "Yes, Zio." Lin Fei lowered his eyes, as if he was thinking about it. After a long time, he asked, "Your uncle didn't scold you when he went out in the morning, but he treats you very well when he comes back in the afternoon. He will eat with you and help you. You take a shower and tell you he's married, don't you?" Lin Fei nodded. "Yes." The young Lin Fei already knew the problem. He met Lin Luoqing from another world, not his uncle Lin Luoqing, but his father Lin Luoqing, But he didn't meet him when he grew up, so his life has not changed. They still hate each other, and naturally left each other early. You didn't get your part, did you? The young Lin Fei looked at him and suddenly realized the problem. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and didn't know what to say. For a while Lin Fei watched him lower his head, and said calmly, "Is there anything else you want to ask me?" Lin Fei thought for a while, then raised his head again. He didn't know whether to ask again. The Lin Luoqing he met, he didn't meet when he grew up, so he didn't meet Ji Yuxiao. Then you met a little fish? Ji? Lin Fei nodded. I've seen it once or twice, only. Once or twice? Lin Fei nodded. Then. Your relationship is not good. This is a declarative sentence. Lin Fei smiled and replied, it's not bad, but it doesn't matter. To me, he is just a stranger. Listening to this, the young Lin Fei couldn't imagine Ji Liu is so clingy that he likes him. Even if someone touches him, he will drive that person away. But when they grow up, they are just strangers. Can Ji Liu accept it? With no one in charge of him, wouldn't his little thoughts and bad intentions come true? And if he wasn't paying attention, he would do things he shouldn't have done. Is he bad? Lin Fei asked worriedly. Lin Fei looked at the concern in his eyes and found it very interesting. It seems that you also know what kind of person he is, Lin Fei didn't speak. Of course he knew. He knew far more than anyone else how much bad water was hidden in Ji Liu's bones. Didn't father find out? Lin Fei looked at him, not knowing how to answer him. For a moment Ji Yuxiao was dead. Of course he didn't find out. He didn't have the time and chance to find out, seeing that he didn't speak. Lin asked curiously, no? No. Lin Fei gave him a vague answer. I have never met Ji Yuxiao. It seems that he didn't find out. As expected of his father, he always only thinks that Ji Liu is the most obedient child. Lin Fei nodded, thinking that this is fine. If he doesn't know, he won't be surprised, and Ji Liu will always pretend to be good in front of him, and won't show too much affection. Thank you. The little Lin Fei said softly. Lin Fei shook his head. You're welcome. Wait for me. Lin Fei looked at him, said something to him suddenly, and ran out. He returned to his bedroom, took his wallet, went to find Lin Luoqing again, and went out with him. Lin Fei wanted to follow up to have a look, but found that he was trapped in this villa and couldn't get out. It seems that if Lin didn't tell him to wait for him, he had to wait for him here. This dream may not only belong to him, but also to the child who has the same appearance, name, personality, and hobbies as himself, but has completely different experiences. Lin Fei returned to Lin Fei's study, took a book, and sat quietly on the bay window to read. The bay window is covered with a white plush carpet, and on the carpet, there are a few small pots of cacti. Lin Fei reached out and touched the thorns of the cactus. It didn't hurt and was very soft, like a child who hasn't grown up and wants to protect himself. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have liked cactus for a while when he was young, but it was a long time ago. The sun was shining brightly on the white pages, and the aroma of the ink was evaporating. Lin Fei looked at the words on it calmly and recognizably. He watched quietly for a while before he heard the movement. It was Lin Fei who came back. Lin Fei closed the book and looked back at him. I read a book of yours, he said lightly. Lin Fei nodded, and generously did not argue with him. He closed the door, holding a pot of cactus in his hand. Here. The little Lin Fei walked up to him, stretched out his hand, and handed him the flower pot in his hand. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't quite understand, and he didn't seem to know what to say. He just looked deeply at the child in front of him, and many words settled in his heart. Why did you give me this? Lin Fei asked him. Lin Fei's expression was very calm, but there was a slight light in his eyes. He said, in this way, you will also have your own flower pot. Hearing what he said, Lin Fei seemed to have returned to his childhood, and also seemed to have passed through many times and saw his former self. In fact, he had already given up thinking about a flower pot. He already has the ability to live with the situation, and has the strength to survive wherever he floats. So he has already accepted that he is like a dandelion, and has already given up the flower pot he once longed for but didn't get. Maybe some people in this world will be trapped in one place, trapped in their own longing, but Lin Fei won't. He is a person with a strong psychological quality. He accepts everything and himself in every period calmly. After finding that he can't have it, he abandons his fantasies without hesitation and continues to be strong without fear to go. So his life is tough and tenacious. But now, the child in front of him gave him a flower pot that he longed for at his age, but never had, a flower pot that he had given up, and no one knew about it but himself. Lin Fei looked at Lin Fei in front of him, and for the first time smiled happily from the bottom of his heart. He already has the ability to give others flower pots. and he has grown very well, far better than himself. Lin Fei didn't expect that he could have such an ability. He was gratified and moved. Suddenly, he remembered the sentence he read in the book he picked up just now when he was waiting for his child. Your moment-free gift, like a shooting star on an autumn night, ignited a flame in the depths of my life. He reached out and took the flower pot in the opponent's hand. Looking at the simple but strong flower pot, he said sincerely, "Thank you, you're welcome." Xiao Lin Fei said softly, "Do you have any wish?" Lin Fei asked him. "I can help you realize it." The little Lin Fei thought for a long time, and finally said to him, "If possible, can you take care of your father and Xiao for me?" He said, "I think when I grow up, I will be able to protect my father and take good care of the little fish." Lin Fei was a little surprised. "Is there no Lin Luoqing?" The young Lin Fei shook his head. He said frankly, "Lin Luoqing from your place is not my father." "What do you mean?" Lin Fei was puzzled. "My father is not my uncle, but Lin Luoqing from another world." "You didn't meet my father, you met my uncle." "I don't like my uncle, I only like my father, Xiao." Lin Fei felt a little regretful. "You didn't meet him, otherwise, he would have given you a flower pot when you were young." Lin Fei finally understood. He finally knew why everything here was different from his experience. Lin Luoqing has changed, so everything has changed. He was no longer the Lin Luoqing he knew, so he didn't reject Ji Yuxiao. He married Ji Yuxiao, raised his young self very well, and gave him a new and complete one. There are still such things in the world? Lin Fei felt illusory, but he could meet the young Lin Fei in front of him, so is it impossible? Lin Fei looked at the immature child and asked him, "Do you want to protect Ji Yuxiao?" Xiao Lin Fei nodded. No matter when, he wanted to grow up, but the former him hoped that he could protect himself when he grew up, and the later him hoped that he could protect his people well. Lin Luoqing did not grow up his world in the future, so he hopes that he can protect Ji Yuxiao and Ji Leyu, the only relatives. Looking at the hope in his pupils, Lin Fei couldn't tell him that Ji Yuxiao was dead. He was silent for a moment, then agreed, "Okay, if Ji Leyu needed it, he would help him for the sake of the child in front of him." Xiao Lin Fei laughed. "Thank you, you are welcome." Lin Fei stretched out his hand and gently touched his cheek. His cheeks are immature and soft. He is still very young, and there is still a long way to go, but Lin Fei believes that he will grow up very well, far better than himself. He looked at the child in front of him gently, and slowly hugged him. When Lin Fei woke up again, a new day had already begun, and the alarm clock was still ringing persistently. Lin Fei was a little dazed, and reached out to turn off the alarm clock. "It's 7:30. It's time to get up." Lin Fei sat up, suddenly thought of something and looked down. The bed was empty, and the flower pot that Xiao Lin Fei gave him did not come here with him. It stopped in his dream. Lin Fei felt a little sorry, or rather, very sorry. He rarely had such emotions. When he was growing up, he looked at everything around him indifferently, and experienced everything with no emotion. But this time, he was very sorry. The child was full of tenderness and sincerity, and gave him the flower pot, but he didn't bring it back. Lin Fei sighed regretfully, and sat quietly on the bed for a while. On the other side, little Lin Fei also woke up from his dream. He felt as if he had had a heavy dream, but couldn't remember it. Dreams are always like this. The dream is very clear, but when I wake up, it is blurry. Lin Fei thought about it hard, and vaguely remembered something, as if he dreamed of him when he grew up, looking very mature, reliable, and handsome. Lin Fei turned his head to look at the windowsill not far away. Looking at his small flower pot on the windowsill, he is always full of hope and expectation for growing up, but now, he is also willing to cherish the days when he was only a child, and cherish the days when he came from the adult love Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao gave him. When his mind feels relaxed, he is finally willing to slow down and be a well-loved child who has not grown up. Chapter 343. Ji Leyu felt bored. He was always bored and always wanted to have some fun. Sometimes, Ji Leyu would feel that life is boring, and it would be better to die. But every time this thought comes up, he will force himself to suppress it again. He can't die. His life was changed by his uncle who injured his leg, so he can't die so easily. At least he can't commit suicide, or I'm sorry for his uncle, it was his uncle who died. This world is so boring. Living is not as interesting as being dead. Thinking of this, he had some thoughts of suicide. It's just that these thoughts just popped up, and he pressed them back forcefully for the first time without any accident. Over and over again. Always the boring made Ji Leyu feel more and more bored. After thinking about it, he drove to the cemetery. This cemetery is located in the southeast of the city. The park is large and quiet. Ji Leyu scanned the tomb carefully, and put the flowers she just bought in front of the tombstone. The flowers are very beautiful, gorgeous and full of vitality, embellishing the black and white photos vividly. Ji Liu looked over one by one, from his parents to his uncle. All the people he liked, cared about and didn't want to lose were buried here, and left him early. The more he looks like them every year, the more he looks like Fa clearly realized that they had been away from him for a long time. Ji Liu sat by the tombstone, lit a cigarette, and smoked quietly. As he smoked, he remembered again that his father and uncle didn't smoke, or smoked, but never in front of him, so he put out the cigarette again. He's always like this, habitually pretending to be the most obedient in front of his parents and uncles. As if he is the same as other innocent children, without any evil intentions until now, until his parents and uncle have left him for so long, he still maintains this habit. Every time he looks at them, he behaves like the kindest and purest person in the world. Ji Liu sat silently. What he wanted to say has been said a long time ago, and what he wanted to do has already been done. He avenged his uncle, took back the company, and even gave full revenge to everyone who humiliated his uncle and fell into the well. If it was his parents or his uncle, maybe it would not be so. If he cares about every detail, he will get revenge, but he is too boring. He is not a good person by nature, and he is not a good person when he is boring. Ji Liu thought of his childhood. The happy childhood people in Oida don't remember things before they were 5 or 6 years old too clearly. One is physiological functions, and the other is that as they grow up, they will become less and less important when they were young. It is he who firmly remembers everything before he was 5 or 6 years old. Those memories did not fade away with his growth, but lived clearly and distantly in his constant memories. Period. All his drive seems to be just that memory, and it seems that once that memory disappears, he can stop his vital signs at any time. He quietly recalled those past events in the cemetery, thinking about those good times like treasures. Suddenly, he smiled mischievously, as if he remembered some interesting things from his childhood. Slowly, his smile gradually faded with the afterglow of the setting sun. Those memories were too limited. Even if he recalled them over and over again, he would eventually finish his memories. Ji Liu stood up, reluctantly said goodbye to her parents and uncle. This is his 912th visit to this cemetery, and it is still the same as before. His mind has been temporarily relaxed, and it is still the same as before. He feels that life is boring, and he might as well go to reunite with his parents and uncles. Ji Liu got into the car and drove aimlessly around the city. By the time we got back from the bar, it was already midnight. Ji Liu took a shower and lay down on the bed. He didn't drink too much alcohol, let alone drunk, but alcohol is a good thing. Proper alcohol can help sleep. After a while, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ji Liu had a dream, a rare dream. He saw his young self, about 6 or 7 years old, living in his uncle's exclusive bedroom. Just as he remembered when he was a child. Ji Liu was a little startled. He hadn't dreamed of his childhood for a long time, probably because he has done too many bad things. God really can't see it, so in his dream, he doesn't want him to return to his past happy time. But it doesn't matter. He has always disliked his fate and the God who rules his fate. But now, he dreamed of his childhood, dreamed of what he used to be. Ji Liu wanted to admit defeat for a moment, and wanted to shake hands with God to make peace. He is really boring and lonely. He is not afraid of any challenge from the sky, but only at this moment, when he is playing the emotional card. He has no strength to parry. He walked to his bed and slowly sat up on the bed. He saw himself lying under the quilt. His little face was flushed, and he looked beautiful and loving. Sometimes, Ji Liu feels that he seems to be favored by God. Otherwise he would not have such a deceptive face, pure and sweet. No matter who looks at him, he will only think that he is the most innocent in the world. Child. Ji Liu stretched out his hand, wanting to touch his young self, but it was just a dream after all. He couldn't touch himself. He could only sit quietly and watch quietly. It wasn't until noon that Ji Liu saw his young self sitting up from the quilt. He rubbed his eyes, opened them in a daze, and sat on the bed in a daze for a while, slowly on the bed to wash up. Are you awake? There was the sound of the door opening not far away. Ji Liu turned her head and couldn't help trembling. He held his breath at this moment, not daring to blink his eyes, for fear that the person in front of him would disappear. For the first time Ji Liu felt that she had lost. He willingly surrendered. He had hated the sky for so many years, and wished to poke a hole in the sky so that he could pay with blood. But at this moment, he was only willing to lower his proud head, begging God to let him take a look at the person in front of you. He hasn't been to Ji Yuxiao for too long. Ji Yuxiao, who knew it in real life. He even forgot that his uncle's tone of voice was like this, so gentle and tolerant, obviously a little low-key. Seems to be inlaid with magnetism, but also permeated with clear and bright. People can't help but feel close to each other. As good as it is memorable. Ji Liu's eye sockets were sore in an instant. but he resisted it, not daring to blur his eyes with tears. It's been a long time since he had seen Ji Yuxiao like this. Ji Yuxiao, except for the photos, he wanted to look at him for a while longer, to see him more clearly, so that he could be firmly imprinted in his heart. He lost, he thought. He had absolutely no ability to fight against the heavens. Even if the heavens gave him a little bit of sweetness, he would have no ability to parry, and he could only let himself lose in a mess and be defeated. Ji Liu couldn't help standing up and walk towards Ji Yuxiao step by step. Ji Yuxiao had already left. The little Ji Liu heard his voice, ran out with a toothbrush, and obediently replied, "Get up." Ji Yuxiao walked up to him, reached out and touched his forehead. It wasn't as hot as last night. It seems that the fever has gone down a bit. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? The young Ji Liu shook his head. Xiang grew. He was used to being coquettish in Ji Yuxiao's place, but he was never coquettish, and he didn't want him to worry more about himself. Ji Yuxiao felt a little relieved after hearing this. Then, brush your teeth and wash your face first, then we'll take the temperature and let Uncle Zhang take a look for you later. Yes. The young Ji Liu said obediently. Ji Yuxiao rubbed his head and kissed him. What do you want to eat today? Fatty beef and golden soup. Little Ji Liu didn't hesitate. He had an illness and had no taste in his mouth, so he wanted to eat something tasty. Okay. Ji Yuxiao agreed. Then you go wash up, and I'll tell you Auntie Zhang. Yes. Ji Liu, who hadn't grown up yet, smiled at him, went back to the bathroom, and started brushing his teeth with a toothbrush. Ji Yuxiao and Mrs. Zhang gave orders, but she didn't leave, but went to the bathroom to watch little Ji Liu brush her teeth. Xiao Ji Liu looked at him through the mirror with a smile, and even made a face for him. Ji Yuxiao watched with a smile, and finally walked over to help him wash his face. His eyes are full of tenderness and love, as if as long as Ji Liu is willing, he can give him everything he wants. In fact, he did so. If it wasn't for Ji Liu and his brother-in-law, he would never have ended his short life in a hurry when he was in his 20s. Ji Liu never thought that she could still see him again, and finally couldn't help but shed tears. Slowly he quietly wiped away his tears, and he didn't even want to look at his young self, but only looked at Ji Yuxiao full of reluctance and nostalgia. When her eyes touched his legs, Ji Liu realized belatedly that Ji Yuxiao stood up instead of sitting in a wheelchair. Strange. In his memory, when he was last with Ji Yuxiao when he was a child, he was basically in a wheelchair now, with his legs looking normal. Wasn't this the time he lived with himself after the injury, but before that? Yes. Ji Liu looked at his young self. At this time, he didn't look like he was 3 or 4 years old. How could it be before? He couldn't figure it out. There was unconscious fear and trepidation in his heart, for fear that this was really what happened before Ji Yuxiao was injured, and it was a memory he had unknowingly lost over the long years. He instinctively rejected this ability. He didn't have much memory to recall, and he didn't want to lose any memory. He is like a poor-spirited traveler, holding his few remaining treasures, counting them every day and night, but he is still afraid that he will lose one if he doesn't pay attention. This fear was finally relieved when he saw the elevator in the house. Ji Yuxiao installed the elevator in the building after he was injured, so he remembered correctly. At this time, he should have injured his legs and needed a wheelchair. Why is he already walking standing? Ji Liu thought about it for a long time, and finally he could only explain that maybe it was because he had always hoped that his uncle would recover, so in this dream, he created such an illusion to satisfy himself. This is the only reasonable explanation. Ji Liu accepted this explanation and followed Ji Yuxiao to the restaurant. Mrs. Zhang had already prepared the meal, and Ji Yuxiao ate with the immature Ji Liu, and fed him medicine. Xiao Ji Liu was coquettish in his arms, watching TV with him, waiting for Dr. Ting. Not long after, Dr. Ting came and said that his fever had subsided, but he would have to take medicine for a day before he fully recovered. Ji Yuxiao was relieved, sent Dr. Ting away, and continued to watch TV with his little nephew. It wasn't until Xiao Ji Liu was sleepy that Ji Yuxiao carried him back to his bedroom and went to the room by himself. It's not Zhou Dan, it's just that Ji Liu is sick, and Ji Yuxiao is worried. So he stays here with him to take care of him. Ji Liu sat on the sofa in the room and looked at Ji Yuxiao with long eyes. He felt that he could live in this dream forever, and he was willing to live in this dream, and he even hoped that he would never wake up in this way. He will be with his uncle forever. It was as if the person he was in love with had never left him. Ji Liu was watching when Ji Yuxiao's cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and took a look, stood up, took his coat and went out. When passing by Ji Liu's bedroom, he gently opened the door. The little Ji Liu curled up on the bed, sleeping very peacefully. Li's car. Ji Liu hurriedly followed, Wondering where he was going, he thought he was going to work or to his friends, but to his surprise, he went to school. Ji Liu looked suspiciously, and then he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. He said he was familiar because even though the other party was still very young, he recognized Lin Fei almost at a glance. This was Lin Fei, Lin Luoqing's nephew, and Song Qiang's Bai Guang. The reason for saying they are unfamiliar is that, even if Lin Fei bears this identity, they really have nothing to do with each other. If Ji Li were asked to describe Lin Fei in one word, he would give the word cold without hesitation, but if he were asked to describe Lin Fei in one word, he would just say boring. Ji Liu didn't even understand how Song Qiang would like someone like Lin Fei. Bored, indifferent, and uninteresting to the extreme. It's just that the programmed robot has more emotional ups and downs than him. Before he took revenge on Lin Luoqing, his hand specifically reminded him that Lin Luoqing was Lin Fei's uncle. Ji Liu didn't care and continued with his plan. Of course, he thought about how he humiliated Lin Luoqing. Lin Fei's nephew said maybe he will seek revenge. It was Lin Fei who did nothing. Finally, he forced Song Qiang to be locked up in one of his houses. After Song Qiang was rescued by his lover, he found traces of Lin Fei. It was Lin Fei who gave him the key sexual clues. That's why the other party was able to suspect him and find Song Qiang. It was Lin Fei, but it seemed that he hadn't done it at all. Even when they were in front of them, he just walked past him indifferently, without raising his eyelids, let alone complaining about Lin Luoqing and Song Qiang. Ji Liu felt that he was living like a boring machine, with a beautiful skin but no soul, and such a person is actually Song Qiang's male god. He couldn't figure it out. However, his liking for Song Qiang was negligible, not even a liking, but just empathetic for her warmth, so he didn't care about it for too long. Unexpectedly, at this time, I met again. Ji Li was in a good mood, so he took a rare look at the young Lin Fei, and just looking at it, he discovered the problem. Why? Lin Fei walked in his direction? What is he going to do? Exclamation mark. The car parked here is obviously Ji Yuxiao's car. What did he do? Exclamation mark. Ji Li was wondering when he saw Lin Fei had already walked to the car door, opened the door and sat on it. Ji Yuxiao looked at him with a smile, hugged him, and asked him, "Are you hungry?" Ji Liu looked at the picture in front of him in disbelief. His whole body was full of question marks. How is this going? Why did his uncle know Lin Fei? Exclamation mark. Why are you still holding Lin Fei? The possessive desire in Ji Liu's heart gushed out in an instant, and he didn't care that he was an adult. Lin Fei was only 8 or 9 years old at this time, and he rushed forward to separate Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao. That was his uncle, not Lin Fei's uncle. What right did he have to be so close to him? It's a pity that he couldn't touch Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao at all, and because he could only see Lin Fei shaking his head, he was not affected by him at all. There was some hatred in Ji Liu's eyes, but at this moment, Lin Fei asked Ji Yuxiao, "Is Xiao feeling better?" Ji Liu. Lin Fei, does he still care about him? What a joke. He is such an emotionless robot, with a dead face every day, so that he doesn't want to take a second look, and even asks him about his situation. There must be a conspiracy here. It's getting better. The fever has subsided. If you take the medicine for a day today, you should be fine. Lin Fei felt relieved. That's good. By the way, your father will be back tomorrow. Ji Yuxiao said. Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. When is tomorrow? It should be lunch. If time permits, he should pick you up. Lin Fei nodded, seemingly a little happy this season. Leyu is even more confused. Lin Fei's father? Where is his father? Exclamation mark. Didn't he grow up with Uncle Lin Luoqing? And does his uncle even know Lin Fei's father? Why doesn't he know? Ji Liu felt even more confused. Isn't this his dream? Why does he still have Lin Fei in his dream? And Lin Fei's father? Who cares about Lin Fei and his father? He only cares about his uncle, okay? Exclamation mark. Unrelated personnel don't just appear in his dream, okay? Exclamation mark. Ji Liu tried to drive Lin Fei away with his thoughts, but Lin Fei was still sitting in the car, still next to Ji Yuxiao, and Ji Yuxiao even peeled a candy and fed it to him. Ji Liu was so angry. He hasn't eaten candy from his uncle for more than 10 years. Now he even wants him to watch his uncle feed Lin Fei candy. Did this really mean to disgust him? Exclamation mark. He just knows that God will never let him go, and will not really make him feel better. Is it delicious? Ji Yuxiao looked at Lin Fei tenderly. The vinegar bottle in Ji Liu's heart poured wildly, spilling vinegar all over the floor, making her feel sour. How could you be so gentle to him? Why is there still liking in his eyes? Isn't he his uncle's favorite child? Exclamation mark. Ji Liu felt that he was going to explode, and he even wondered if it was really his uncle in front of him. Wasn't it true that God played him on purpose? Exclamation mark. Lin Fei nodded and responded lightly. Ji Yuxiao said with a smile, then father will ask someone to buy more. Ji Liu was shocked at the word father that he said. Completely irrational, he turned and left the car he was sitting in, and stood on the road, wishing he could blow the world into pieces right now. Father. His uncle actually said that he was someone else's father. He is obviously his father. It was his adoptive father, his second father now. He actually said that he was someone else's father. This must be fake. He knew that God always liked to tease him and torture him, and sure enough, it was the same this time. Give him hope first, and let him see his uncle become another father with his own eyes. It's really worthy of the God who wished him to die. In his dream, he never let him go. Standing on the side of the road, he wanted to leave this absurd dream several times, but he was unable to leave several times. Not only could he not leave, but with a shift of space, he got closer and closer to Ji Yuxiao's villa. So what did God want him to see? See how his uncle fathered someone else. See how the person he loves others more. Let's see, whether it's life or death, what he wants is nothing. No one will love him, those who truly love him will die, and those who are alive will only slowly become unwilling to love him. Ji Liu sneered, turned and walked towards the villa. Then let's see if God can shake his will. See if he will be affected, if he will succumb. At this moment, he opened up the thorns all over his body again, as if he wanted to stab holes in others and blood in himself. It was these thorns that unconsciously retracted after seeing Ji Yuxiao. He liked Ji Yuxiao so much, missed Ji Yuxiao so much. Ji Yuxiao even left this world early because of him. Even though he was dissatisfied and angry, he couldn't be angry with Ji Yuxiao. He is like a wronged puppy, looking pitifully at the person he cares about, hoping that the other person will notice him and give him some comfort and warmth. I hope the other party can tell him that he still loves him and only loves him alone. His eyes were wet, like a wounded child, and he followed Ji Yu out of the house. Mrs. Zhang was still cooking. Ji Yuxiao originally planned to go with Lin Fei to see if Ji Liu was awake, but when the phone rang, he was afraid of waking Ji Liu, so he quickly pressed the mute button. I'm going to answer the phone, he whispered to Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded, and walked towards Ji Liu's room by himself. Ji Liu looked at him and wanted to throw him from the second floor. Damn anyone who covets his treasure, especially those who tried to compete with him for Ji Yuxiao. He stared at Lin Fei resentfully, but Lin Fei cautiously opened the door. The room was pitch black, and Lin Fei thought that he was still awake. He was about to close the door when he heard Ji Liu's small voice. Brother? Elder brother? Who is this called? Lin Fei? Ji Liu smiled softly. He knew his own character best. He was not a good person since he was a child. How could Lin Fei let him go when he was a child and snatched Ji Yuxiao away? Lin Fei? He must have some revenge for Lin Fei. Ji Liu became a little interested, wanting to see how he would play tricks on Lin Fei when he was young. When Lin Fei reached Ji Liu's brother, he stopped working and let out a hum. Xiao. Ji Liu rubbed her eyes, reached out and turned on the bedside lamp. The dim light filled the warmth of the room, and little Ji Liu sat up from the quilt and asked him, "Are you out of school?" "Yes," Lin Fei said, and walked away. He walked up to Ji Liu, looked at his sleeping white and rosy cheeks, and thought he wouldn't have a fever again, would he? Face so red. You feeling bad today?" Lin Fei asked him. Ji Liu shook her head. "It's not uncomfortable, but the doctor said I still have to take medicine for a day," he said, complaining coquettishly. "The medicine is so hard to take." Lin Fei felt that he was really a child, and even if he took a medicine, he would find the medicine unpalatable. He raised his little hand and touched Ji Liu's forehead. It seemed that it wasn't as hot as yesterday. "It's not hot, is it?" Ji Liu looked at him with a smile. Lin Fei nodded. "I'm sweating." Ji Liu gave a hum and said in distaste, "It's sticky on my body." He actually wanted to take a bath, but he was too lazy, showing a kind of reluctant laziness. "Do you want to take a bath?" Lin Fei was sweating, and the Lord asked him. Ji Liu pouted. "Wash before going to bed, don't you feel sticky?" "Then I don't want to either." Lin Fei had no choice but to see that in addition to hypocrisy and cunning, duplicity, selfishness and willfulness, he is also lazy now, as expected of his younger brother. Full of flaws. Different flaws are born every day. Lin Fei stood up, walked to the bathroom, and filled the bathtub with half a tank of water. "Get up." He looked at Ji Liu, who was still sitting on the bed. "I'll wash it for you." Ji Liu shook his head again and again. "No, you can't stay with me for too long. You will get infected." "How Are you? The doctor said we have to wait a day. It's okay. Lin Fei said calmly. Ji Liu was unwilling. What if I infect you? I don't want it. Will not. Ji Liu wrapped herself in her little quilt and firmly refused. Lin Fei felt that he was really stubborn. Then, you won't sleep with me tonight? Ji Liu nodded. I'll sleep with you when I'm fully recovered. It's not easy, Lin Fei said. He has learned to be independent. I've got the water ready, Ji Liu said very childishly. Then let's fall. Lin Fei, do you know what it means to save water? Ji Liu, go ahead. Lin Fei urged. Then, I'll wash it myself. Ji Liu said softly. Lin Fei felt that he was in love with her right now. He walked up to Ji Liu and tilted his head to look at him. Are you so afraid of infecting me? Ji Liu nodded obediently. Lin Fei's tone was light. If I am also sick, I can stay here with you, Ji Liu. Can it still be like this? Exclamation mark. Even so, he didn't want Lin Fei to get sick. Being sick is not a good thing, and you have to take medicine, which is so bitter and unpalatable. Then, I don't want to infect you, he said softly. Lin Fei looked at him like this, and felt that he was really well behaved at this moment. He reached out and touched Ji Liu's head. Good boy, Ji Liu looked at him, wanted to act coquettishly and hug him, but was afraid that she would infect him, so she kicked off the quilt quickly, and walked towards the bathroom. From the bed, an adult jellyfish standing not far away. So his juvenile body really didn't want to infect Lin Fei? Isn't it just to pretend to be pure and innocent on the surface, but in fact it is just to harm Lin Fei better? Ji Liu was in a complicated mood. What made him even more complicated was how he felt that the two of them seemed to have a good relationship. Lin Fei still wanted to give him a bath. He even touched his head and said, good. Isn't he an iceberg robot, cold and silent, looking at everyone as indifferently as he looks at ants? Exclamation mark. Ji Liu felt that something was wrong with the current situation. This situation became more and more wrong at night, because Lin Fei walked from his bedroom to Ji Liu's bedroom with a pillow in his arms. The young Ji Liu wrapped her little quilt and asked him puzzled, what's wrong with you? My bed is wet. Lin Fei said calmly. He lied. Ji Liu shouted in his heart, he lied to you, his bed wasn't wet at all. Then you go to the guest room. The little Ji Liu whispered whether Lin Fei looked at him or not. His tone was calm. I'm asleep. After speaking, he laid down and closed his eyes. Ji Liu looked at his back silently, and suddenly laughed. He leaned up from behind him, with unconcealable joy in his voice. Brother, do you want to accompany me? His voice was sweet. You know I don't like sleeping alone, so you came to me on purpose, didn't you? Lin Fei closed his eyes and did not speak. Ji Liu has long been convinced that this is the case. Brother, you are so kind, he said softly. He reached out and hugged Lin Fei, and leaned on his back, regardless of whether it would be contagious or not. He was tired of him and wanted to act like a baby with him. He himself didn't go to school with Lin Fei because of illness, and he slept alone last night. Now Lin Fei is looking for him. How can he care about whether it is contagious or not, while comforting him? He is almost healed, and he will definitely not infect Lin Fei. At the same time, he is happy because Lin Fei would rather be infected than sleep alone and stay with him. Turn around, he said coquettishly to Lin Fei softly. You hug me, Lin Fei listened to his words and said deliberately, are you not worried about infecting me now? Be careful. Ji Liu's voice seemed to be hiding. Honey, I will try not to infect you. As he spoke, he begged softly, turn around, Lin Fei had no choice but to turn around. Ji Liu said happily, hug, Lin Fei wanted to laugh when he heard his words. Just now he was determined not to let him get close, but now he hugged him again. He really is made of glue. Sticky. Lin Fei reached out and hugged Ji Liu. Ji Liu leaned in his arms and said to him, touch. Lin Fei had no choice but to touch him again, and Ji Liu rubbed against his arms like a satisfied kitten, hugging him happily, almost rolling in his arms. He said, brother, you are so kind, I like you the most. Lin Fei gave a faint to show that he knew. The adult Ji Liu not far away looked at the scene in front of him with a delicate mood. Of course he could see that the little self in front of him really liked Lin Fei, otherwise he wouldn't be so happy in his arms and let him hug and touch him. The problem is Lin Fei. Why does Lin Fei seem to like this little self very much? Ji Liu shook her head, feeling a little narcissistic. What a joke. Lin Fei likes him, although he is the young version of him, but the young version of him is not a good thing. How can Lin Fei like him? Yes, He ran over to sleep with him this big night, and allowed him to act like a baby in his arms. Ji Liu turned around when he said turn around, hugged him when he said hug, touch when he said touch. That is Lin Fei, although it is the children's version, but it is not. It should be so easy to talk. When it comes to speaking, Ji Liu is subtle again. Well, he is quite willing to talk to him when he was a child. In the previous few meetings, he felt that it was unnecessary to even look at him. When he tried to strike up a conversation with him, he just said coldly but now he can't talk. Although it is not much compared with ordinary people, for Lin Fei, it is simply too much. Ji Liu sat on the chair, her mood became more and more subtle. However, it didn't take long for him to know what it means that there is no most subtle, only more subtle. He went to Lin Luoqing, humiliated Ji Yuxiao, refused to marry Ji Yuxiao, and was revenged by Lin Luoqing when he grew up. Now, Lin Luoqing is actually married to Ji Yuxiao. Not only are they married, but they also have a sweet relationship. Not only is the relationship sweet, but he has also become Lin Fei's father. Ji Liu felt as if he had finally sorted out everything in front of him. He asked why Lin Fei was with him. Why did Lin Fei call Ji Yuxiao's father? Why was he not only not hurting Lin Fei when he was young, but also liked him very much? The source of everything lies in Lin Luoqing. When Lin Luoqing agreed to marry Ji Yuxiao, Lin Luoqing became his aunt, and Lin Fei joined him as his nephew. Of course, he would not hate his aunt, even because he was Ji Yuxiao's wife. If the partner hopes that the other party will like him, then he will naturally get along with Lin Fei in harmony. Everything is in order. Yes, why would he have such a dream? Ji Liu didn't understand. After so many years, he has also successfully taken revenge on Lin Luoqing, and he doesn't feel that he is still brooding over what happened back then. Taking a step back, after seeing Lin Luoqing's stupidity, how could he still be willing to let him marry Ji Yuxiao? He is not worthy at all. If he was asked to construct a dream, he would only let his parents and uncle appear in the dream. These three, he really cared about them, and he couldn't forget them till now. There will be no Lin Luoqing, nor Lin Fei. He doesn't need anyone else. He just needs his parents and uncle. For the first time, Ji Liu seriously thought about this dream. He saw Lin Luoqing asking Ji Liu's physical condition with concern, watching him talk to him with a smile after Ji Yuxiao returned, kissing him where the children couldn't see. I also saw him seriously helping Ji Liu take a bath at night, poking his face and telling him jokes. Ji Liu smiled happily, hugged his neck and called him dad. Lin Luoqing kissed him and gently called him baby. He arrived at Ji Yuxiao after taking a bath, and Ji Yuxiao took his temperature again, kissed his forehead, and said that he was completely healed. Wait a few days, dad will take you out to play, okay? The young man said happily. Ji Yuxiao hugged him, eyes full of love. Zio, you want to grow up healthy and healthy. Dad will be happy only if you are healthy and safe. Zio. Ji Liu nodded sensibly. Yeah, Ji Yuxiao hugged him tightly, and said softly, Daddy likes you the most, no matter when he likes you the most. Ji Liu's eye sockets instantly became sour. He knew it, he always knew it. Ji Yuxiao has always liked him, even if his own life is dying. He will hold him in his arms to protect him. He loves him far more than he loves himself. Ji Liu walked over and silently hugged Ji Yuxiao. After Ji Yuxiao left, little Ji Liu left her bedroom and went to Lin Fei's bedroom. Lin Fei is watching. He seems to like to watch, so there's a big table and a shelf in the bedroom. Ji Liu sat aside and watched for a while, then closed his eyes sleepily, and fell asleep on the table. Lin Fei reminded him, go to bed and sleep. Ji Liu is reluctant. I want to be with you. I won't be without you for a day. Lin Fei seemed a little helpless, and he stood up. I'll go to bed and watch, only. Then did Ji Liu stand up joyfully, and went to bed with him. He lay beside Lin Fei, hugged his waist, and let him touch himself. Lin Fei cooperatively patted his head, leaned on the bed, and watched quietly. Ji Liu closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. After a while, Lin Luo cleared up. He brought a plate of desserts, and when Ji Liu had fallen asleep, his tone could not help but soften a lot. Little fish fell asleep. Lin Fei nodded. Lin Luoqing put dessert and asked him to remember to brush his teeth after eating. His tone was gentle, his eyes were full of love for the child, and he didn't have the slightest resemblance to Lin Luoqing who he had arrived before, except for his face. Ji Liu watched silently, and after a long time, slowly turned his attention to his young self again. He slept soundly, with an unconscious smile on his face, as if he had some sweet dream. Of course he had many sweet dreams, because he lived happily. His uncle loved him, his brother cared about him, and even Lin Luoqing would rush back early because of his illness. They loved him very much, so even when he fell asleep, He smiled unconsciously. Ji Liu felt that he seemed to understand why did Lin Luoqing and Lin Fei appear in his dream, and why his dream. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.